Morning. Let's wait here for the YouTube to fire up. Sweet. There we go. All right. Good morning, everybody. Sounds like I got audio today. Yay. All right. We got Nova Scotia citizen. I'm out of the hot tub. CSE. All right. Toddy's in here. Another day of virtue signaling lining up Banfield narrative. Cucumbers. Okay. More cucumbers. Freckles. Ms. Fox. Experts this week to discuss. Yes, this is going to have to be strong. This week is going to be beaten up on those white men, those bad white men. Well, bad white men, any white man, bad. But not sure where this is coming from if you haven't been able to establish a prima facie case. Julia. Tanya, good morning, Tanya. Good morning, Linda. Thought I would go to the Lisa show tomorrow. Tomorrow is the Brenda show. I've found some interesting things on Brenda recently, but I've become more countrified. Oh no, that rural stuff. Those rural people. You know how we behave, right? Brenda. Good morning, Brenda. Sad. Good morning, sad. Toxic masculinity. Where was that? I had something. I could do this one here.
He had white privilege. He had power in that he had money. And we have to treat everyone equally and start looking at the behaviors of the person. He had white privilege.
Guess we got to treat everybody equally. Okay. Prima facie case? Not. Anyway, moving along. It's kind of strange that you got reports out. I'll link this here. It's down in the notes below also. If you haven't been able to establish even what you're talking about. So this is literally on their site. Mass shootings and masculinity. Should be interesting though. We're going to get Deborah Doherty from rural and gender-based violence and family. This is the FV and GBV, the BVV on the double hamburger. Okay, and there'll also be a presentation on violence of perpetrator family or origin. Oh, that should be interesting. Several batteries died last week. Tech issues arising all over the place. Yes, Rogers out yesterday. Chris Lee. Good morning, oh dear. Good morning, oh dear. Nikki Lewis, good morning. JJ and MH, good morning. Jamie, glad to have you aboard. Be strong, all of you. Jean Lewis, Jeannie Lewis. Jeannie, I'm going to get it one of these. Jeannie Lewis, good morning. Kelly, good morning, Kelly. Glad to have you here. Thoughts and prayers with everyone. Pioneer, Jillian Maxwell, good morning. Good morning. Are we ready for the BS show? I have so much white privilege. I don't even have to ask for Project Wide Awake monitoring. You're just lucky, blessed, you know. What's that Project Wide Awake stuff? Trish Lund, good morning. So we'll get this lined up here so that we can do that. How's everybody today? Please share. I think, yeah, if we got the right one here, yeah. I believe so. There we go. There we go. Chat. CK, you mean we're ready for the BS week? Well, we're going to have 2 weeks. 2 weeks. They've got it all pre-planned. They had it pre-planned since in the can since the beginning. Because why could you tell everybody what's in advance 2 weeks ahead of time if you say that you can't do it except until Friday for the next following week? Oh, oops. That's because you already had it done. So hopefully everybody's just going to be calm, cool, and collected. Not show any of that toxic masculinity. Because then they'll say, well, you know what? We don't need this anymore. And then the documents dry up. That would be very unfortunate. All these documents keep coming out with new good stuff. Are you guys finding new good stuff? They stick her on Friday. Well, she just will be there. She will be there on Friday. 2 weeks of this. Yep, there's 2 weeks. 2 weeks lined up. Already all planned. It's very good. It was already there. It's almost like it was planned. I like to comment about, what was that? Convenient timing on somebody's part there. Cucumbers. Oh, yes. Very convenient. Unless she has COVID. Masks? Is she going to be wearing a mask? I'm interested in Brenda tomorrow, for sure. I'm very interested in all this stuff, but hey, don't you have to prove what you're talking about before you start talking about it? That would be part of probably the way that reasonable, logical people work. Robert, good morning. Good morning. I haven't held proceedings on a Friday ever. Yes, that is a very special thing. That's usually not the way that inquiries work. No Fridays. So, The webcast has not yet started. I like these warnings. Warnings, whatever. You can share your suggestions. No, full week, full next 2 weeks. And then 4 days the following week with hierarchy. Chris starts it, or Darren starts it off. 2 days of Darren. Got that all planned too. I guess at least not going to show is going to be very short and sweet on Friday. Wonder how long it will be. There'll be a break for sure. Lawyers are going to get to ask a few questions. They've submitted questions, and then I think they're probably going to do some follow-up, is what I heard from the media. So they'll probably submit some papers and a caucus, and then they'll have a little decision. That one's going to be a long break. Probably do that over lunch. So obvious what their agenda is. No one believed Brenda before, so can't expect. Very interesting. Evidence. Inquiry. Lisa needs a week. At least She's the most important witness, and I believe has to firmly establish that she was not involved that night. That's the way it's got to be done with the police department. Interesting, Ivani refers to her as a suspect. Several people do, and then all of a sudden she's not. I believe that's all based on Brown and Melanson. Nothing going on there. My guess is that two.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will commence in 2 minutes, and just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
Sorry about that. Oh my. MCC backwards. Yes. Huh? I like the hat. Ah. Sharp eye, though. Very sharp eye. Andrew, good morning. Good morning. 19 of history and a few hours of work. On again, off again. On again, off again. I think I saw that somewhere. On again, off again. Separate bedrooms. Yeah, this is good. Fear theater dude's voice better. Yeah, you do? You like the theater dude's voice? Where's Mr. Burl? Anybody notice Mr. Burl is just kind of in the wind? Where's he at these days? I don't know. Maybe the heat is getting hot. Morning to all, says Andrew. Burl's on summer vacation. He had a nice tan already. Is that it? He's on vacation? Was reading offender summary last night. He was certainly known. Which report are you talking about, CK? He's letting the females take over. Yes, maybe he was feeling that white privilege needed to step aside. Or maybe he quit. Maybe working on the tan. He was toxic. Morning, Paul. Brother Paul.
Good morning. The proceedings of the Mass Casualty Commission are now in session with Commissioner Michael McDonald, Commissioner Leanne Fitch, and Commissioner Kim Stanton presiding.
Bonjour, bienvenue. Hello and welcome. We join you from Mi'kma'ki, the ancestral and unceded territory of the Mi'kmaq. Prior to proceedings today, we were grateful to welcome Elder Marlene Companion of the Halibu Mi'kmaq First Nation, who came into the space to cleanse it through smudging and to say a prayer that proceedings will continue with positive energy and open hearts. As we do every day, please join us in remembering those whose lives were taken, those who were harmed, their families, and all those affected by the April 2020 mass casualty in Nova Scotia. This week is directed in our mandate. We will examine the role of gender-based and intimate partner violence in the mass casualty. We will learn more about the violence of the perpetrator directed towards many people prior to the mass casualty, including his common-law spouse, Lisa Banfield, who we will hear from later this week. Since March, Ms. Banfield has participated in 5 lengthy interviews with the Commission and voluntarily shared evidence key to the Commission's independent investigation. The interviews provide a large amount of information and detail on a variety of subjects, including the violence, coercion, and control she experienced during her long relationship with the perpetrator and her experiences as the first target of his violence on April 18, 2020. As per our practice during proceedings, Commission Counsel will highlight the related information as part of the foundational documents being presented this week and next, including one about the perpetrator's violence towards Ms. Banfield that will be shared on Wednesday. Additionally, given Ms. Banfield's unique situation as both a factual witness to the events and as one of the most affected, we are of the view that it is necessary to hear from her directly in person, and we will do so in Friday's proceedings. Throughout this week, we hope to gain further insights into how and why the mass casualty happened, including risk factors, warning signs, and potential interventions that may inform recommendations to help make our community safer in the future. While we hope to continue gathering information and answers this week, we must also recognize that there are some things about what, why, and how things happened that we will never fully know. We recognize that despite our rigorous approach to seek answers and the important information people continue to share, the fact remains that the perpetrator is not here to account for his actions. Again this week, we know that the information revealed will be especially difficult for people to hear, including those affected by violence or abuse, both directly and indirectly affected by the mass casualty. With that in mind, we encourage everyone in the room and watching from home to continue engaging with proceedings in ways that are compassionate and helpful for our work. As we have said, the Commission is not a criminal or civil court. It is our responsibility to ensure proceedings remain respectful, constructive, humane, and in order to get the best information to inform change to help keep people safer in the future. Please remember, if the subject matter is too difficult in the moment, you can always take a break if needed. The documents being shared and the discussions occurring at our roundtables and with witnesses will be available on our website for viewing at a later date at your convenience. If you are here in person, please reach out to our dedicated mental health team who are available here on site as always if you or someone near you require help. Additionally, a reminder for our online viewers, as always, everyone is welcome to contact the support services listed on our website. Today we'll begin by hearing from two expert witnesses, Drs. Tristan Bridges and Tara Lee Tober, who will discuss their commission reports on the mass shootings and masculinity. Commission Counsel will then share a foundational document focused on violence within the perpetrator's family. After that, Dr. Deborah Doherty will join us as an expert witness to discuss family violence and gender-based violence with a particular focus on rural communities in Atlantic Canada. I will now ask Senior Commission Counsel Emily Hill to introduce today's first witnesses. Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you. As Commissioner Fitch has said, my name is Emily Hill. I'm a member of the Commission Counsel team. We will begin this morning with a witness panel, and we're joined remotely by Dr. Tristan Bridges and Dr. Tara Lee Tober. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I know that you're in California and it's very early there, so thank you for making yourselves available. Madam Registrar, could I ask that you affirm the witnesses?
Dr. Tober, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Dr. Bridges, do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do as well.
Thank you.
We are starting this week with a discussion about this report because it provides a helpful overview about the phenomena of mass casualty events, how they are studied and understood. The report also explores links between mass casualties, guns, and masculinity. This morning we will be dealing with three documents: the commissioned report, Mass Shootings and Masculinity, which has already been made an exhibit, Exhibit P-001103, and is available on our website. I'd also like to have two exhibits marked now. First, the curriculum vitae of Tristan Bridges, which is COM 0059737, Madam Registrar.
And that's Exhibit 3332.
Thank you. And the CV of Tara Lee Tober, COM 0059738.
3333.
Thank you. Commissioners, I will just briefly review the CVs of Dr. Tober and Dr. Bridges. I have provided the participants with the qualification terms, and I haven't heard that there's any objection. We will be asking that you qualify them as experts, basically with regard to the content of the report. What constitutes a mass casualty event? The published research about other mass casualty events, including identifying gaps within the scholarly and policy literature, their work to establish a registrar of mass shootings in the United States, and the relationship between masculinity and mass violence. So I would ask now, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up the CV of Dr. Bridges. Thank you. Dr. Bridges, I'm just going to ask you a few questions about your CV. First of all, I see that you are currently the associate professor in sociology at the University of California, Santa Barbara. Is that correct?
Yes.
I see that you have an appointment to be the vice chair of that department from 2022 to 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
I see that you obtained a PhD. Can you explain where and when you received that PhD?
Yeah, at the University of Virginia in the United States, also in 2011 in sociology.
And you have co-authored 3 books, according to your CV. Is that correct?
Yes.
I see that you have authored and co-authored many papers in peer-reviewed journals and book chapters. I won't take you through them all, but just to highlight a few that are particularly relevant to our discussion this morning. The first article listed, so I presume that is perhaps one of your most recent articles, is entitled "To Provide or Protect Masculinity, Economic Insecurity, and Protective Gun Ownership in the United States." Can you just describe very briefly that publication?
Sure. That's that's based on field experiment data. So people were asked a variety of questions, both gun owners and a group we identify as prospective gun owners. And in that paper, we were asking the extent to which men experiencing economic struggles might be more likely and more supportive of gun ownership, or might be more willing to say that they'd be interested in purchasing guns if they didn't own one. And we did find that, and why we were able to publish it is that we also found that it wasn't just people who are parents and partners, but it was men more generally who experienced economic downturn were more supportive of gun ownership, regardless of whether or not they were married or had children.
Thank you. If we could turn to page 3 now.
Sorry, I'm just going to ask if the tech folks could raise the volume on the monitors for us up front. It's a little bit difficult to hear. Thank you.
Thanks. The first book chapter listed is a chapter entitled Mass Shootings and American Masculinity, and it looks like that was published in a book called Mass Shootings Research. If I got that correct?
Yes, I think that book's not published yet, but it's coming out.
And at the bottom of the page, there's another chapter called Mass Shootings, Masculinity, and Gun Violence as Feminist Issues. That was a chapter that you published in a book?
Yes.
And on the next page, in the middle of the page, an article, or apologize, a book chapter entitled Mass Shootings and Masculinity in a book called Focus on Social Problems, A Contemporary Reader. I've got that correct?
Yes.
And finally, turning to page 7, there's a list of work that's under review and in preparation. And I see that the second article is an article called Database Discrepancies in Understanding the Burden of Mass Shootings in the United States, 2013 and 2020, which is under review at the Lancet Regional Health. Can you just speak very briefly about that piece of research?
Sure. Dr. Tober and I and our research assistant, Melanie Brazel, took the 5 most commonly relied upon data sets to make claims about how prevalent mass shootings are in the United States. And we took all of the incidents in all 5 of those, and we asked how much overlap there was between the different data sets to see the extent to which research relying on different data sets and policy recommendations relying on different data sets might be using different samples. I think there were a total of something like 3,500 incidents that were in at least one of the 5 databases. And the paper reports on a finding that only 25 incidents were in all 5 of the databases. So there are large discrepancies between what's included in the different databases.
Thank you. So we may talk a little bit more about that later in our conversation. I'll turn now to the CV of Dr. Tober, Madam Registrar. Dr. Tober, you are currently a lecturer in the Department of Sociology at the University of California, Santa Barbara?
Yes.
And you've held that position since 2017?
Yes.
You have also, I understand, obtained a PhD. Where and when did you obtain that PhD?
I received my PhD in sociology from the University of Virginia in 2013.
And in a review of the publications related to the topic that we're discussing this morning, is it fair to say that you are an author or co-author, generally speaking, with Dr. Bridges and sometimes others?
Yes.
Okay, so rather than review all of the articles that we've just gone through, but you've contributed significantly to that work and were a co-author on the papers that I previously took Dr. Bridges through.
Yes.
Okay, and that includes the article that's currently under review about database discrepancies regarding mass shootings.
Yes.
Thank you. So, commissioners, I would ask that Drs. Tober and Bridges be qualified as experts, as I have previously set out.
Yes, yes, thank you so much, Ms. Hill, and they are so qualified. Thank you.
I would now like to turn to your report. Commissioner Stanton, are you able to hear all right now? Has that been corrected?
Yes, thank you. It's better. Thank you.
So I'm just going to ask you to take us through some of the findings of your report and some of the research that you've conducted or reviewed. I'll just start by asking if there is a common definition of mass shooting incidents in the fields that study these events.
Do you want me to start with that? Sure. So there sort of is. There's been an attempt to make a common definition, but as we write in our report, it's sort of unevenly applied. So if there were a common definition to defining mass shootings in the literature, most of the scholarship uses some sort of what Dr. Tober and I call a fatality threshold to identify incidents. And that means that a certain number of people have to have been killed in an incident for it to qualify. Most of the existing research says that that number should be 4. Most research suggests that mass shooting incidents are only those that include a single shooter. And lots of research suggests that the incident has to take place in a single location. Those Those facts, though, get a little sticky when you try to apply them to large groups of incidents, which is why we see a lot of discrepancies between databases. But then it's also true that not all databases use all of those criteria to define incidents. Some databases suggest that rather than fatalities, we should use injuries. So regardless of how many people were killed, if a significant number of people were shot and injured, that's sufficient to include them. Lots of databases include incidents with more than one individual, even when they suggest that only a single individual should be included. So there are a few incidents, for instance, in the United States that got a lot of media attention that involved more than one shooter. And some databases have a little clause in defining incidents where they'll say, we only include incidents with a single individual, except in cases X, Y, and Z. And so there kind of is a common definition, but it's very poorly applied. And as a result, the claims that are being made just end up using radically different samples of incidents to make those claims.
So you identified a number of fatalities and whether it's fatalities or injuries and whether there is more than one shooter as some of the variables that you see in different definitions. Do I understand that some of those aspects originate from an FBI definition that sort of started if I understood that correctly?
Yes. So the FBI is sort of started, the FBI has different categories of killings. So there are active shooter incidents, there are spree killings, there are serial killings. And so all of these have sort of different aspects that, makes one serial versus spree. And it all has to do with the number of shooters, how many locations the incident happens, whether it happens over a period of time or there's a so-called cooling off period. And so that sort of has become the default, that sort of FBI spree, with the fatality threshold, the 4 fatalities, that's sort of became the official, the definition that lots of media and lots of research has used. It's interesting though, because it often excludes any domestic violence incidents. And that's sort of an issue with the definition. So if a person comes home and attacks every member of their family, and it is more than 4 fatalities, that still doesn't count as a mass shooting incident. Similarly, gang violence is also not included. So if, in a city situation, right, where you have a shooter and it's considered gang violence, that is often also not included as a mass shooting in many of the databases.
2 incidents of violence that happened in the United States with a very high profile, so we're aware of them in Canada. One would be Columbine, and one would be the shooting in a school in Sandy Hook. Can you talk about how those incidences do or don't fit within definitions that are commonly used?
Sure. So the Columbine shooting doesn't fit because there were 2 shooters. So most of the time, according to the definition, they're looking for cases with a single shooter. Now, sometimes, so an example that we point to in the report is the database that was put together in the media outlet Mother Jones. They make an exception for Columbine because you had 2 shooters entering a school and shooting, but many databases wouldn't include that one because there were 2 shooters. In the Sandy Hook example, that one is interesting because there's a couple reasons why that one might not be included. It happens at multiple locations, and it also started with domestic violence because he shot and killed his mother and then went to the school. And so in tech, according to the commonly used definition, Sandy Hook would not even qualify as a mass shooting.
At a very high level, why does it matter how we define this sort of phenomena? Why is it important for you and your research to explore this idea of definitions?
I would say it's very important because we need to be able to just the basic, we need to be able to count them, right? So before we can study them, understand them, figure out the patterns, we need to know how many there are, like when and where this is occurring, how often it's occurring. And without a clear definition, that's just not possible. Tristan, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I completely agree with Dr. Tober. I think it's it seems like a silly issue. Counting the number of mass shootings sounds like it should be something relatively straightforward. But unless we're all using the same definition, we'll end up with different numbers. And we're talking about events that are relatively rare. And so almost no matter how you define it, the sample that you're going to get is only so large. But if we're using different definitions, then we're going to find different pools of events that we look to search for patterns, to ask, why is this happening, to search for answers. And if we're not using the same definitions, then we're going to come up with different patterns because we're not being socially scientific about it.
And I think you say in your report that most data sets, the majority of data sets, are under-inclusive. Is that correct?
Yeah, we feel that it would be better to define incidents in ways that don't arbitrarily exclude incidents for failing to meet criteria that may have been defined initially for different purposes. So if we're borrowing a definition from the FBI might have really good reason for segregating events with a certain number of victims that happen in public that cannot be associated with family or domestic violence or gang violence. But whether or not those reasons are good for scholars who are studying these things and making policy recommendations, that's something else. So we advocate for a wider definition that will allow us to include all of the incidents that are like these things. And then we can apply that more conservative definition if we want to say, is that group of these incidents actually meaningfully different from this larger population? We don't know the answer to that question because scholars have sort of failed to examine the larger population.
For those of us in Canada, I guess based on what you've just said, could you answer today, or could a researcher answer today the question, how many mass shootings occurred in Canada in the last year or 5 years or 10 years? Is that a question that could be answered easily?
I bet you can find someone who will answer it. One thing that we've learned is that if you get 10 scholars of mass shootings in a room and ask them all how many mass shootings happened last year in a society, you're most likely to get 10 different answers. So it's not an unanswerable question, but whenever someone answers that question, how common are these things? Are they becoming more frequent, etc.? We should be paying careful attention to the definitions that they're using and the data that's actually available.
To understand a little bit more about what different people might mean when they say how frequently mass shootings occur, or whether they are or are not becoming more frequent, I wonder if I could ask Madam Registrar for you to bring up Figure 1 on page 9. This figure shows two graphs. The one on the left is entitled Frequencies of Mass Shootings, 1983 to 2013. And on the left-hand side, we see a number of mass shootings listed, and on the bottom, a number of lists of countries. And on the right, rates of mass shootings with the same countries listed. I'm wondering if you can talk about what we mean by frequencies and rates and what this data shows us.
Sure, I can speak a little about that. So here, Dr. Tober and I graphed the same data. These are numbers of incidents that were collected by this scholar who's cited in the source here, Frederick Lemieux. He was looking to obtain cross-cultural comparison. So he wanted to compare numbers of shootings in different societies around the world, and his sample encompasses the years 1983 to, I think it said 2013 on the figure. And we've presented the data in two ways. The figure on the left that's entitled frequencies is just giving a raw count of the number of incidents. And there you can see the United States looks like this extreme outlier with almost 80 incidents, according to the count by Frederick Lemieux, in the time period compared with all the others. So that's just showing the actual numbers of incidents. Lots of scholarship on things like this. So for instance, on violent crime, when comparing societies, won't use the actual numbers of incidents, but they'll use the rate of incident. That is, how common is this incident compared with how many people there are in the population? And so we've taken the same list of societies and used populations for 2013 to give you a rate of mass shootings according to Frederick Lemieux's data. And there the data look really different. So here it's common in demographic research to present rates per 100,000 in a population. If something's really rare, we might display it as we have here per 1 million people in a population. So the figure on the right is showing you how many mass shootings have happened per 1 million population, people in that population for the time period. And what you can see there is the United States is a much larger society than the rest of these nations. And as a result, it starts to look more average. So the logical question to ask here, we think, is which one of these figures is more correct, or which one of these figures is a better representation? And we argue that frequency is often, with mass shootings, the better figure to use. We rely on medical research, actually, on something common in medical research to make that claim. When a certain disease lacks a high enough prevalence in a society, then medical scholarship disregards rates as meaningful, because they say if it's not common enough in a society, then we can't really say that the rate is meaningful. We're better off talking about individual cases, frequencies. With mass shootings, regardless of how they're defined, frequency might be a better way of asking how common is this in our society, just giving a raw count of numbers.
So I just want to make sure I've understood you. So you're saying that in the same way that understanding a very rare disease might be better understood by looking at frequency rather than rate, because it's an unusual thing. That is the same with mass shootings, because they are a relatively rare event. Have I understood you correctly?
Correct. Yeah, that's exactly right.
And I'm wondering if you can just, you've spoken about where the United States lands on these two charts. If you could also just highlight where Canada is on this.
Sure. Canada's an interesting case. I mean, it's sort of in the middle on the figure on the right. On the left, I mean, most nations, given a really strict definition of mass shootings, just don't experience very many. So in Frederick Lemieux's sample, for instance, Canada had less than 10 incidents between the years 1983 and 2013. On the right, Canada looks a little bit more prevalent, but if we just compare it to the United States, right, they look about half as common in Canada as they are in the United States on the figure on the right when we talk about rates. But when we're looking at raw data, the actual numbers here, the United States in Lemieux's sample had more than twice as many incidents as all of the other nations in his sample combined. So just comparing Canada and the United States is instructive, I think, because I think most people would agree that the figure on the left better represents the difference in numbers of mass shootings between the United States and Canada than the figure on the right.
Thank you. Can you explain what your research shows about whether mass casualties or mass shootings are increasing in frequency?
So that's actually a difficult question to answer because we have this problem with definitions. So I think sometimes scholars in our field, rather than discussing, the events and maybe the patterns, we're often sort of squabbling over this exact question. Like, are they increasing, with some people saying no, when we define them this way as one shooter in a, one location with 4 or more fatalities, they're actually somewhat stable. And or they're not necessarily increasing. But then if you use a definition like ours that we're using in our data set, that tells a very different story. So if you're looking at cases where 4 or more people are just shot and not necessarily killed, that data tell a very different story where, we have cases. So very telling, there was a case in a shopping mall where 16 people were shot and no one died, which was great. But again, that's another example where it does not count as a mass shooting, even though 16 people were shot in a public place by a single individual. And so when you're looking at, so basically to answer the question whether or not they are increasing, it just depends on how you define them.
In terms of one definition, Madam Registrar, if you could bring up on page 12, figure 2, which is titled Frequency of, and it's in quotes, active shooter incidents in the United States 2000 to 2020. And so I'm wondering if you can talk about, referencing your earlier comments, that this.
I'm sorry, I have to pause for a moment. None of the stuff applies. She hasn't done any of her prep work at all. Spousal abuse is what you're talking about, and you're bringing in Columbine and incidents that have nothing related, and even they admit it.
And by injuries or fatalities, actually. The FBI designates active shooter incidents as public incidents where someone shows up with the intent to kill, to shoot and kill large numbers of people. Whether or not that actually gets carried out is another question. So these are incidents that might be mass shootings. If they're not, they're like mass shootings or could have become mass shootings. And they wanted to know how frequently are these things happening and has that been changing over time? We present this figure in the report as one way of answering the question, are mass shootings becoming more frequent? Suggesting that most of the evidence that we have suggests that they are becoming more frequent, or things like them are becoming more frequent. In fact, since this report was published, the 2021 data came out, and the FBI counted 61 incidents in 2021. So the number of active shooter incidents has sort of been steadily rising since they've been reporting it.
And can you extrapolate or draw any conclusions from this data about what we might see in Canada, or what we might understand about what's happening in Canada?
It's hard to do. Most scholars of mass shootings suggest that what's going on in the United States is just sort of an exaggeration of what's going on in the rest of the world. And so if I had to guess, based on the data that I know about Canada, I would say that it's likely that incidents like mass shootings are becoming more common in Canada as well. But I bet that the curve isn't quite as steep.
I'd like to move now to the part of your report where you talk about the importance of understanding gun culture in your research. And I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit about what do you mean by the term gun culture?
Sorry. Yeah, so as we started doing this research, we connected, Matt, one of our first questions was, we noticed immediately that mass shootings were disproportionately committed by men. And then we sort of started getting into the debate over guns and gun control and gun violence. But what we started to sort of realize was that there is that maybe a better, a potential explanation for, because it's happening in the United States, right? So it's not just necessarily about men or guns, but we sort of started making the argument that the United States has a particular gun culture, so that guns have have a certain meaning here that maybe doesn't exist quite in the same way in other places. So we sort of make the argument about this gun culture and different gun cultures in different societies.
Thank you. So trying to understand, I guess, a first building block of what you've just told us, is there a correlation, or can you comment on whether you've seen in the data a correlation between gun ownership at a population level and mass shootings?
Not really. Not as much as we would have suspected. That, and I'm going to sort of, I guess a caveat is that that's difficult in the United States because there's so much gun ownership that it becomes a little bit more of a difficult question to answer here maybe than in some other nations. But there was less correlation than we expected. And I guess it's important, I think, for people to hear when they hear that fact that we're not saying that, oh, this is not actually about guns. Obviously, you can't commit a mass shooting without a gun. But the meanings that people attach to guns and whether or not people own guns are actually separate things. And so we think it's really important to sort of to better understand how people make meaning out of guns, what people think guns are used for, how they understand them as valuable, and that may be a better predictor of where mass shootings occur than guns alone.
Just to understand a little bit more about what you say is perhaps not as much as a correlation as you would expect, I wonder if we could bring up figure 3 on page 16. And so this figure is international civilian-owned firearms rate. So on the left side, it says number of civilian-owned firearms per 100 people, and then again, a number of countries on the bottom. Can you just talk a little bit about this figure, and then I will ask to be brought up figure 4, which I think is related.
Sure. So this figure shows, and this is like slightly in contrast to what I just said, but this figure is just looking at the numbers or the rates, I should say, of civilian-owned firearms in different nations around the world. This figure is one that we show in our classes, I think, because it's important for American students, I think, to see this figure. The United States stands out internationally on rates of civilian-owned firearms in a couple ways. One is that we have more than twice the rate of civilian-owned firearms than any other nation in the world. And the other is that we're the only nation in the world that has more guns than people. So when you see that red bar rise above 100, that means this is showing rates per 100 people. So the best data that we have as of 2017 suggests that the United States has about 120 firearms, civilian-owned firearms per 100 people in the population. And we do know that nations with more guns tend to have more mass shootings. It's not entirely predictive though, because so Canada is the 6th most firearmed nation, according to these data. And yet the rates of mass shootings that have been experienced by Canada as compared with some of these other nations are not that much more than some that have far fewer or lower rates of gun ownership. So gun ownership absolutely is related to this. But part of what we wanted to get at in the report with bringing up gun culture is that it's just not the only factor.
Can you bring up figure 4, which is called gun-related killings as a proportion of all homicides in the USA and Canada 2020? So this, can you just talk a little bit about the comparison that this figure is showing?
I can speak about this one too, if that's okay. Yeah. So this figure is just looking at all homicides in both the United States and Canada based on the best data we have, and asking what share of those incidents involved firearms. In the United States, it's almost 80%, which means that almost 8 in 10 homicides in the United States included a firearm. In Canada, it's much lower. It's about 1/3 of incidents. Now, the best data that we have from Canada suggests that rates of homicide have been increasing, or that I think these data are something like a 15-year high or something, as we explained in the report. But the numbers of homicides in Canada are much lower. So it could be, there's sort of 2 things that could be going on here. One is that there may be a really different gun culture in Canada, and the reason that they have far fewer homicides is that you all have far fewer gun-related homicides, and that it's actually the gun-related homicides that you're missing. But it is, we use that as an indication that it's like clearly something different is going on. When people commit violent crimes in the United States, they're much more likely to use a firearm than they are in Canada.
And so if I understand what you're saying correctly, your inquiries into gun culture and the meaning of gun culture is partly prompted by the fact that you're not seeing a sort of perfect correlation between gun ownership at a population level and number of mass shootings and number of homicides. You're not seeing a perfect correlation. So if I've understood you correctly, that means there must be some other variable or some other factor involved, not just number of guns. Have I got that right?
That's right.
And so that's true for Canada as well. I think you say in your report that Canada's experienced a similar number of mass shootings to countries that have a much lower levels of gun ownership.
Correct.
And so moving now to the discussion about gun culture, I think you said earlier that this is about understanding what guns mean or what guns are understood to mean. You talk in your report about an instrumental approach to understanding guns. Can you talk about what that means?
Do you want to take this one, Dr. Tober?
Sure, I can take, so when we talked about an instrumental approach, so we started thinking about what guns mean. So historically, the United States has a particular history and a particular, guns have a particular meaning here. And so, excuse me, I'm sorry, 1 second.
Take a moment, no problem.
Dr. Bridges, can you?
So the meanings, I think you asked, can you repeat the question? What is the instrumental perspective, instrumental approach?
Yeah.
The instrumental approach, so in the report, we summarized this sort of very popular refrain that was made popular by the National Rifle Association in the United States, that guns don't kill people, people kill people. And that refrain treats guns and problematic things done by guns as sort of separable, that we can say, well, a gun is just a tool. And so if anything wrong is done with it, then we shouldn't look at the gun, we should look at the person holding the gun. And that's a sort of instrumental approach to looking at what guns are, what they mean. We date it back to this instrumental approach was actually first popularized by the psychologist, Maslow, who you probably have heard the phrase, if you're carrying a hammer, the entire world looks like nails. And this comes from Maslow, that when holding a hammer, nails and nail-like things start to kind of come into sharp relief. All of a sudden, you see the world differently when you're holding a hammer. And we make a similar argument with guns, that treating guns as though they're just instruments is misguided. That guns have a similar transformative effect, that when someone's holding a gun, it changes the way they look at the world, and it changes the way that the world looks at them. So they're not just instruments, they're something more.
In your paper, you say that firearms do not mean the same thing everywhere. And I'm wondering what you mean by that.
Yeah, so, there's some scholars will point to, they'll look at gun ownership and they'll look at the difference between the ownership of handguns versus long guns, for example. And sort of this idea that long guns might be, and certain types of shotguns are more used for hunting, right? So you can think about rural areas with strong hunting cultures, and that guns and gun safety, guns just mean something very different versus handgun, the ownership of many handguns, or even what have come to be called assault rifles, and sort of the meanings attached to those types of guns and what they're used for being really different from sort of the long gun.
And just to build on that a little bit, so to suggest that guns mean different things in different locations, that's like one way that scholars have suggested, for instance, that the gun culture of Canada as a nation might differ from the gun culture in the United States. The average gun owner in the United States is much more likely to own a handgun, where the average gun owner in Canada is much more likely to own a long gun. And that alone doesn't tell us about what guns mean to those people, but those guns have really different uses, and they suggest that there might be different average meanings of guns in different societies.
And do those meanings shift over time?
They do, and what they have in the United States, gun culture is a sort of young term in sociology. And the scholar David Yamani, who we cite in the report, who sort of first introduced this concept in sociology, suggested that gun culture in the United States had shifted radically over time, and that a really important shift took place in the 1970s, where guns shifted from something understood as associated with sports and recreation to something being understood as much more about armed self-protection. And the meaning shifted, right? They weren't about playing anymore, and weren't quite understood as tools of quite the same sort. All of a sudden, a shift happened that David Yamani traces, where he argues that guns are being understood as used for defensive, self-protective purposes. We do, and maybe you're going to ask about this shortly, but the other thing that so far, most scholarship that looks at gun cultures in different nations has sort of suggested that gun cultures kind of evenly blanket all of the people in a nation. And I think that's actually, Dr. Tober and I think that that's probably because it's just a young concept, that when we get down into a population, it's probably a lot messier than that, which suggests that there are probably different gun cultures in different nations, and that there are probably different meanings attached to guns in different parts of different nations as well.
So building on that, I think I'd like to move now to the part of your report that talks a little bit about the research that you've done on data sets in the United States. And so I'm just wondering if you can explain, because we've had this conversation about problems with definitions, if you can explain what definition you used in your research to think a little bit more about gun cultures in the United States.
Yeah, so are you asking what definition we use to categorize, to identify mass shootings?
Yes, yeah, thanks.
So we look at cases where 4 or more people are shot. And so that instead, so we did not make a fatality threshold. Instead, we include cases where, we just had I guess, number of people shot and we limited it to at least 4 people shot in a certain situation. We also include cases of domestic violence, which is something that happens, I think, more, it doesn't get nearly, like gang violence does not get as much media attention. Again, I mentioned earlier, these are cases where a person may come home or might kill all the members of their family. So we include those cases of domestic violence, and we also include gang violence in our data set. And what we're able to do with the way we've built our data is, if we're interested in pulling out a specific type, like maybe what you might think of as public, shootings that happen in a grocery store or a school or something like that, versus gang violence versus domestic violence, we can sort of isolate those cases. But we thought that it was really important to sort of get a sense of how often these mass types of violence are occurring just in general. And then, even though the different types may sort of have different causes, potentially different, solutions, they may point to very different types of social problems in our society. But we're sort of just trying to get a general overview of just a general count, right, which has been such a challenge.
And I'll also add to that, we also include incidents including 1 to 2 shooters, and we allow there to be a cooling off period. So we allow, some of the incidents in our database, for instance, someone was shot one day, not caught, and then the shooter inflicted more violence on the next day. That's something that would not be included in lots of databases because there's this cooling off period. It might be classified, for instance, by the FBI as a spree killing, and we include incidents like that as well.
And so, if I got it right, that the consequence of using a broader definition in terms of allowing for more than one shooter, allowing for that time period to pass, and allowing the inclusion of individuals who perhaps were shot but were not killed, gives you a bigger data set to work with. Have I understood that correctly?
Yeah, if you want to find out what the way I explain to my students in class sometimes is, if I want to know the average height of the student population at my university, if I have 25 students that are randomly selected and I say, what's the average height of this student? Do you think I have the average height of the average university student based on those 25? I'm much more likely to get a number, to be able to sort of figure out a number that's closer to reality if I have a bigger sample. And the same is true here, that if we have a larger sample of incidents, then those that are really weird and outliers won't sort of count as much when we're looking at different sorts of patterns. So a larger population of incidents is really important when looking for patterns.
And I understand that in your research, one of the patterns you were looking to see if you could learn more about in this data set was about whether there were different gun cultures in different parts of the United States. Is that right?
That's correct.
So maybe we could bring up figure 5 on page 23. And this is called frequency of mass shootings by state compared to rates of gun ownership. And I think this is building on your observation earlier that there's not a perfect correlation between gun ownership and rates of mass shootings. And I'm wondering if you can just talk a little bit about what this data shows. And you might need to explain some of the state initials, because we may not be as familiar with those in Canada.
Good for you. So each of the dots here is an individual state in the US. So we haven't labeled all of them. We just sort of labeled a collection that are interesting. The data are a little messy. what it means when you're looking at a dot at the far left of this figure. The farther left you move, the less mass shootings they had. And we're looking at our data and definition here between the years 2013 and 19. So you can see already when we compare this with Frederick Lemieux's data that we reported on earlier, we have a lot more cases than Lemieux does. So if you go the farthest to the right and you see the initials CA, that's California. California in our data set had just a little bit more than 250 incidents between the years 2013 and 19. And if you look along the left side of the figure, that's saying what percent of California's population are gun owners. So if gun ownership were really the primary or the only explanation for mass shootings, then we would expect this figure to sort of slope in an opposite direction that it does. We would expect that as more mass shootings were present in a society, or as the rate of gun ownership went up, the number of mass shootings would also go up. But that's not actually what we see here. In fact, the states with the highest level of gun ownership in the United States are those in the top left corner of this figure. That's Alaska, Montana, and Wyoming. And all of them had virtually no mass shootings. Now, all three of those states have smaller populations. And here we're looking at frequencies, so actual numbers of mass shootings. But Dr. Tober and I found this really interesting. Those are also the states that kind of hover in the top left of the graph. They all have some of the largest rural populations of states in the United States. This is a figure that we use to suggest that, not to suggest that guns have nothing to do with mass shootings, but gun ownership alone is an insufficient explanation for this type of gun violence.
And there's another figure, figure 6 on the next page. And if I understand correctly, the difference between this and the figure before, figure 5 is about gun ownership and figure 6 is about guns per capita. Do I have that right?
Yeah, this is hard. It's hard to count guns in societies. The United States is an outlier here as well, but this is looking at the number of guns per 1,000 people in states. And so here again, we would expect if so the last figure was looking at sort of like what percentage of people own guns. This figure is asking how many guns per 1,000 people are just present in a state from the data that we have. And this figure too doesn't sort of, the shape of the data is not the one that you would expect, I think. So if it were only guns, more guns, meaning more mass shootings, if that alone were a sufficient explanation, then we would expect as the number of guns per 1,000 people rises, we would expect the number of mass shootings to also rise, but the data have a sort of different shape than that as well.
So again, just making sure that I understand correctly, for example, Wyoming on the top left of that shows very high number of guns per 1,000 people, but a very few number of mass shootings, in contrast to California and Illinois, if I got that right, on the bottom of the chart showing quite a high frequency of mass shootings and a lower number of guns per 1,000 people.
That's correct.
And so now, having sort of explained your data set and I think the reason why you might be looking to understand some other explanations for the data that you're seeing, I'd like to now turn to the part of your report that focuses on mass shootings and gender. In your report, you say that gun ownership, gun-related fatalities, and gun violence are all gendered phenomena. And I wonder if you can just explain why you make that statement.
I can start with this part and you can do the second part, Dr. Tober, if that's okay. Yeah. So to suggest that something's a gendered phenomenon in this case means that we see a disproportionate number of people engaging in a behavior that belong to a specific gender. So when gender criminologists, for instance, suggest that certain crimes are quote unquote gendered and gendered masculine or gendered feminine, what they're seeking to explain is why there's a disproportionate number of men or women who commit such a crime. When we say that mass shootings are gendered masculine, when mass shootings happen, we're often contacted by media professionals to say, what's going on? There's no pattern. Like, how can you make sense of this? One of the things that we do know is that it's basically half the population that's committing all of the mass shooting incidents, no matter how they're defined. I think in our database, we have about 4,000 incidents now, and it's a handful that are not committed by men. I think there are 11 of them. And so there's sort of two ways that can be explained. I think sometimes people will lean on biologically deterministic explanations and say, maybe men are just more prone naturally to this sort of violence. We actually don't have any evidence to suggest that that's true. And if that were true, then we would expect men to lean on this sort of violence in societies all around the world in similar rates, but that's not the case. So to say that they're gendered masculine or that they're gendered crimes means that we have to take gender seriously. We don't know as much as we should about incidents like this, but one of the things that we do know is that virtually all of them have been inflicted by men. And so we should ask, what is it about masculinity that is related to these crimes? That's what we mean by gendered.
Dr. Tober, did you also want to comment on that? I wasn't sure.
Oh, no, I think we were waiting for me to ask more about the American men gun culture and gun culture. I think I'll take that.
Okay. If you want to talk about that now, that's fine. Yeah.
Sure. So scholars who look at sort of American gun culture over time talk about it starting as sort of a tool used on the frontier for protection, and certainly our Revolutionary War started with people who owned guns and rose up against the British. And then that this gun culture sort of changed, evolved to one of more sport and recreation. And then they sort of point to a later shift, somewhat in the 1970s, 1980s here, to sort of people owning guns for self-defense. And now that is when survey research and we ask gun owners, why do you own a gun? They say, some people will say, smaller percentages will say for sport, for recreation, for hunting, but the vast majority, about 2/3, right, will say that they own a gun for protection. And of course, this is something that is happening in the past couple of years, we have seen a rise in violent crime, but we've sort of seen a steady decline in violent crime and violence in the United States since the 1990s. But yet this is, consistently why people say that they want a gun, they would like to own a gun, right? And it's this right that's sort of defined in our Constitution, and that they need a gun for protection.
And I think in your paper, you talk about that, the phenomena you've just described as the cultural explanation, explaining the cultural connection between masculinity and mass shootings. And if I've got it right, and you tell me if I don't, that's one part of sort of how you connect masculinity and guns. The other part being social psychological explanations. I'm out of my depth here in terms of my scholarly knowledge, so tell me if I have that wrong. But if I do have it right, that you've explained sort of a cultural meaning that's ascribed to guns in your past comments, I'm wondering if you can now talk about the other aspect, which is this social psychological explanation.
Yeah, so the social psychological explanation has to deal a little bit more with masculinity threat. And if Dr. Bridges, you want to take that.
Sure. So we have this two-part explanation of why mass shootings happen so much more commonly in the United States. And Dr. Tober has just explained part two, which is the cultural explanation. And basically, we break a question that's commonly asked: why are American men committing mass shootings so much, into two questions. One question is, why are men doing this at such higher rates than others? And the second question is, why American men? Dr. Tober explained why American men. We have a gun culture that's internationally unique, I think, in a way that is not something to be celebrated. The first question is sort of why men in the first place. And to provide an explanation for that, we rely on this body of scholarship that's come to be known as masculinity threat research. And basically, what that body of scholarship shows us is masculinity is a slippery term. It hasn't always been used. It's a relatively modern phenomenon. And when I teach my sociology of masculinity class, I ask students on the first day to define it. It's hard. It's hard to define. And so something, as we've talked about with mass shootings, that's hard to define is really hard to study. One way that we've learned that we can define slippery concepts like this is with social identity threat research. And to give you an idea of what this body of research shows, social identity threat research has argued and found in lots of different cases that if people have an identity that they care about, one that they feel passionate about, whether that's your gender identity or your racial identity or your class identity or your sexual identity. And if we find a way that to make that identity threatened and make you feel like your hold on that identity is a little bit more tenuous, there's a patterned reaction. People tend to respond by over demonstrating that identity, over demonstrating that they do in fact belong. And so masculinity threat research has done this by, in experiments, men are brought into labs, and they're given a gender identity test. And some of them are given gender confirming feedback. Some of them are told, you tested in the masculine range. And others are given gender disconfirming feedback. They're told, you didn't, you tested slightly in the feminine range. And then they're given a varieties of different sorts of tasks to respond to. And that helps us understand what masculinity is when we sort of experimentally take it away from groups of people and we look at what they reach for when we take it away. And that research is one of the ways that we've been able to connect masculinity and violence experimentally, because we've been able to show that men reach for violence when we take masculinity away from them. No one's ever done this related to mass shootings, but people have found, scholarship has shown, for instance, that men are more supportive of male supremacist statements after they've had their masculinity experimentally threatened. So men are more likely to support statements where they'll say, I believe that males are inherently superior to females, for instance, after their masculinity has been threatened. We found men are less likely to be able to identify sexually violent behavior as sexual violence if their masculinity has been threatened. And if they do identify it as sexual violence, they're more likely to blame victims. And we use that body of scholarship to instruct our understanding of why men might commit these crimes more, that they're actually gendered enactments, that the reason that we're seeing more men commit mass shootings is that mass shootings are understood as masculine in our culture.
And so in terms of the experiments that you've just described, where individuals, men are given a test and told you're either, you're in the range of normal for masculine or you're falling below, just to make sure I understand, there's no actual correlation between their answers to the questions. That's something that's designed within the experiment to pull out what kind of responses they will have to being given that challenge. Have I got that right?
Yeah, this is a sort of research that involves tricking participants. And so participants take a test that they think is meaningful, but they're just given feedback randomly. So some of them are told you're masculine and some of them are told you aren't, but it's not based on what they actually answered.
And you've talked a little bit about what responses you see, and I'm wondering if you can just say a little bit more about those responses when that challenge occurs, specifically with regard to guns.
Yeah, so there's less research on masculinity threat and guns than we would like. In the article that you asked me about initially when you were going over Dr. Tober and my CVs, the recent article that we published with Tara Warner and David Warner, we provide maybe one of the early bits of scholarship that suggests that guns might be used as a response to masculinity threat. Most masculinity threat research has taken place at the individual level. So we bring individual men into labs, threaten some of their masculinity, and then compare the behavior of those men to other men who we bring in whose masculinities were not threatened. And one of the things that we suggest in the article is that if we know there are things that are connected with masculinity, so for instance, we know that work and career in many cultures are connected with masculinity, an ability to sort of provide for oneself economically or for a family. If we know that those things are tied with understandings of masculinity, and all of a sudden circumstances are such that it makes it harder to accomplish that, makes it harder to provide, then it might be the case that the groups of people disproportionately affected by that, who are men, might seek to enact masculinity in other ways if they feel like their ability to provide is no longer available. They might seek other ways of demonstrating masculinity. And the scholarship on guns has suggested that a shift like this has taken place in the United States, that as provision has just become a little bit more difficult to enact for men. Dual learner couples are more common, economic recessions are happening, and as these things make it less likely that men are able to provide or able to provide more than a partner, research has suggested that
I'm taking men. Take notes on how to be a man. Tristan's telling you. I'm certainly writing it down.
Zooming in a little bit, I guess, away from guns, but just toward violence. I think what you've said is that violence in your report is a masculine resource in which men are more likely to rely when their masculinity has been challenged. Is that, you just talk a little bit more about that conclusion from the research that you've looked at?
Yeah, this is a conclusion that's been drawn in a bunch of different types of studies using different sorts of methods. When boys and men's masculinity is challenged, one response that's patterned is leaning to violence. And so in the report, we cite some qualitative scholarship on adolescent boys by James Messerschmidt, who is a scholar who coined the term masculinity challenges. That basically means like it's the same as masculinity threat. It's this idea that when someone feels that their claim to masculinity has been challenged in one way or another, what do they do? And James Messerschmidt also coined this concept in the same paper that he refers to as masculinity resources. And he argues that when a masculinity challenge occurs, masculinity resources are reached to for someone to sort of figure out what to do about that. And so we can learn a lot about what masculinity is when we look at how it behaves when it's being threatened. And all of the scholarship has sort of come to the same conclusion that there are different ingredients in what qualify as masculinity resources in different societies. Violence seems to be a key one that connects lots of societies right now.
You've talked about these two aspects of your answer to the question about why do we see so many mass shootings committed by American men. That one aspect of it is a cultural explanation, one aspect of it is a social psychological explanation. Is there anything else you want to say or explain about those two ideas or the connection between them that perhaps I haven't asked about?
Sure. So I think if you put these two pieces together, Dr. Bridges talked about sort of individual research, like how do these individual men respond to masculinity threats? And then gun culture is, in discussing sort of changing gun cultures is very broad. But if you take those two things and put them together, you can think about sort of the struggles that especially white men sort of perceive to be having or are having, right, in particular in the United States. So you can think about the loss of manufacturing in many of these areas, economic decline, just in general. So, the Great Recession, in 2008 disproportionately impacted sort of the jobs, and this idea that men are unable to sort of have that provider and protector role that they perceived that they had, sort of back, whenever, sort of this Mayberry 1950s sort of idea, right? So the scholar Jennifer Carlson talks about this nostalgia for, and I think some scholars might argue for a time that never actually existed, but the perception that there was this time where men could provide for and protect their families. And we do know that, there's a decline in wage, in real wages and the loss of manufacturing. So there's this sort of, masculinity threat that is happening sort of on a cultural level. And so part of the explanation, I think, is, or we argue, I should say, is that this is part of the reason why, or this is our explanation for why it is American men.
I think that you're saying that answering this question about why American men are committing mass shootings at such a high rate is about not simply about guns and not simply about masculinity, not simply about gun culture in the United States, but an intersection amongst them all. Have I got that right?
That's correct.
In terms of any other conclusions that you would have us draw from the research that you've done, is there anything else that you'd like us to understand, or you could point us to in terms of conclusions based on what you've read in the literature and in your own direct research?
We were talking about this just the other day, and I think culture can feel like a really fuzzy term that feels like something you can't use. But we've used this in the past to solve other types of dilemmas. So for instance, when it was widely agreed upon that the research showed that smoking was toxic for people, we didn't have to just change how cigarettes were sold. We needed to change the culture of smoking. And that was something I think that was accomplished, that around the world, we had to change the meaning of cigarettes, right? They had, like, the meaning of smoking had to shift, the culture of smoking. And so this is something that I think there is precedent for sort of looking at things like this. Culture is something that is changeable, but not until you agree that a certain cultural understanding of something might be problematic in the first place.
And just, I wonder if you can comment at all, and if you can't, that's all right, about what we might think about as, we in a different country, in a different setting, and looking at a particular mass shooting might be thinking about, or what you might point to us in your research as important. Particularly, as you know, our work is forward-looking. It's about making recommendations. And I wonder if you have any thoughts about that for our context.
So I think one thing that we think is really important is sort of coming up with a clearly defined definition of what this mass violence is, right? Coming up with a clear definition of what a mass shooting is and keeping track of them. So we argue for the United States, and we would argue, I think, for any country, that just knowing, right, how often and when these things are occurring is sort of a really important first step to addressing them as a social problem.
Yeah, I'm sure you're hearing from lots of experts as a part of this who are all telling you that we really don't know how many of these things are happening. We don't know how many are happening in the United States. We don't know how many are happening in Canada either. And a first step is coming up with a shared definition. And then Canada is in a position, I think, where they could set an international precedent by saying, let's collect data on these systematically and make those data publicly available and transparent, so that we can actually look at how common these things actually are. The first step is agreeing on a definition and agreeing to collect data in a meaningful way.
And is it fair to say that if that recommendation was taken up and we had a data set that we could agree on and look at, that your research would suggest that understanding cultural meanings around masculinity and around guns might be important to be examining, and understanding those psychological aspects that you've also raised, that looking at those questions with regard to the data available in terms of what is happening in Canada would be important fields of inquiry?
Yeah, I think you should collect as much data as you can on incidents like this. I think you should collect data on what guns were used, how the guns were acquired. You should collect data on whether or not if there's a manifesto, or if the shooter has tried to explain the event in some way. You should collect data on whether or not those explanations lean on gender in important ways. I think there should just be massive bodies of data. That it's one of those questions that just seems silly that we don't have better data on. In the report, we sort of write about how, on almost a day-by-day basis, we knew how many people were dying of COVID-19, which is incredible and involved international collaboration. But if you get 20 mass shooting scholars together and ask them how many people have died of a mass shooting in the last year, we don't know the answer to that. And that's just, it's a knowable number. We just have to agree on how to define them in the first place before we can know it.
Thank you. You've answered all the questions that I have. If there's anything, unless there's anything else that you particularly want to say that you haven't had a chance to say, what we'll do now is take a break, and it may be that some of the other council in the room have questions for you, or the commissioners may have questions for you.
Yes, it's Commissioner McDonald here. I don't know if you have a vantage point to see the panel, but thank you so much, Dr. Tober and Dr. Bridges. We, as Ms. Hill said, we will now take a break for 20 minutes, and our council will meet with council for the various participants and to see if there are any more questions for you. So we thank you so very much for your very important contribution so far. And if you can hang in for another 20 minutes or so, then we will likely have some more questions for you. So we'll break now for 20 minutes. Thank you. If you need more time, Ms. Hill, just let us know.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
Oh boy, that was just sad. I'm telling you. They couldn't, their study, he started off with, my study isn't even accepted. It's under review. The study has to do with all kinds of stuff. They're throwing anything that they can in there and then cherry picking the data out. What? What if any of those cases did apply? Spousal violence. How many? Spousal mass shooting of people who they beat up on their spouse, who didn't kill them, who said they were worried about them slipping in gas, and then went on to mass murder people. How many of those do they have for their I like the graphs. I'm drawing graphs like the RCMP with crayons. This is a joke. Cherry picking data, studies that aren't accepted. She doesn't even know. She's asking, like literally, Emily Hill asked questions about, well, how many mass shootings in Canada? Well, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe, I don't. You better be off asking somebody else. Huh? Where are these people? It's very good, the data that we found on I'm not weighing. I think anybody under the sun right now pretty much can concur that any of the information that came out under COVID is seriously in question at this point in time. It's all been, they're all reviewing it. all of the J-curve graphs, right? I don't know. Perhaps that shows up backwards on the camera. I don't know. But hot tub spousal violence is just real. Ask Brenda from the Fast and Freezies. There's an interesting note in Bent's notes about Brenda, I believe. Not I believe. There is. It owes me for funding. I take lessons from my drawing skills. This is the new breathalyzer test from the RCMP. Crayons. And I'm also taking notes, and I hope all guys are, on how to be a man. This is very important because Tristan knows how to be a man, and as does the other lady. I'm sorry, I forgot her name. What is her name again? She knows what it's like to be a man. So it's very Tara. That's right. Sorry, Tara Lee Tober. She's going to be back, I believe, tomorrow. Hopefully she'll have taken the test to make sure that she's in better shape. Seems like there's some problems over there. Maybe they're over at the hot tub. Who knows? Well, maybe we can throw this one out there for right now. Something a little bit to ponder on. How's this? In respect to tomorrow. I'm going to do a little bit more on it at lunch. Maybe we can do some research together. That would be good. Harlan Rushton. Oh, oops. Let's see here. Oop. Okay. Harlan Rushton's interview came out. Harlan lives down at the end of the road. And he's talking about, they're asking him about properties of Gabe's. And he said this, but this is just coming from Richard. He's talking about the house being burned down because apparently Richard Ellison and Harlan were at the Onslow Fire Hall together. Interesting to know. Anyway, didn't know that was part of that. Perhaps he was getting coffee. I'm not sure. They didn't ask him anything about that, funnily enough. I have been there. I don't know. I mean, Richard, he's talking about 200. And then there was this other house down there, almost right at the end of the road. Not right at the end of the road. There was a trailer like people had there. Who lives in a trailer down at the end of the road? Peter Griffin? Let's see. But next to it, there was a big log home there. There was a big log home there. Was, past tense. But something tells me he owned that. He, Gabriel Wortman. He bought that from those people in the military that lived down there one time. And they moved out. And I'm thinking he bought that, but I can't say for sure. Oh, might that explain the road to 193 from the warehouse? Bent's notes. Just finished 22-minute phone call with Lori Thomas. Okay. This is, and I don't know this because I'd like to ask Lori Thomas this, but Brenda's coming up tomorrow. Maybe they can ask about who owned the property and who they sold it to. who called because she was concerned about all the stuff in the media. This is June, I don't have the date, sorry, June 19th, I believe, June 19th. All the stuff in the media. She is thinking of contacting the journalist who wrote the story about Brenda Forbes selling the house and wants to offer the other side of the story. No advice given about whether or not she should. 22 minutes is an awfully long phone call to discuss Brenda sold the house to the Zolls. There's another side to the story. What was that article that they had? Let's see if I can find that. History. Give me one moment, please. Well, if we do a search, okay. Oh. And we narrow that down to June. June 10th. This one, I think, is what she's talking about. Neighbor who warned RCMP about, why is all this goo all over here? Domestic violence, says she was scared to death of him. Brenda Forbes says while she sold her home and left town to get away from Gabriel Wortman. Why? Okay. Skipping ahead in the article, the interview, sorry. Of course, she goes through the stuff that she didn't witness. The second incident, which the two people conflict, and one of them doesn't even admit that he saw anything. That's that one. Okay, now of course that makes sense. Military. She was scared, right? Sorry. So the people who bought your house were killed? Yeah. And he burned that house down. Was that house that was the log house home that was there? When you learned that, what effect did it have on you? Well, I'm going to say, wait a second. Sorry, it's the previous question. My apology. Where is it? She had to sell the home. I could no longer live like that. My husband came home because he was staring. I wonder if he was staring at the house because he wanted to buy it. Just a question. I could no longer live like that. My husband came home from Africa, military husband, right, who's deployed in Africa. And because, quote, Wortman showed up again, my husband is like, yeah, we're moving. Because he was looking at the home. And, a soldier deployed in Africa couldn't do anything about somebody looking outside with all his military friends or Brandes. So we put the house up for sale, and it took over a year to sell it. We took a huge loss on it because I wanted to get out of there. The one thing I regret about was people who bought the house. I should have let them know what he was like because they ended up getting killed too. I'm not saying that is the way that it is, but clearly there's what was that? Other side to the story about, what was it again? Brenda Forbes selling the house. And it sounds like Harlan Rushton, well, doesn't sound. He believes that Wortman bought the house from Brenda and George Forbes. Yeah. 193 Road. Over to the warehouse. Maybe. Just maybe. What do you guys think? Because you look on Google Maps, well, let's have a look. Almost right at the end there, the house, but the trailer right at the end. Who's that? Hmm. They opened the door to the GPS, by the way, on all the ambulances. Oops, you shouldn't have done that. They wanted to fit a narrative to find a car. But now they opened the door for all GPS on all the ambulances. Oh no. A good lawyer knows what an open door means. That means everything's fair play now. You can't say that you don't have GPS for the ambulances now. That would give you the trip times. Curious to see those. Brenda and Gabe were drinking buddies till about 2013. Not sure why there was a falling out. But back on point. So they have no information that this stuff is important. That's important. The other side of the story. 22 minutes phone call. And Bent clearly said nothing because he said, I didn't offer an opinion on the house sale. She didn't think that was accurate, what was represented. Lori Thomas doesn't think it's accurate. But back to what these people are discussing. Nothing they say is relevant. I would like to know their opinion on the mass shooting of police officers. I wonder how that ties to spousal abuse. Remember that down in Texas? Remember that? How's that tie? Spousal abuse. Can they name one case with slipping on gas, worried about their spouse, from what it reads? Or let's just even go with one case of spousal abuse where the person who was the abuser didn't end up killing the spouse that they abused, rather murdered innocent people. I wonder if they can find one in their J-curve studies. I don't think so, because they don't exist. Because the story, how do you say this politely, is bullshit. I'm going to talk about the Rob Carpenter stuff when this is all done, because I think it's rather important to focus on the most important witness. The most important witness in all of this stuff. The most important component. Rob has a couple of pieces, potentially, but I think that's left for a later date. Given the fact that, well, this is all based on spousal abuse, right? I think that's probably best left for another time. Oh, there seem to be on extendo break over there. How long have they been on a break now? Are we timing it? If she was so scared of Gabe, then why are there no trespassing arrests for Gabe? And Rob showing up at the hot tub parties. Strange you have parties. Strange you build a road. He wanted to own all Port Pick. Maybe he did own quite a bit of it. OBE. Oh, is it? Villas. I like that one. Orchard Beach Villas. 17, 18 minutes. Okay. I think there was falling out because Gabriel Wortman was. But you see, again, isn't it more important to focus on Lisa? I did introduce this component because, funnily enough, it does fold into it somewhat. Because Brenda obviously is tomorrow. Toxic masculinity. White privilege. Explaining gender roles. Really? How about Fast and Furious? How about that one? How about gun smuggling? How about Leather's notes? Uh-oh. Problems. Big problems. Any thoughts on Harlan's statement? I like to make sure that at least whatever I'm saying does catch some Did Gabriel Wortman own 193? Rather convenient that Jordan and Paul magically find and interview Rob right before Lisa Day at MCC. Couldn't the almighty Chorus Entertainment podcast track down Rob, given that he lives 5 minutes away? I don't know. I'm not going to say anything about that. It's an interesting observation. It does seem a bit off target at this point in time. Asking questions about Lisa's probably really the more important thing, though his stuff is totally valid and worth looking into afterward, after we deal with the most important part of this, the motive, and make sure that the motive is as they say it is and as they have painted it as for over 2.5, like what are we coming up 2.5 years. Wow. There is a disclaimer on this interview. Are you speaking about where he says, sorry, I can't really, with your comment there, I apologize. He does say, I don't know, but why would he think that? Why would he think that? He by the way, he knows Wortman quite well. Well, not quite well. He knows him pretty well for a long time. He said he was very, very nice. Very, very nice. He kept going on how very, very nice he was. Very nice. Very nice. Like to help people. But he's just weird. Tape recording is a clip from CSI. Eagle-eyed follower caught it. Sorry? I'm sorry. I haven't had a chance to review it. Thank you. I'll just check my tweeters. Kenai has proven rather definitively that Rob the Carpenter. Okay. Thank you for sending me. Let's see. What's this? Rob Doucette, former friend of Gabriel Wortman, was lying to us. Oh, no. Uh-oh. Wouldn't happen to be... Sorry, I went to bed last night. I was working on some other research. I'm trying to focus on Brenda and Lisa at this point in time. So I haven't really been dealing with the red herring over there, possibly. Wouldn't happen to be his police officer friend in Ontario, would it? Rob Doucette. What's that? Was lying to us. Audio clip which he purported to be of police questioning. What happened to the investigative skills there?
He's also dead. You don't seem too surprised to hear that. Why is that? I had a vision that it must have. Oh, good. Okay. So when was the last time you saw him? I mean, other than your dream. Huh?
So then does that take this part out too? My grandfather always said, as a judge, you don't tell me the truth one time, you're gone. I don't believe you anymore. Everything that you say is questionable, beyond question. Why would you? But of course, 2004, you're carrying around a tape recorder in your coat pocket. You just happened to turn on, and you just kept the tape for 18 years.
So dead. You don't seem too surprised to hear that. Why is that? I had a vision that it must have. Oh, good. Okay. So when was the last time you saw him? I mean, other than your dream. Huh?
I didn't look. I didn't look. I made no comment. Obviously, somebody else found it. Good on them. You lie once. But I find the timing. Yeah, you're right, Todd. The timing. Rather convenient when the most important witnesses are coming up. Any of this stuff is very important stuff. Very important stuff. Very important to hear from everybody and look at it when the time is appropriate. Good catch. Don't know what kind of background was being done on that, though, then. Not sure. I'm not out to mock anybody or mock people. I'm not out to mock people. I mean, I will mock real foolishness because it's a joke, as in over on the MCC side. But not me who's looking, not me who found it. Somebody else with an eagle eye. It's okay. Why would I be offended? Needs to record the Doucette interview before it's pulled off the net. Yes, I didn't happen to get yesterday's episode. It's unfortunate. I did hear something about all episodes being taken down or something from 2021 because of some bad data or something. So it was better just to remove those. It's a lot of work. It's unfortunate. I'm sorry that that's happened. Sorry this has happened. That's unfortunate. Wonder then, does that call into question anything else? Oh, maybe. Okay. Maybe the puzzle pieces will fit. Ouch. I don't know who found that. I'm sorry, I didn't see anything in the Discord, so we're still waiting. Thank God for Eagle Eyes out there. Yep. I don't get to the Discord, sadly, as often as I should. I wish. But, I mean, I can spend time reading or... Oh, thank you very much for that, oh dear. I very much appreciate the list. $10.31. You see, they tried right away. They're looking for cars to say they got out so that it fits the narrative. But the one person, funnily enough, that could answer some of those questions, Dion Sutton, they don't want to talk to him. Oh, no. No, no, no. I think he might shed some light on other things. And if you called him as a witness on one, again, you're opening the door, because then you can ask him questions about other things. Can't have him. So better go and try find other ones. But that doesn't work. I don't know if you caught what I was saying there, but I'll do that another time. Because again, Brenda, Lisa, Focus, Maureen, Handler, Larkin, what's going down? Potential plot twist here. MCC called Mr. Doucette unreliable witness and therefore unacceptable. They could have planted this opportunity interview prone to prove their point. That would be too bad. Dirty Tricks Division. There's no such thing. Is there? There's no such thing as cover stories anywhere in the media throughout this whole thing. You know, emergency alerts and parks in New Brunswick with guns or airsofts, or stories floating out when warrants drop. You know, fishery ties to warrants. Magical visits to depot. Right. Share your suggestions and research with them. Please tell us so we can write the narrative. Interesting timing. Oh, yeah. Jordan said info no longer correct, so move to his Patreon. Oh. But then why would it be on Patreon would be my question. The info is no longer correct. You're going to pay money for incorrect info? Just simply a question of mine. I'm not going on Jordan or anything. I just wonder, why would you pay money?
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
I'll be working, so I'll be back and forth. I smell undercover ops with Rob. Oh, I smell a lot of things. Tapes. Shapes. Transcripts. Oh. How much glow. All right, gotta go. See you later, Sad. CIs? They're not CIs. No. I mean that I'm making an opinionated statement. You don't, but that's not an opinionated statement based on nothing. That's an opinionated statement based on inside information from RCMP officers who have dealt with confidential informants before. You don't get money. They can't get money from Brinks. In order to get the money, they've got to go upstairs. They've got to go to specific white shirt who can go and get the money. It's all chain of custody. It's all followed very particularly. Can't just go to a bank and be like a Brinks and get money out. Okay. I'm not into bashing, so I'm not into bashing. I won't do that. I won't do that. It's below me. Not going to. On that one. Not going to. Because I'm going to stick with the story. I'm going to stick with this one. This is the important one. And the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, very imperative. The most imperative. I think he's undercover. I think he's an undercover cop. But I don't think Wortman et al.
Welcome back.
And others
The proceedings are again in session.
are undercover.
Thank you, Ms. Hill.
Thank you, Commissioners. There were just two questions that arose over the break that I'll ask our witnesses, and then I think Ms. Stevens will ask some questions. Thank you for coming back, Dr. Tober and Dr. Bridges. Just had a couple of follow-up questions from our conversation earlier. First, in your discussion, I believe, around gun culture, I think you drew a distinction between the significance or meaning that might be ascribed to long guns versus handguns. And I'm wondering if, so I guess, first of all, have I got that right? Is there any research, or can you comment on whether there's been research into looking at the significance or the impact of assault weapons as a type of weapon or a type of gun in terms of the cultural significance that it might attribute to it, or in the context of the masculinity challenges?
Yeah, so it is interesting. I know at least in our country, people argue over that, even that label, right, of what an assault rifle is. And so in the case of Sandy Hook, you know, the victims' families were actually able to successfully sue the gun manufacturer of the rifle that was used in that case. And part of the reason why they were able to successfully sue the company was they didn't really quite call it gun culture, but it was over the advertising, because around the same time that the Sandy Hook mass shooting took place, they had advertised that rifle, the AR-15 type rifle, with a picture of the gun, and all the ad said was, "Consider your man card reissued." And so the argument there, right, was that they were sort of, encouraging, that it was sort of perpetuating a particular type of culture surrounding this gun, right? Not sort of advocating that this gun is this weapon that can be used to reinforce your masculinity. So I'm not quite sure about research in particular about rifle, meanings of rifles or assault rifles versus handguns. It is interesting. We have a lot more restriction, at least in some of our states here, we have a lot more restrictions on handgun purchases versus the so-called assault rifle, because handguns are used in many, when you're looking at not mass killings, but just typical homicides, handguns are commonly used. I don't know, Dr. Bridges, is there anything you want to add to that?
I guess what I would add to that is that it's hard to do it on an individual level. So when we spoke about it earlier, we talked about it at the cultural level and say, well, gun scholars have sort of said there's a larger share of gun owners own long guns, for instance, in Canada than when compared with the United States. And people are arguing that might be suggestive of different meanings. I think there is evidence to suggest that assault rifles do have different meanings. So Dr. Tober brought up the advertising for assault rifles like that, but AR-15 style weapons in particular were actually made because of an interest in not just assault rifles, but a really particular one, an interest in gun consumers in the AK-47, which is a fully automatic. And AR-15 style weapons were actually made because of consumer interest in that really deadly weapon. And that consumer interest probably stems from movies like Rambo and things like that. We're used to seeing big guys carrying that gun. And so that gun in particular, I do think has a meaning that is particularly, that's just extremely gendered. It has super masculine, macho connotations.
Thank you. My second question is for you, Dr. Bridges. It just builds on something you suggested, that when we're trying to look at data collection from a particular mass casualty incident, that we should gather as much different types of data as we can. And you gave some examples of the kind of things we might be wanting to count. And I wondered if you would include in that data set information about the amount of ammunition that a particular perpetrator had access to or had stockpiled.
Absolutely. I mean, we should collect as much information, I think, as we can on access to weapons and ammo that are possible. The previous prime minister of Japan was recently assassinated, really unfortunately. Interestingly, in Japan, one of the questions was, how did the person acquire a gun to do this? And that's just such an interesting question from an American perspective, because of course, that's never where we start. So I think asking questions about where the ammo and the weapon are coming from are really important. It might take us another hour if we go into all the variables that I think could be collected. I think the ones to think about collecting are those that we can collect really reliably for all incidents.
Thank you. Those are my questions. I think Ms. Stevens has some questions, and I think Ms. Stevens, just so you know, we usually ask council to introduce themselves and advise who they represent.
Good morning, Ms. Stevens, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you, commissioners. My name is Megan Stevens, and I am counsel for a coalition of organizations participating in this inquiry, including Women's Shelters Canada, the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, and Be the Peace Institute. So I've got a number of questions arising from both your paper that I read, as well as the questions that were asked this morning by Commission Counsel. The first one, I thought it was really interesting how you talk about the importance of how we define mass shootings. And in your paper, as well as in your evidence this morning, you talked about the fact that domestic violence or intimate partner violence is often excluded from those definitions. I'm wondering if you can tell me why you think that is and what barriers there have been to including domestic violence and intimate partner violence from that definition.
Sure. Thanks very much for that question. Thanks for your work and participation in this. Most of that in the United States, that actually stems, there's a report that was released that we cite in a footnote in our report by the New York City Police Department, where they make this recommendation that family violence, domestic violence, intimate partner violence should all be not included in addition to gang violence. And that's usually cited as sort of the reason for discluding things. Dr. Tober and I sort of suspect that one of the reasons is that there's a suspicion that the sort of public events feel very different. And so part of our argument to include family violence in our definition of mass shootings is that we don't know how these things actually differ because we've never really asked that question. I think also part of this has to do with the media playing a really big role in the definition of mass shootings. I think mass shootings may have been a term that was first created by the media, and then scholars were like, well, what could it mean if we studied it? And I think, I think it's unfortunate. And I guess the other thing that I'll say, sorry, I lost track of myself for a second, is that I think one reason for discluding them is that I think there's an assumption that what a mass shooting is looks like what sometimes gets called a random mass shooting. And those are events that are really hard to define once you get down to the nitty-gritty, like what qualifies as random. And I think one of the ways that people have sought to do that is say, well, if the people who are harmed have no relationship with the perpetrator, then that's one way that we could say that's a little bit more random than if they do. Or if the incident occurs in a location that the perpetrator doesn't appear to have a particularly strong connection with, then that's another indicator that maybe it's a little bit more random. So I think that's another reason that perhaps family violence has sort of been left out of the definition.
Okay.
Yes, I agree. I think, it seems like we treat domestic violence and gang violence as sort of something that happens over there and that is not affecting maybe me or, people, and which of course isn't true. And we see these cases in this case in particular, and in many of our cases where that's not true, right? We're seeing sort of this very blurred boundary between these different types.
Okay, and so can I just confirm, you also talked about one of your recommendations would be thinking about adopting a shared definition of mass shootings or mass casualties. And can I confirm that you would agree that it would make sense to adopt a comprehensive and broad-based definition that would include domestic violence, family violence more broadly as part of that?
That's correct.
Okay. And I also wanted, on that same note, just to unpack a little bit of your data. One of the figures that Ms. Hill brought you to earlier in your testimony was figure 5, which is on page 12 of your report, the frequency of active shooter incidents in the United States in the past 20 years. And that chart certainly shows a pretty steady increase in the past 20 years. Can you tell me whether that, as I understood it, you said that it was defined by the FBI and included public incidents where someone shows up with the intent to kill large numbers of people. Would that include incidents in families? Say if someone had gone somewhere to kill everyone in their family or something like that? Or is that just public incidents?
These are just public incidents. So that may, what what is related to family violence in this figure is that those incidents could have been precipitated by family violence, but they wouldn't have been classified as active shooter incidents unless the shooter was going to an area classified as public with the intent to kill more.
Okay, so that would be obscured here, though. There would be no way to know whether those had started with an incident of family violence or domestic violence.
There is a way to know, but that's not shown in the figure. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
Have you done research on that? And would you have any, could you tell us anything about how many of those active shooter incidents were precipitated by an act of family violence?
We haven't done research on that, but I can tell you that sort of related to your question, we got a lot of questions from journalists during COVID-19 where people started asking, everyone's locking down, are mass shootings going away? And one of the things that we found in our data set is that it might have been more accurate to say that mass shootings in the United States during the pandemic migrated, that we actually saw a larger share of shooting incidents that involved family violence. And so those are incidents that, depending on how you define it, it may have looked like, depending on how you define it, that mass shootings declined during the pandemic. But if we include family violence, we would be able to show that, in fact, that was not the case.
Okay, interesting. That actually leads me to the next question I had for both of you. I wanted to ask you a little bit about your research on masculinity challenges or masculinity threats. And I was wondering whether there had been any research looking at the relationship between the last 2+ years of pandemic living and whether that has been experienced as a masculinity threat or challenge.
That's a tough one. I'm sorry, I keep jumping in. I edit a journal on masculinities, and so this one might be a little bit more in my wheelhouse also. But interrupt me if you want to say something different, Dr. Tober. There's been a lot of research on masculinity during the pandemic. I don't know that anyone has done research yet. You know, the difficult thing about doing research during the pandemic on people that involved asking people to do things is that people were pretty busy during the pandemic, and asking additional things of them became a little bit more challenging. So it was easier to conduct research where people sort of left data for us to examine without having to ask them something additional from them. Most masculinity threat research asks something additional of participants. So I don't know any research that asked whether or not men perceived the pandemic as a masculinity threat. There was a lot of research, though, on things like mask wearing, for instance, and the relationship between gender and mask wearing. There was a huge international data set that was produced by some scholars at Johns Hopkins and scholars around the world that asked questions of people in a collection of, I think, 67 different nations around the world, where people were asked throughout the pandemic, how scared are you of this thing? And how in control of your fate do you feel right now? How often are you washing your hands? Do you feel like you're able to stay safe, etc.? And in most nations around the world, men expressed less fear than women. So this is sort of related. They said, I'm not scared of this thing as much as women. Men also claim to feel more in control, and lots of data suggests that men, at least in the United States and the other nations with which I'm familiar, followed public health protocols a little bit less closely than did women as a group.
Okay, and you had briefly mentioned as well about how there might have been a shift in mass shootings during the pandemic, more happening perhaps in homes, in family settings. Can you shed any more light on that and what your research showed in relation to that?
That we probably can't. So those data are still data that we're cleaning right now. What we do know is we have a larger number of incidents during the pandemic that involve domestic or family violence of some sort. It'd be really hard using our data to say why that is. So I could make suggestions about why that might be, but it'd be really hard to say why conclusively that is. But we do know that there were more incidents related to domestic and family violence during the pandemic.
I'm just pausing to see if Dr. Tober wanted to add anything.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and it is interesting because I think initially when the pandemic started, we thought we might be able to catch our breath with keeping up with incidents. It's just the two of us, and sometimes we have a graduate student who's helping us or some undergraduate students. And we thought we might see this decline and that we could continue building the data set and catch up, but increasingly it's becoming more and more difficult just to keep up with just keeping track of the cases, inputting the data. And so we are just a little behind in the pandemic data.
Okay. So just following up a little bit on this idea of the masculinity challenges and the connections between that and mass shootings, I'm wondering if you have done any research or you have any thoughts about why it would appear that that there are fewer Black men and boys involved as mass shooters than white men and boys, given that it would seem that they would be subjected to the same types of masculinity threats.
Yeah, we do point to the fact in the paper, this sort of perceived, potentially this perceived loss of privilege, sort of the inability to, or the perception of the inability to be able to provide for a family, especially with a single income. We sort of talk about the maybe nostalgia for sort of times past where men felt like they could, provide for and protect their families. And we sort of talk about, use that masculinity threat as this perceived loss of privilege. And that maybe could be a potential explanation for why there is a great high numbers of white men committing this crime. Dr. Bridges, I don't know if you want to add to that.
We also, so because we include gang violence, we actually, in our data, we don't see the same disparity. Most of the incidents that we include are committed by white and Black men, and they're committed in, so if we just look at the population of American men, white and Black men are committing them at about the proportions of white and Black men that there are in the United States. That said, it does look like they're committing different types of these crimes. So for instance, school shooters are much more likely to be white. So are workplace shooters. And the incidents involving the most victims are also very likely to have been committed by white men in our database. It's hard to say why that is, but I agree with Dr. Tober that one of the ways that we've made an argument about this is to say that privilege is a funny thing. 20 or 30 years ago, we used to write about privilege as invisible, and that one of the ways that it worked so effectively is that it's least visible to those who have the most of it. So just to give you an example of that, in Classrooms on Race, there's an article that is entitled The White Privilege Checklist, and it's just a list of things you get for being white that you might be unaware of. One of them is Band-Aids match the color of my skin. And 20 or 30 years ago, that's how we wrote about privilege, that we said people who have this are unaware of it. And so they don't always know how they're participating in systems of inequality. I think today, understandings of privilege have really shifted, and people are aware of privilege in ways that they might not have been a couple decades ago. And that doesn't shift the way inequality works, but it dramatically shifts the way inequalities are experienced. And so one of the explanations that we provide for this is that there's been a huge shift in the experience of privilege for white men. And this is probably one of the reactions to that shift is connected, we think, with mass shootings.
Okay, thank you. So just a couple further questions. Looking at your research that has drawn this connection between masculinity, gun violence, and mass shootings, given that we know that the culture of masculinity can start at a really young age, have you done any research or looked at what might be done to counter influence those dynamics at those early stages?
We haven't done research on this. And I think socialization is one of those things that we think of as sort of simple, like, well, if we can just teach boys to do masculinity differently, then they'd be different. But socialization is something that is just a little bit more complicated than that. It also happens all throughout the life course. One thing we don't know, though, is we don't know what it would look like if boys' socialization to things like guns were radically different. We don't know what it would look like. So I'm trying to come up with a way of thinking about how we could actually meaningfully study that to make a conclusion. I'm not aware of any research that I could draw on that says, well, this shows that this type of socialization causes very different outcomes. But it seems logical based on what we know about gender socialization that different gender socialization surrounding guns would lead to different outcomes.
Okay, one quick follow-up, and you may also not be aware of any research on this, but do you know if there's any research that has been done on countering the emergence of toxic masculinity, whether in schools or, through exposure to social media, anything like that?
There's tons of programming like this available. And its effectiveness is something that, I think it's not the same programming that's given to boys all over the world. So we don't actually know what the sort of secret sauce is for this. But we do know that talking about gender is something that's valuable for people of all genders, understanding that that what gender is going to mean different things over your life course. Getting boys from a young age comfortable talking about emotions, we know is really valuable. One thing I advocate for in the United States, we have lots of conversations surrounding sexual violence and sexual consent at the sort of high school and college age levels. And one thing that I've advocated for in the US is that we should start getting groups of boys together and also having meaningful conversations about what does it mean to be when someone says no to you, and how do you deal with that emotionally. I think these are all tools that people of all genders can benefit from having, and I think most of the research shows that boys seem to lack them a little bit more than girls, and we don't think that's for biological reasons. It's probably just because they're given them a little bit less systematically.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you for taking the time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stevens. Commissioner Fitch, did you have any?
No, thank you. My questions have been answered, but thank you very much to our valued experts. Much appreciated.
Commissioner Stanton?
Thank you. Just one question with respect to the figure 2 frequency of active shooter incidents in the US that you have on page 12 of your report. I just wondered if research is done that looks at that data alongside things like democratic indicators, economic health indicators, legislative changes that might impact upon equality rights, that kind of, what are the sort of the parallel social conditions that are occurring parallel to the data that is captured here. I just wondered if that's research that is occurring at all. Just because your theory with respect to the cultural nexus or the meaning ascribed suggests that it isn't just the rate of gun ownership that is at play. So what are the other factors that impinge upon the data that you're showing us?
One thing I guess that we could say about that is that that research is still in progress. We've become, since we published this report with you, we've become very interested in state level variation. And because we have a larger sample, we can start asking questions about whether the frequencies of mass shootings have changed in similar directions over time in all these states. We can start to ask questions like, okay, you know, in the US, we have these weird states are kind of petri dishes for things. We got this idea from research on sex education. Sex education is, you know, young people are given different information about sex in different states in the US. And so we can use that and say, what kind of outcomes do we see in Arkansas compared with Mississippi, compared with Texas, et cetera? We can do similar things now with mass shootings research as well. So it may be the case, and then we can look at that over time. So it might be the case, for instance, that we can look at if guns become easier to access in states, do we see a rise in mass shootings? We're trying to come up with right now measures of gun culture at the state level so that we could ask whether the gun culture of Wyoming is in fact meaningfully different from the gun culture of California. And if it is, what indicators should we use to measure that? It's still sort of, it's still ongoing. We're still trying to figure that out. These are easier things to talk about than they are when we try to say, okay, but if you gave me a collection of 10 indicators of gun culture that you could reliably collect data on for all 50 states, what would they be? And so we're sort of, that's in progress. Dr. Tober?
Yeah, and as far as economic indicators, so there's a lot of research and there's some pretty clear relationships between things such as poverty, unemployment, and just homicide rates, you know, in the United States. But with our data, and when we're looking at these mass shootings, we sort of suspect that that relationship is going to look different with the sort of the different types, right? Gang violence versus domestic violence versus school, public, workplace. These other kinds are probably going to have different relationships to things such as inequality, poverty, unemployment, those sorts of demographics.
Thanks very much. And I gather from the footnotes, some of the information in the footnotes, that the dearth of data has some structural reasons. And so I suspect that it takes quite a bit of courage to do the research that you do. And I just want to thank you not only for being up at quite an early hour in your time zone to join us, but also for having the courage to continue the work that you do. So thank you, and I'll pass it over to Commissioner McDonald.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Tober and Dr. Bridges. First of all, for your thought-provoking, thorough, excellent report, but with and for the great value added to the report that you've given us today with your evidence. We're engaged in some very difficult work, and your contribution to us in Canada is greatly appreciated. And you do very important work. Your scholarship is so important, and we greatly appreciate that. But we especially appreciate your assisting us with our work, especially, as Commissioner Stanton said, so early in the morning for you in California. So on behalf of the commissioners and the participants and everyone here, thank you so much for assisting us. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I understand now we are ready to present a foundational document. Ms. Snowden will do so, and that will require about a 2 or 3 minute change, and our team is ready to do that. So we'll stay on the platform.
Okay. What happened there? Sorry, I was away from the keyboard. I apologize. I had a phone call. So you're kind of here and kind of not. So I guess I'll have to go back. Normally has a lot more to say, pretty quiet. What did McDonald say? I was on a call? You were on a call too? I wasn't on a call with you though. Don't you lay the foundation before you bring in the witnesses? Yes, of course. This is just all follows logical stuff. I was just typing here, this stuff really shouldn't make any people mad. It's, though I understand, of course it would, right? Just defeating it with sheer intellect and then mocking it.
Thank you so much to our team. And Ms. Snowden?
Good morning, everyone. My name is Laura Snowden, and I am Commission Counsel. Today, I'll be presenting a foundational document titled Violence in the Perpetrator's Family of Origin. I will now ask Madam Registrar to please mark that foundational document as an exhibit.
That's Exhibit 3334.
And that's COM 0059739. I would also ask that all related source materials be marked as exhibits.
So exhibited.
Thank you. Today's presentation and the corresponding foundational document summarize evidence currently available to the Mass Casualty Commission about violence in the perpetrator's family of origin. And by that I mean the Wortman family. As with other presentations of foundational documents, what you hear today will be an overview. There is a great deal more information included in the foundational document itself, which is now available on the Commission's website, as well as in its source materials, which will be added to the website later this week. In this presentation, I will be discussing a wide range of violent conduct, including violence against children, as well as physical, emotional, and verbal abuse. I will also present information about a history of child abuse spanning several generations in the perpetrator's family. I will make further reference to the perpetrator's threats of violence, his possession of weapons in his home, and his alcohol use disorder. If these are difficult issues for you to hear about, you may wish to skip this presentation or to view it later when the video is archived on the Commission website. That way, you'll be able to access the information at your own pace. The document we're discussing today is one of a series of foundational documents that will be presented this week and next. And while other foundational documents prepared and presented by the Commission to date have focused on what happened during the mass casualty, the information contained in these 4 documents has been cataloged and is being presented for a different purpose. Each of these 4 documents relates to the Commission's broad mandate to inquire into the causes, context, and circumstances giving rise to the April 2020 mass casualty, and they relate to the Commission's specific mandate to examine the role of gender-based and intimate partner violence. Today's presentation on violence in the perpetrator's family of origin is the first in this series. It will be followed tomorrow by a presentation on the perpetrator's violent behavior towards others, and on Wednesday by a presentation on the perpetrator's violence towards his common-law spouse, Lisa Banfield. Finally, next Tuesday, we will present a foundational document about the perpetrator's financial misdealings. These foundational documents look at violent incidents in the perpetrator's life before the mass casualty. They describe violent incidents as they were alleged or narrated by various witnesses who spoke to the RCMP, the Halifax Regional Police, and the Commission after the mass casualty. The purpose of these foundational documents is in part to enable the Commission to examine the links between gender-based and other violence and mass casualty events, with a view to identifying possible strategies for prevention or intervention. And there are three key terms that are relevant to understanding the content that will be presented this week and next. The first is gender-based violence, which is often shortened to its acronym GBV. The definition that you see on the slide comes to us from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, and that definition says, gender-based violence refers to harmful acts directed at an individual based on their gender. It is rooted in gender inequality, the abuse of power, and harmful norms. Gender-based violence can include sexual, physical, mental, and economic harm inflicted in public or in private. It also includes threats of violence, coercion, and manipulation. This can take many forms, such as intimate partner violence, sexual violence, child marriage, female genital mutilation, and so-called honor crimes. You'll also see on the slide there's a more concise definition of gender-based violence that was provided by Drs. Carmen Gill and Mary Aspinall. And Drs. Gill and Aspinall are based at the Department of Sociology at the University of New Brunswick. They provided an expert report to the Commission about violence in relationships. And in that report, Drs. Gill and Aspinall defined gender-based violence as violence experienced due to a person's gender or how they express it. The next term is intimate partner violence, or IPV. And intimate partner violence is more specific in its application than gender-based violence. It is limited to violent behavior targeted at a current or previous intimate partner. It occurs in all types of intimate relationships and couple pairings, including casual or serious, exclusive or non-exclusive, short or long-term, and everything in between. The World Health Organization says that intimate partner violence refers to behavior by an intimate partner or ex-partner that causes physical, sexual, or psychological harm, including physical aggression, sexual coercion, psychological abuse, and controlling behaviors. It can occur among heterosexual or same-sex couples and does not require sexual intimacy. The third and final definition is coercive control, which is another form of violence that occurs in intimate partner relationships. Dr. Katrina Scott has provided us with the definition for coercive control that you see on the slide. Dr. Scott is a clinical psychologist, professor, and director of the Center for Research and Education on Violence Against Women and Children at Western University in Ontario. In her expert report prepared for the Commission, Dr. Scott defines coercive control as a pattern of behaviors to assert control over a person through repeated acts that disempower the other partner in a number of possible ways, including through fear for the safety of self or others, removal of rights and liberties or fear of this removal, by isolating them from sources of support, exploiting their resources and capacities for personal gain, removing the victim's rights and liberties, depriving them of the means needed for independence, resistance, and escape, and regulating their everyday behavior. Together, these three key terms of gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and coercive control provide a framework that is useful to understanding the material that will be presented this week and next. That brings us to the sources of the information contained in today's presentation and in the corresponding foundational document. And of course, the main sources of information about violence in the perpetrator's family are members of the Wortman family themselves. So we'll turn now to a family tree that has been prepared by Commission staff. It's important to say at the outset that this is not an exhaustive depiction of the perpetrator's ancestry, but it does contain the people who are most frequently named in this foundational document, as well as the people who provided the most information about violence in the Wortman family. They are also the people with whom the perpetrator had the most direct relationships, and as a result, they have significant knowledge about the inner workings of the perpetrator's immediate family. It is also important to state up front that the Commission is not examining violence within the perpetrator's family in an effort to excuse or explain the horrific acts that he went on to commit. There are many people who witness or experience violence and abuse as children who do not go on to perpetrate mass casualty events. Instead, examining the perpetrator's family history may help to reveal links between family violence and mass casualty events, and it may assist the Commission to identify possible strategies for prevention or intervention. This information is explored for that purpose. You'll see the tree starts with George Wortman, who was the perpetrator's paternal great-grandfather. George Wortman had a son named Stanley Wortman, and Stanley married a woman named Doris. Stanley and Doris Wortman were the perpetrator's grandparents. Stanley and Doris had 5 sons. In birth order, they are Neil Wortman, Paul Wortman, Glyn Wortman, Alan Wortman, and Chris Wortman. And you'll hear these names a lot throughout the course of this presentation. As you can see on the tree, Stanley and Doris's second oldest son, Paul, married a woman named Evelyn. Paul and Evelyn Wortman are the perpetrator's parents. Paul and Evelyn also had a second son who they secretly placed for adoption at birth. That son is the perpetrator's biological brother, and his name is Jeff Samuelson. Mr. Samuelson grew up in the United States, and he discovered that the Wortmans were his birth family in 2010. He connected with them and met Paul, Evelyn, and the perpetrator around that time. You will also see on the tree the perpetrator's common-law spouse, Lisa Banfield. And in addition to biological family members, Miss Banfield and members of the Banfield family also provided information about the Wortman family to the RCMP after the mass casualty. Some of their recollections are included in the foundational document. In terms of our chronology, the first witness recollections to start with are about violence in the Wortman family that predated the birth of the perpetrator. And the first slide in this section is about Stanley Wortman. If you recall from the tree, Stanley Wortman is the perpetrator's paternal grandfather. After the mass casualty, the perpetrator's father, Paul Wortman, told the RCMP that he himself was raised in a violent family. Paul said, quote, "There was more than screaming going on." The perpetrator's uncle, Alan Wortman, also told the RCMP that Paul experienced violence as a child. Alan said their father, Stanley, was violent towards the 3 oldest brothers, who were Neil, Paul, and Glyn. In separate interviews with the RCMP after the mass casualty, both Alan and Neil recalled an incident where their father, Stanley, was picking on their brother, Glyn. They said Glyn would have been around 14 years old at the time of this incident. Glyn got a knife from the kitchen and he stabbed their father, Stanley, in his bed. Alan heard screaming and ran inside the house where he saw blood everywhere. They called an ambulance, and according to Alan and Neil, Glyn was charged with aggravated assault or something similar and served jail time in relation to this incident. Alan told the RCMP he believes Glyn intended to kill their father that day. The Commission has not spoken to Glyn directly about this incident. There is also evidence that violence in the Wortman family dated back even further than Stanley. There is evidence that the perpetrator's great-grandfather, George Wortman, who was Stanley's father, was also violent towards his family. When the perpetrator's biological brother, Jeff Samuelson, reconnected with his birth family, the Wortmans, around 2010, the perpetrator's uncle, Neil Wortman, wrote Jeff a letter. In that letter, Neil explained that violence in the Wortman family extended at least 2 generations back. Neil wrote, "Your great-grandfather, George Wortman, was a tyrant who brutalized his family. He managed to isolate himself from all members of his family to the point where none of his children ever spoke of him after his death. All of his children were seriously affected by the treatment that they received from him. Only one of them survives today. If you met him, or if you could have met any of the others, including your grandfather, Stanley Wortman, you would have quickly observed that they were seriously off-center. All of them, to varying extents, treated their wives and children the only way they knew how, like their father treated his family members. Abused children often become abused parents." This brings us to witness accounts of Paul's violence towards the perpetrator during his childhood. After the mass casualty, the perpetrator's uncles told the RCMP a number of stories about Paul Wortman's behavior when the perpetrator was growing up. They said Paul was always pulling scams, like forcing the perpetrator's mother, Evelyn, to hide in the trunk of his car so that he didn't have to pay for her admission ticket to the drive-in movie theater. They said Paul made a counterfeit shirt so that he could avoid paying fees at the gym, and he sewed pockets inside a coat so that he could steal steaks from the grocery store. They said Paul once stole a dog from a family in his neighborhood because it wouldn't stop barking, and he let it loose in the countryside. Paul's brothers also said he was quick with his fists, and we'll get into more examples of that on the next slide. 2 of the perpetrator's uncles, Neil and Glyn, told the RCMP that the perpetrator observed his father engage in this kind of conduct when he was growing up. And according to Neil, Paul taught the perpetrator that committing the crime is really not so bad. It's getting caught. That's what's bad. The perpetrator's uncles also described Paul's physical violence to the RCMP after the mass casualty. Chris Wortman said Paul had no fuse. He had road rage, had no friends, and was in battles with the neighbors. Chris said everybody pissed Paul off. Everybody was doing things that aggravated him. Neil Wortman told the RCMP that Paul was once driving on a road when someone honked at him, and Paul took offense, got out of his car, walked back, pulled the man out of his car, and beat him badly. Neil also told the RCMP about a time Paul was at Stelco Steel, where he worked. A man shook a newspaper and dust fell into Paul's soup. Paul dragged the man across the table and beat him badly, and Paul was suspended for that. In their statements to the RCMP after the mass casualty, the perpetrator's uncles reported that Paul was physically violent towards his wife and the perpetrator's mother, Evelyn Wortman. Glyn told the RCMP there was violence in the perpetrator's childhood home. Glyn said Paul abused Evelyn when the perpetrator was growing up, and Glyn was once in the family home when it happened. Glyn heard Evelyn crying and screaming, and he ran into Paul and Evelyn's bedroom. He saw Paul on top of Evelyn, choking her. Paul told Glyn to get the hell out, and Glyn replied, "Well, get the hell off Evelyn." Glyn said the perpetrator would have been a little boy or a toddler at the time of this incident. Alan Wortman also said he had witnessed Paul's physical abuse of Evelyn. Alan told the RCMP he once saw Paul assault Evelyn at a Christmas dinner. Alan said, "Paul gets his way, and he can be violent. I don't want to paint a picture of my brother as a bad guy, but I did see Paul, I'll tell you, I did see Paul when I was a young boy, around 16 years old, at a Christmas dinner. There was an argument at the table, and Paul was leaving, and he said, "Evelyn, you're leaving with me." And she said something, and he struck her, knocked her onto the floor, and kicked her, and kicked her, and kicked her. I had to. I was only about 16. I said, "You have to stop doing that. Stop it." That's his, he just blows up. Lisa Banfield told the RCMP that Paul beat on Evelyn all the time. In addition to family members reporting to the RCMP after the mass casualty that Paul abused Evelyn, they also said Paul was violent towards his son. Again, I want to state that this information is not intended to create sympathy for the perpetrator. It is included to help the Commission examine the broader causes, context, and circumstances that gave rise to the mass casualty. Part of that work involves looking at earlier opportunities for intervention. After the mass casualty, Lisa Banfield told the RCMP that the perpetrator said Paul physically abused him when he was a child. She said Paul would give the perpetrator beatings. In her interview with Halifax regional police officers who were assisting the RCMP after the mass casualty, Lisa Banfield's sister, Maureen Banfield, said there was a lot of evidence very early on that the perpetrator was quite disturbed in his manner. Maureen said the perpetrator had shared, both through Lisa and directly with her, that he had been extremely abused, severely abused as a young boy. The perpetrator's uncle, Glyn, told the RCMP that Paul made the perpetrator's life miserable. Glyn said Paul never treated the perpetrator like a little boy. He treated him like an animal. Family members gave the RCMP other examples of Paul's abuse of the perpetrator. For example, Jeff Samuelson said that Paul told him when the perpetrator was about 3 years old, Paul decided that the perpetrator was too old for his blanket. Paul burnt the blanket in front of the perpetrator. Lisa Banfield told the RCMP that when the perpetrator was around 7 or 8 years old, his parents would take him to the shopping mall, let him go off on his own, and leave without him. Miss Banfield said the perpetrator would be left alone at the mall, not knowing where his parents were, and would have to find his own way home.
Hearsay.
This meant that the perpetrator would be walking home along the highway. Evelyn would sometimes get in her car and drive back towards the mall to try to find her son along the side of the road, pick him up, and bring him home. Neil Wortman told the RCMP the perpetrator had a dog when he was a young boy. And when Paul felt that the perpetrator wasn't taking proper care of his dog, Paul forced the perpetrator to shoot the dog. Witnesses also told the RCMP there was other gun violence in the perpetrator's childhood home. For example, after the mass casualty, Glyn Wortman told the RCMP that when the perpetrator was a little boy, Paul put a gun to the perpetrator's head and then to Evelyn's head. Lisa Banfield told the RCMP that Paul once handed the perpetrator a loaded gun and said, "Shoot me, I know you want to." Lisa Banfield said the perpetrator told her he was very close to shooting his father that day. Multiple witnesses told the RCMP that the perpetrator grew up to hate his parents. Lisa Banfield said he never referred to them as mom and dad. He only ever called them Evelyn and Paul. This next section of the presentation looks at the perpetrator's violence towards family members as an adult. The first incident that we'll look at is the perpetrator's assault on his father during a family vacation in Cuba, as recounted by Paul Wortman and Lisa Banfield in their interviews with the RCMP after the mass casualty. Around 2010, the perpetrator was on vacation at a resort in Cuba with Lisa Banfield, his father Paul, and his mother Evelyn. One night, the perpetrator was drinking at dinner and he began to criticize Paul's parenting. He was saying things like Paul wasn't much of a father. Paul said he started apologizing to the perpetrator, saying he was sorry if the perpetrator felt that he had been a rotten father. But the perpetrator became violent, he straddled Paul on a bench, and he started beating him. Paul said the perpetrator was pounding the hell out of me. Lisa Banfield recalled the perpetrator smashing Paul's head against the concrete by the pool. She said the perpetrator was trying to get Paul to say sorry for the perpetrator's childhood. She said Paul was denying that he ever did anything to the perpetrator, and the perpetrator just wanted Paul to admit what he had done. Lisa remembered that Evelyn was there, and she recalled Evelyn screaming at Paul to just say he was sorry. Paul told the RCMP that he became unconscious during the assault. When he woke up, he saw resort staff members pulling the perpetrator away from him. He said the perpetrator was in a rage and ready to fight the staff members. At that point, a manager came out and was able to defuse the violence. As for Paul's injuries, he said his face was pretty smashed up and he lost a bit of vision in one of his eyes. After the assault, Lisa Banfield said Paul told her she had to leave the perpetrator. According to Miss Banfield, Paul said, "I was a bastard to my wife, I was a bastard to my son, and the perpetrator's going to do the same thing to you." Lisa recalled that at this time, Paul's injuries were so bad he was unrecognizable. Paul told the RCMP he forgave the perpetrator for this assault a few months later. Also in 2010, on the evening of June 1st, the perpetrator phoned his uncle Glyn, and he told Glyn that he was going to drive from Nova Scotia to his parents' house in New Brunswick to kill them. Glyn reported this incident to the RCMP immediately. When he recounted it 10 years later, in a statement to the RCMP after the mass casualty, Glyn recalled that the perpetrator had been drinking that night. According to various family members who spoke to the RCMP after the mass casualty, the perpetrator was upset with his parents around June 2010 because of a property dispute. Neil Wortman told the RCMP the perpetrator was in a fit of rage that night and got into his car armed to shoot his father. Allen added that the perpetrator was armed with a rifle. In her statement to Halifax regional police officers who were assisting the RCMP after the mass casualty, Lisa Banfield's sister Maureen Banfield said the perpetrator had a psychotic break on the night of June 1st, 2010. She said the perpetrator was talking about killing himself as well as killing his parents, and that he was also talking about dismembering his parents. He said he knew how to get rid of bodies. David McGrath was Maureen Banfield's long-term partner at the time of the mass casualty, and like Maureen, he was also interviewed by Halifax regional police officers after the mass casualty. In his statement to the Halifax Regional Police, Mr. McGrath recalled the incident on June 1st, 2010. He described the perpetrator as almost suicidal that night. Maureen and David stated that the perpetrator was so upset that he fired a gun in the dining room area of his home on Portland Street in Dartmouth. Maureen and David also told the Halifax Regional Police that it was the perpetrator's uncle, Chris Wortman, who was able to calm him down and talk him out of going to kill his parents that night. Now, as I mentioned, this incident was reported to the RCMP, and it was investigated by the Halifax Regional Police with the assistance of some RCMP members. The reason that the Halifax Regional Police conducted this investigation is because it was determined that the perpetrator made the threat by phone from Dartmouth. So that was in the Halifax Regional Police jurisdiction. Police records show that the investigation began in the early morning hours of June 2nd, 2010, when Glyn Wortman phoned the Kodiak RCMP detachment near Moncton to report the perpetrator's threat to kill his parents. Glyn called from Edmonton, Alberta, and he talked to Kodiak RCMP member Constable Len Vickers. It appears that Constable Vickers also obtained a statement from Paul Wortman that day, and that Paul advised Constable Vickers that the perpetrator had guns. Constable Vickers wrote up an initial officer's report stating that he had received information concerning death threats made against Paul and Evelyn Wortman by their son. Constable Vickers shared this report with the Halifax Regional Police. And the Halifax Regional Police assigned Sergeant Cordell Poirier as the lead investigator. Sergeant Poirier began by looking up the perpetrator's known addresses, which included his denture clinic, where he also lived in the apartment above with Lisa Banfield, on Portland Street in Dartmouth, as well as his cottage in Portapique. Sergeant Poirier noted there was a possibility that the perpetrator was in possession of several long-barreled weapons, which appeared to be based on information that Paul Wortman had provided to the RCMP. At 3:25 a.m. on June 2nd, 2010, Sergeant Poirier attended 193 Portland Street, which was the address of the perpetrator's denture clinic and his residence. Sergeant Poirier's notes say he spoke to Lisa Banfield, who advised that the perpetrator had passed out drunk in bed 2 hours earlier. She said the perpetrator had been in a lengthy dispute with his parents over land. Lisa Banfield told Sergeant Poirier the perpetrator started drinking because he was stressed and that he phoned his uncle Glyn to vent his anger and frustration. Sergeant Poirier wrote in his report that Lisa Banfield would not confirm or deny the perpetrator made the threat to kill his parents. Lisa Banfield told Sergeant Poirier there were no weapons in the house. Later this week, we will hear from Ms. Banfield about her reasons for telling the police there were no weapons in the home. Sergeant Poirier said he would come back later that evening, which was June 2nd, 2010, to speak to the perpetrator in person. And in the meantime, Sergeant Poirier conducted 2 searches using the Canadian Firearms Registry online database. He was looking for any possible weapons registered to the perpetrator. The CFRO database provides law enforcement access to firearms license information, license statuses, and firearms registration information for Canadians. Nothing came up in Sergeant Poirier's CFRO searches, which meant that the perpetrator did not have a license to acquire or possess firearms. And if he had any weapons, they were not registered. When Sergeant Poirier contacted Lisa Banfield again that evening, she told him the perpetrator had left for New Brunswick on a business trip and would not be back for about a week. Lisa Banfield again told Sergeant Poirier that there were no weapons at the Portland Street address. Sergeant Poirier told her that he still needed to have a face-to-face conversation with the perpetrator, so he said he would follow up with the perpetrator once he returned from his business trip. On the morning of June 7, 2010, Sergeant Poirier visited 193 Portland Street again. That was a Monday, but the denture clinic was closed, and no one answered when he knocked on the residence door of the building. As he was walking back to his police cruiser, Sergeant Poirier received a call on his cell phone from the perpetrator. The perpetrator was calling from a blocked number, but he said he was calling from his cottage in Portapique. Sergeant Poirier wrote in his report that the perpetrator would not admit or deny that he made the threat to kill his parents. The perpetrator did say He was very upset and had been drinking the night he called his uncle Glyn. When Sergeant Poirier asked if the perpetrator was in possession of any firearms, the perpetrator said the only guns he had were a pellet rifle and 2 antique muskets that were inoperable and hanging on the wall of his cottage in Portapic. Sergeant Poirier said he would still need to speak to the perpetrator in person. The perpetrator told Sergeant Poirier he had nothing more to say to him, and he said that if Sergeant Poirier was going to charge him with a threat, that he should go ahead and do so. With that, the perpetrator ended their phone call. Now, before we continue with the rest of Sergeant Poirier's investigation, there's an important graphic from his report that is up on the slide. As I mentioned, Sergeant Poirier was running firearms checks on the perpetrator, and as a result of those searches, a record about possible firearms in the perpetrator's possession was added to the Halifax Regional Police database on June 2nd, 2010. As you can see on the slide, the record was tagged Firearms Interest Police. It listed the perpetrator's name and his date of birth, and it stated, "This person may be of interest to firearms officers." After conducting the firearms checks and speaking to the perpetrator, Sergeant Poirier spoke to Bible Hill RCMP member Constable Greg Wiley. According to Sergeant Poirier's notes, Constable Wiley advised that he was a friend of the perpetrator and had been to the perpetrator's cottage in Portapic several times. Constable Wiley said he had never seen a firearm at the cottage. Constable Wiley said he would try to meet with the perpetrator at the cottage in Portapic to speak to him in relation to this complaint. At that time, Sergeant Poirier advised Constable Wiley that the main concern in his investigation was whether the perpetrator had any weapons at his cottage in Portapic. Sergeant Poirier told Constable Wiley that if Constable Wiley found any weapons at the cottage, they would be seized under a public safety warrant. Sergeant Poirier wrote in his report that due to the indirect and veiled nature of the perpetrator's threat to kill his parents and the additional information that Sergeant Poirier had gathered throughout the course of his investigation, he would not lay charges against the perpetrator for making the threat. But Sergeant Poirier decided the file would remain open until he spoke to Glenn Wortman in Edmonton, Paul Wortman in Moncton, and Constable Wiley after his visit to the perpetrator's Portapic cottage. Sergeant Poirier added, "At this time, the writer is satisfied that the perpetrator does not pose a threat to his parents. It is clear that due to stress, anger towards his parents in relation to land issues, and alcohol, these comments were made." Sergeant Poirier then spoke to Paul Wortman about the weapons Paul initially told the Kodiak RCMP his son had. Sergeant Poirier wrote in his report that Paul was convinced his son still had the weapons at his cottage in Portapic. Paul said he had seen the weapons in a storage closet next to the fireplace in the living room. The last time he saw them was over 5 years ago. Sergeant Poirier noted in his report that because of Paul Wortman's poor relationship with his son, Paul would have no idea if the perpetrator still had the weapons. Sergeant Poirier advised Paul that without recent knowledge, a public safety warrant to seize the weapons could not be obtained. Sergeant Poirier also contacted Sergeant Tim Moser of the National Weapons Enforcement Support Team, which is a team that supports the RCMP on firearms investigations. Sergeant Moser agreed with Sergeant Poirier that there was no evidence to secure a public safety warrant in relation to the perpetrator's weapons. Sergeant Poirier noted in his report that he was still waiting to hear back from Constable Wiley about whether the perpetrator had any weapons at his cottage in Portapic. And Sergeant Poirier wrote in his report that if he did, That would have to be dealt with by the RCMP because the cottage was in RCMP jurisdiction. A month later, Sergeant Poirier called Constable Wiley and left a message requesting an update. On July 17, 2010, Sergeant Poirier spoke to Constable Wiley, who said he had not yet spoken to the perpetrator, but would attempt to speak with the perpetrator in the next 2 days and would report back to Sergeant Poirier about his findings. By this point in the investigation, Sergeant Poirier had made repeated unsuccessful attempts to contact Glyn Wortman, Paul Wortman, and Evelyn Wortman. Sergeant Poirier closed the Halifax Regional Police file on the perpetrator on August 26, 2010. In his concluding report, he wrote that no further action was required on the file because there was insufficient evidence to proceed and because he did not have the cooperation of the original complainants. Sergeant Poirier also wrote in his concluding report that Constable Wiley from Bible Hill RCMP was looking after speaking to the perpetrator to determine if any charges were to be laid in RCMP jurisdiction. Therefore, Sergeant Poirier concluded that no further action was required from the Halifax Regional Police on this file, and accordingly he closed the file. In his July 2021 interview with the Mass Casualty Commission, Constable Wiley stated that he did not remember having a conversation with Sergeant Poirier in 2010, and he said he probably would not have referred to himself as a friend of the perpetrators, but that he was familiar with him. Constable Wiley thought it was possible that he had tried to contact the perpetrator at a time the perpetrator was not at his Portapique cottage, because Constable Wiley said the perpetrator frequented that property rather irregularly. But Constable Wiley thought it was possible that he documented any contact attempts in his notebook. In a letter from December 2021, counsel for the RCMP advised the Mass Casualty Commission that Constable Wiley had searched his home but could not locate any such notes. The next incident of violence arises in the context of the perpetrator's relationship with his uncle, Glyn Wortman. The following information was reported to the RCMP after the mass casualty by Robert Doucette. Mr. Doucette met the perpetrator in 2011 or 2012 in the Portapique area, and he worked as a contractor for the perpetrator on a casual basis until the time of the mass casualty. Mr. Doucette told the RCMP that around 2013, the perpetrator attempted to gain possession of his uncle Glyn's home in Portapique. The perpetrator did not know that Glyn had already left his home to someone else in his will. And when the perpetrator learned this information, he became very angry. Mr. Doucette said that the perpetrator went to Glyn's house and drove his truck through the fence around the front of the house. Mr. Doucette told the RCMP the perpetrator smashed the whole fence down, one post at a time. Neil Wortman also recounted this incident in his statement to the RCMP after the mass casualty. Neil said he was concerned at the time that the perpetrator would try to damage Glyn's house through arson. Neil was worried about this because he recalled that the perpetrator had a history of working with incendiary devices and bombs as a young boy. After these violent incidents, the perpetrator's relationship with his parents deteriorated to the point that he had no contact with them in the years leading up to the mass casualty. Paul Wortman told the RCMP that he and Evelyn last saw the perpetrator around 2016. At that time, the perpetrator told his parents he did not want to see either of them again. The perpetrator told Paul and Evelyn that if one of them died, he did not want the surviving parent to let him know because he would not care. Lisa Banfield told the RCMP that the perpetrator cut his whole family out of his life, beginning in 2010. She said he told her his parents were dead to him. In their interviews with the RCMP after the mass casualty, other relatives described the perpetrator as estranged from his family. They said he had a deep hatred, especially for his father, Paul. Jeff Samuelson told the RCMP that when he and the perpetrator had phone calls, the perpetrator would say things like, "I'd love to kill my parents." Renee Karsten was a denturist who met the perpetrator at dentist school and later worked for him at his denture clinic. She recounted to the RCMP that the perpetrator told her he wanted to end the Wortman legacy. She said he told her he never wanted to have children because he did not want to produce any more Wortmans. After the mass casualty, Wortman family members also provided other, more general observations to the RCMP about the perpetrator's violent tendencies, including that they came about when he was drinking. For example, Glenn Wortman and Chris Wortman told the RCMP they had witnessed the perpetrator become violent when he was drinking. Chris described the perpetrator as an alcoholic and said he was not a friendly drunk. Chris said the perpetrator had two sides to him, and Chris had seen the perpetrator become aggressive and scary when drinking. Chris told the RCMP he had spoken to the perpetrator about alcoholism and addiction. He said the perpetrator would quit drinking alcohol for a few months to a year at a time, but he always started drinking again. In June 2009, medical records show that the perpetrator told a family doctor he had a history of alcoholism and that he drank 12 beers a day, 5 days a week. The doctor suggested the perpetrator see a psychologist to help him deal with stress, but he said he was not interested at that time. After witnessing the perpetrator's violence and the breakdown in his family relationships, various relatives reported that when they learned about the mass casualty, they were afraid the perpetrator would target them. They spoke about this fear in their statements to the RCMP after the mass casualty. At 5 a.m. on Sunday, April 19th, 2020, the RCMP arrived at Paul and Evelyn's home to take them to another location for their safety. The perpetrator's uncle Neil and his wife also left their home that weekend as a precaution. After the mass casualty, Glenn Wortman told the RCMP the perpetrator should never have ended up a killer. Glenn said that understanding the perpetrator's childhood and his parents, Paul and Evelyn, were important to understanding the mass casualty. For his part, the perpetrator's father, Paul, speculated to the RCMP after the mass casualty that the perpetrator had thoughts of suicide. Paul said, "I know and you know. He knew he was going to die. That was a way of committing suicide. You don't go shooting people and expect to get away with it. My son was not dumb. He knew what he was doing and he knew he was going to die. Why he had to do what he did, he probably didn't have the guts to click one off. I don't. There's other ways to kill yourself without shooting yourself. I know a couple. You can do it painlessly." This concludes the presentation of the foundational document about violence in the perpetrator's family of origin.
Thank you so much, Ms. Snowden. This was a difficult presentation, and we greatly appreciate you presenting it for us today. We'll now break until 2 p.m., at which time we'll hear from expert witness, Dr. Deborah Doherty. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2 p.m.
So that's interesting. The council, the one that's supposed to be seeking, what is it? The truth, kind of somewhat, at least somewhat, seeking the truth on this one. so it doesn't happen again? The one who's going to present the narrative? Let's have a look at her. Interesting. Let's see here. I'm not a leaf lawyer. Better make sure I got that turned off. Let's see. Where did I have this? Laura Snowden. Let's look at her profile. Let's see how unbiased she is. You know, because you want unbiased people, right? Presenting information. Wouldn't you want unbiased people presenting information? Ones that are just seeking truth? Let's see. Laura Snowden. Laura is a tireless advocate for gender equality. She has worked to safeguard and advance human rights in Canada and abroad. Issues on sexual violence, reproductive justice, and gender-based discrimination. Her litigation experience includes protecting the rights of women athletes abused by coaches. Of course, I don't disagree with some of this stuff, but I mean, abuse of women is terrible. Family Law Project, right? She earned her JD from she volunteered Family Law Project, pro bono students for Sexual Assault Center in London. Legal research, human rights law, intimate partner sexual violence and trauma informed basis for law. Wow. In addition to her files at the firm, joined Mass Casualty Commission Council team, Mass Casualty, as independent is a total psyop. This is what you pay for because you're supposed to have impartial representation, right? That doesn't sound impartial to me. Does she have anything to do with Leaf? You know, Kim Stanton, Goldblatt Leaf? You know, the one who writes about inquiries? Let's see. She has acted pro bono for what? What's this one here? In matters for Leaf and the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Leaf advanced substantive quality for women and girls. Laura Snowden. Oh boy. Leaf. Heard Leaf anywhere? You know, like Kim Stanton Leaf? Let's try that one. Leaf. Canadian feminist rights, feminist advocate. Oh no. Leaf. Council appointment. Leaf buzz off. Congratulates legal director Dr. Kim Stanton for appointment to Federal Advisory Council on Gender-Based Violence. Board of Directors. Okay. Not seeing a pattern here. Haven't been seeing it for a while. Let's see here. Human rights and equality lawyer joins Leaf. Reflects on her 5 years of advocating for Leaf. sexual assault victims. Very impartial. Very, very impartial. Wonder who else had things to do with Leaf. Let's see here. Wonder if I can still find that. Oh, why did it do that? Leaf. How do I increase this? Oh, here we go. Leaf. Halifax. Person's Day breakfast. Okay. October 12th, 8:30. Update October 5th, 2018. Judge Amy I'm sorry, I won't even try to pronounce your name, Your Honor. However, we're very excited to note our keynote speaker for Leaf Halifax Day will be Judge Laurie Halfpenny Macquarie, who has been one of the key figures in establishing new provincial and superior court justice, superior court at the, I'm not going to pronounce that because I don't want to butcher it. I apologize. First Nation Cape Breton. We are so pleased and honored that Judge Halfpenny Macquarie has agreed to speak about this stuff. Who is Judge Halfpenny Macquarie? Does Judge Halfpenny Macquarie have anything to do with this case? Let's see. Wow, yeah, there are some interesting people that she's tied to, too. Now, won't go there right now. Let's just try. Appearing before Provincial Court Judge Laurie Halfpenny Macquarie, who has replaced Judge Al Bejan. Do you know what Al Bejan was advocating for when he was in charge of the warrants and unsealing them? You know, do I have that somewhere here? My prop for that. Seems to be missing. My giant Sharpie. Do you know what Al Bejan was advocating for the limited time that he sat on this one? Oh, that's right. Unseal everything now. No redactions. And he gets gone. And in comes who? Laurie Halfpenny Macquarie. Laurie Halfpenny Macquarie. D-doodly. D-doodly. Yes, okay, well, we won't go there now. Leaf. Kim Stanton. Leaf. I believe there's ties with Fitch and Leaf, funnily enough, even though it's for lawyers. Dash cams, please. With all the audio. GPS. Every single vehicle. You know the dash cam that doesn't exist, dash cam. No, those don't exist. What are you talking about? Really? Oh, they certainly do. You match up GPS, the audio logs from all of the, which of course they'll release too, right? From all of the channels, which will match up with the GPS, which will match up with the dash cam footage, and it will all fit together so well. We'll know exactly what happened. Same with GPS on ambulances, which they open the door to now. You celebrate all of the records. Where was I here? On that one? Celebrate. I just saw it in the... I just had something open to do with that. I must have closed that window. Mass Casualty Commission. Right in the top left-hand corner, big, bright Celebrate logo. Unsealing all of the messages between... Who was it? So we've got supposedly Joey's phone was Celebrate. And the... who else's phone did they celebrate there? Of course, because they celebrated every phone. But Emily's phone, well, they couldn't do it. There was a clip I saw the other day, all the audio. Well, it will fit. It will all fit, right? Because what you'll be able to do is say, let's say, car one. Car one is at this point, and on the radio at this time, this is coming across the radio. So you'll hear it in the car, in the audio tape, which will match the GPS. You follow? It all fits. Will all fit perfectly. Perfectly. Will it? But don't have any problems releasing all of the audio. Or do you need to type words out? GPS records on phones. What did they say about Emily's phone? 403 pages. Saanich. 403 pages, and you can't get into the phone. Really? 403 pages of emails. Wow. I was watching a story the other day. I'm trying to recall what it was. And I think it was W5 or something had given a phone over for some research or something, and they couldn't get into the phone for somebody else. It was some unrelated case. They gave it over to an expert down in Toronto who knows Celebrate. Do you know how long it took him to get into that phone? 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And he had everything. Every deleted message, every website that had been visited, every picture that had ever been taken, every single GPS point, whether you were walking, whether you were driving, everything can be found out with Celebrite. Every call that you've placed, the amount of information kept on these things is outrageous. So, of course, if you celebrated every single member's phone because they have a company phone and they have a personal phone, you're going to get all of the messages that they're sending each other. All of the pictures. You know, like Addie McCallum sending himself emails from his personal account on his Gmail to his RCMP account. Right. How about questioning witnesses using Gmail accounts? RCMP on your personal phones. Uh-oh. Boom. And the ties go so deep, like I keep hinting at them, breadcrumbing little pieces here and there. I know lots of you are getting stuff and finding stuff. I mean, who was that found that, by the way? Oh, I'm still waiting. Who found that? Alex McLean. They're usually in here viewing, watching too. Very good. Very astute. Extremely astute. But why in the hell would you use something so cheap and readily available? You know? How dumb do they think that people are? Really? Oh, I'm surprised I don't follow. Oh, yes. Writes books. Oh, this might be a deeper hole. Anyway. Interesting. You're going to have that going off in the background too. But you're going to have that lady presenting? So impartial. She doesn't have any agenda at all. She wants to look for the truth. Her pro bono work between Leaf and sexual violence, gender-based violence, with her hearsay. Lisa said that somebody said that something, that sounds like a Brenda. That sounds like a Brenda with no documentation. They said that he went to jail. Well, I think that's pretty easy to prove. Records. They're going to be all over the place. Glenn, remember? And I'm like, where's Glenn on the Brenda story way back? I'm like, where is Glenn? You'd think you talked to Glenn, since Glenn saw. And clearly Brenda didn't see anything. Yet, it's sad. People bought Gerster's. Oh, not her book that she got as a result. Sorry. They bought the story with the great journalism. I'm going to talk to Brenda. Who talked to who? Stanton. Sorry, what am I saying? Sarson. And who? Where's that?
he had white privilege. He had power in that he had money. And we have to treat everyone equally and start looking at the behaviors of the person.
And when did the story get floated? Oh, that's right. Right before the first warrant dump. The Brenda story. And now we've got Brenda. Brenda may be selling her home. Maybe. To Gabe. Maybe. What? A road that goes to, because that one I've been thinking about. Why would you build a road to somebody else's property? The warehouse. Again, I'm just throwing it out there as a possibility. But logically, let's say I owned a piece of property and I've got a clear cut and, get rid of stumping and all that stuff. Well, no, stumping is fun. Trust me. Rock picking, those kinds of things. I'm going to build a road to somebody else's house. Somebody that I really don't like. That makes sense, doesn't it? I'm going to go and take all that time, all that effort to build a road. Where was that?
Beach Road. The cottage. He did not describe seeing a fire at 293 Portapique Beach Road, right across the street from him. You would think that he would have seen that if that actually occurred. So all of the information that is presented collectively, the commission is of the view that the perpetrator traveled south. Because of the 1023 text of Joanne Thomas, because of the zip.
Where are you again, Mr. Burrell? Oh.
Zimmerman's observations of no movement in that area by the perpetrator, and because of Alan Griffin's observations, we're of the view that he went to 293 Portapique Beach Road at that time. But this leaves a very important question. If after 1023, after 1028, he went to that location. Where did he go after that? After the perpetrator proceeded south and committed the atrocities at 293 Portapique Beach Road, where did he go? How could he possibly have avoided detection given his physical location at the southwest corner of Portapique?
Because driving around a police car. How could he do that?
We know.
Wrap it up with a bow.
At 10:33, the police response was undertaken. That is, 3 members of the Bible Hill Detachment attended at Portapique Beach Road, organized together in what's known as an immediate action and rapid deployment methodology, and started proceeding south on Portapique Beach Road. When they got to about 200 Portapique Beach Road and observed a fire there at the cottage, they too did not see any fire to the south. So the Portapique Beach Road area has police responding from the north, pressing down. How could the perpetrator have escaped by going north unless the police didn't see him?
On foot. There you go.
We will be talking tomorrow about the police response, what they saw and what they did. I'm going to suggest to you that it'd be highly unlikely that the police under those circumstances didn't see him. This is where 287 Portapique Beach Road becomes so important to the narrative. You will recall a few hours ago, I had described Portapique Beach Road as a property owned by the perpetrator, located between the perpetrator's properties up at 136, 200 at the north, and between 293 Portapique Beach Road, the residence of the Thomas Zalls, and also Cobbwick Court to the east. The question becomes, could the perpetrator have left the area without detection by use of this property? We'll suggest to you that there are traversable trails through the property at 287 Portapique Beach Road. And in an effort to give you a sense of those trails at Portapique Beach Road, the Mass Casualty Commission's investigators in August of 2021 went out and made observations of the property. And this.
Sorry, I need to clarify one thing too. I don't believe any of this bullshit about driving a car through trees that they fly a drone through. At all. Like, not at all. That's why they need to fly the drone. You know, and I think he will say, oh, it's on the website. Never was on the website, of course. The styrofoam cars, right? But it's the exit point that's rather interesting. So why would you build a road down there to connect to people you don't like? Does that make a lot of sense? No, not really. Unless maybe you owned that property before. Maybe the relationship wasn't quite as bad as believe me, Brenda says. Maybe. You know, you got to believe her because what was the question they said to her? More gobbledygook that where is that CBC article? Right. They just kind of blazed through that too. Where was the first assault story? Was I like, what? Of course, you know, this was the article, the Gerster article that I just shredded. She comes forward through Sarson, through, right, Linda, white, toxic masculinity, Linda. Right. And that goes into Tim Bousquet. Tim Bousquet, who doesn't seem to be having anything going on here at all, wants to call herself Beau because she's worried about her identity. Yet she spills her identity in the National Post the same day. Strange. At the same time that the warrants are coming out, trying to sell the woman stuff. It's not like the protest, dual running protest, you know, one feminist, one not. Not like any of the people who have been sitting on the panel who were involved with that either. CBC article still the same one from June, which apparently was the one that Lori Thomas wanted to give the other side of the story to, because she has a problem about Brenda Forbes selling the house. She wants to give the other side of that. Anyway, the CBC interview was a good one. It was a good interview. Oh, that's the one that she didn't see anything. You witnessed her. You witnessed. What does that mean to witness? I better refresh. Witness. Definition. Witness. A person who sees an event. Sees an event. Okay. Witnessed that he was physically abusing her as well. Can you tell us about that, Brenda? The first time she ran over to my house, actually, she said that he'd been beating her. Oh. Here. I'll help with what that translates to. You didn't witness squat. The next story about the Allison brothers is an interesting one. Those of you who have watched before, I talked about that one too. Funny how one of the people who witnesses it, the one who said, the other one says, well, actually, he saw it. So the one who did see it never mentions it. And then you've got Glenn. Jane and Glenn. Glenn, who never is anywhere. Who they say was in jail. But you have no paper to produce. I'm sensing a lot of smoke. Not much fire. Gotta run. See you later, Don. Glad you popped in. Didn't even see you, sorry. I wonder how much Stanton's Leafs paid for Brenda PSYOP on CBC TV, CTV Global. Global is really quite a player in this, eh? It's been fascinating to watch how much they've played a role in this, Chorus network. Who knows if Glenn's dead? It would be really easy to determine. Have him come and sit down. Have him swear out an affidavit so that if, just saying if, he doesn't tell the truth, he can go to jail. Because I funnily enough think there's a lot of people who are going to be looking for a lot of people who aren't telling the truth. And once that gets proven, if it were to be proven in any of these circumstances, there are certain sections of the criminal code that can be exercised by an average citizen. to lay charges, bypassing police and the Crown Prosecutor's Office, simply presenting evidence before a justice of the peace, such as perjury. That would be problematic. Behold the fruits of people watching Law and Order Special Victims Unit. I fail to follow. Are you saying that I'm an armchair lawyer? I'm not a lawyer. I certainly have a long history of it in my family. Kind of runs in my blood. Liabilities, ramifications. Yes, consequences to one's actions. If you don't want to tell the truth, we're going to have problems. Shame's going to make a comeback. I think most of that will turn out to be a nothing burger. Which part? Also off topic. Okay. Yeah, I do kind of want to stay, but I mean, these are some interesting developments, but I'd say they're glowy ones. Stereotyping male predatory or violent behavior. Oh, yes. Very sad. You know, I don't like being stereotyped. I don't like being told what a man is or isn't. I'm not going to tell somebody else what a man is or isn't. I don't like being attacked because I was born a certain way. I think that's rather bigoted. I think most guys goes to reason logically. Most guys like women. It appears as though, I'm certainly reading that in multiple statements, Mr. Wortman did, in fact, like the ladies. I don't think anybody disputes that. Now, if you like the ladies, you generally don't want to beat up on the ladies. Doesn't work well in the pickup department. Hey, how's it going? Thump. No. Generally, women don't appreciate that in a man. But he seems to get a few girlfriends. Well, you could say, well, some women will deal with a lot of stuff. Yeah, but I think that's selling women really short. I don't like to do that either. Most women would be like, fuck you, pal. I'm out. And I couldn't probably call my brother. We're going to have a little visit. Oh, unless you're Brenda and somebody's staring at the house. But then you can't get your army friends. Then you can't get your MP friends. Then you can't get your husband who's just served in Africa. But to go and have a visit, you sell your house because you're afraid of somebody looking at it. That makes sense. Did they interview ex-wife? Okay, well, now we're going way off topic, but are you talking about ex-wife of staring at house? Well, that's what she said. I'm just reading what she said, and you can listen to it all over the place. Let's see. Staring. Let's see, where's the staring part here? You're personally afraid of him. He'd show up in his vehicle, park outside my house, and stare at the house. Maybe he was wanting to buy the house. I don't know. The ex wife, are you referring about Karina Kincaid Lowe? They did. And her interview is very interesting. This is all going to tie to, I think, much bigger things. I found some more interesting connections in Paradise Papers. Money. Out of country. Things that are blue. Not probably what your first thought is either in the blue department. Little Debbie is best woman. What is women? I don't know. Little Debbie. Wortman's ex-wife. Yes, Karina Kincaid Lowe. Very interesting interview, especially when you put the chronology of the timeline events together and how she speaks about that he doesn't have any money. Yeah, I don't think she really talked about anything too terribly abusive. I think she said that he got mad. She did stay. Her connections to his family very interesting too. Stayed at the grandparents' house. Like, I'm like, whoa, you know. But she's buying apartment buildings. She's paying for everything. Of course, she's worth billions with a B. But runs out of a trucking company. But nobody could find her. What was that quote? I like that report. Let's see here. This is from a community report. I believe, well, I'll read the piece. It's just an excerpt, but I have the actual report too. Information on Novastone. Ms. McCarthy requested more information on Novastone and noted that the information on Novastone, this is Karina Kincaid Lowe, not very credible. She also noted that she has discovered from a registry of joint stock that their email address is a Hotmail company, and the email is not very reliable. She noted it's a fast way of getting in touch with. It was a fast way. I don't know. Is it like the Twitter and leather? Superior, but not verifiable information. What kind of smoke? Miss McCarthy asked who the board of directors, who are the board of directors of the company. She noted that she is aware of Karina Kincaid. Miss McCarthy also noted that she was aware that there is a treasurer named Shelley Wanby. Not sure who that is. I never could figure it out. Asked who else is in the company. Mr. Buxton, who I could find no real history on, replied there are no other directors. Miss McCarthy asked, what is the address of the company? Mr. Buxton, does this sound familiar to anything? Said that can be provided. Ms. McCarthy noted several addresses from previous documents and that telephone numbers were incorrect. She noted that this company is the company and has no idea who she's dealing with. These are the residents, I think, of, is it Digby? They were having some problems with the quarry. No idea who she's dealing with. There are 2 names, no addresses, no telephone number. She further noted that she had gone to the office in Digby hoping to get some answers and thought she would be approaching Novastone, and she was told that it's Global Quarry Products because they're kind of foggy. Not sure if they were out of the trucking repair business. That's where their address was at that time, up in, where the hell was that? Miss McCarthy asked who the director of the company is. The director of the company. Will they ever see the director? Mr. Buxton replied that he is the project manager in the province of Nova Scotia and that he is in charge of getting the project off the ground. He noted that his name is in the telephone book and that he lives in Deep Brook. And it goes on further. If Miss McCarthy asked if we have a problem, a court case, can we implicate Mr. Buxton? Mr. Buxton replied yes. Oh, so he'll take the fall. I think it was $500,000 she paid in legal fees just on a case for a company that has no address. That's listed on Bloomberg. Are we seeing a pattern? Like the denture clinics. Follow the money. The 2 videos. Those were only the first 2 installments. There's more. Hello, Tracy. Welcome, welcome. Most people hate wife beaters. They do. Most men love women. Logic. How do we all get here? That would usually require an act of love. Goes to reason. Men are attracted to women. You don't beat them unless you're a total shitbag, but then usually nobody wants to be around you. They call good evil and evil good. The temporary god with a little g of this world knows his time is short. Thank you, Brother Paul. And I realize some people aren't religious, but the sentiments are true. Nobody likes a wife beater. But if you were beaten, and the disgusting nature of that is in our society, there's usually a heavy paper trail on it all. Really heavy. It's not somebody saying something. Especially when the person dies. Then the fear, wrap it up with a bow. It kind of goes away. And everybody starts saying what happened. You've got lots of witnesses, police reports, hospital reports. Oh, I stubbed my knee, walked into a door. Those little whispers become pretty vocal. I remember, we should have done something about that, say some men who aren't really men, because they should have been standing up for their women. Men are born to love, women to be loved. So do it. That's a great thing. I appreciate you. I appreciate your time. The families appreciate your time. And we're all in this one together because this affects all Canadians, sadly. Just so lucky it's none of our families, right? Well, that's not true, because families are in here watching, participating at times. God bless them. Went through it. So many lies to my coworkers. So many lies to my coworkers, finally got free. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But this world will right itself again, I believe. I really do. Men will stand up for men with men and stand up for women, because that's what we do. Right? and against people that want to be boys, not worthy of the title of man, well, men will take care of them. Because that's what we should do. We should always stand up for people who need help. And sometimes, and there's nothing wrong with that, because look at all the qualities that women have that men will never have. We aren't caregivers. We're not compassionate creatures by and large. This is true. We're not that way. We're not built that way emotionally. We're built to be genetically, we're built a different way. And there's nothing wrong with that either. It's just different qualities. And usually, that doesn't always apply. There's lots of women who are extraordinarily strong, as in physically strong. There's lots of women who just aren't that way and don't want to be that way. They like to be ladies and loving and caring, compassionate, right? Those qualities that are naturally instilled in women. Guys kind of want to be guys, women want to be women. Well, that's such a bad thing. Anyway, I digress. But I think there's a lot more to this story than going on. The more, the merrier. That means the more are paying attention. That's good. Am I doing any readings in the future? Well, readings aloud? Yes, I could do some. I'm sure there's some I can figure out to read. There's quite a few. I try and just read excerpts by and large, but there are some very good statements. I'm reviewing some selectively picked, I would say, selectively released at this point in time. I should read the RCMP, why they're withholding information. That's a good one. To the MCC. The MCC, who has now issued a further subpoena on the RCMP. So this isn't to say that the MCC isn't seeking some things. You know, I don't want to be totally salty on them and just discount them entirely. They are pretty bad. But, you know, even within things that are bad, you can find little grains. We'd be posting any of your past investigations. Was it Moncton you really picked apart? No, that wasn't. I didn't deal with Moncton. I'm familiar with Moncton a little bit. I've dealt with other things before. And this is not, again, a solo activity. Usually I work solo. That's the way I've always done things. I in this case, because it's such a vast thing and because it affects so many people and we're all on the same page. That's not true. Most of us are on the same page. Some of us are the glow in the background that are trying to get rid of all this goo. I thought it best to work very jointly. Why not? It affects everybody, right? We need to work together on this one. So, and how helpful it's been. I've been paying attention for a long time. Moving to Halifax on Friday. I'm moving from Quebec. It's a long story. I wish I could be there for Friday. Well, you're lucky. I'm jealous. My time in Nova Scotia is still yet to come. I hope. Yes, I saw your comment. Thank you ever so much. I mean, that's really beautiful. So Joanne's going to going to get to has the opportunity to go. You know, and that's important for families to see that there are people in their corner. And despite I don't necessarily agree with Mr. McDonald, Justice McDonald's things, he's right. Proper decorum on Friday is very important. I suspect we may have a few red coat provocateurs come around like Bible Hill. Just tell them that you love them and give them a hug. Sit down. Because they want to use that to tank the upcoming stuff after that, which will be Chris and Brenda, Lee, Darren. Better make that go away. Peace is coming quickly. For 1,000 years, stand fast, brethren. Prince of Peace is coming. Bless you. Wait, am I supposed to work on this? Jeez. I need another pot of coffee. Well, your sense of humor is terrible. You best take credit. You all best take credit. And cheesecake. I don't know, you and your goddamn cheesecakes. I absolutely will. I'll kill them with kindness. It's the way we do stuff, right? Should see how many. Where am I at in terms of? I love to see how many ladies are watching the channel. I always find it curious because they tried to tank me on that early on, right? They've used a variety of ways, and one of them was they tried to pull out the misogyny stick on me, and I was like, what are you talking about? So, you know, I always have appreciated so much the input from the women that love to watch this channel, or, well, I don't know about love, but they do. How appreciative I am. Let's see, where are we at here today? 61.9. Wow. This is very much a women-hating channel, you know. Other user specified, okay. And, you know, you would never ask a woman her age, right? Have you dug up good stuff again here, Todd? Todd's always digging around in the background. It's quite interesting to watch what he does. Alex McLean. Leaf. Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry. You sent that? Sorry. I just opened my tweeters. Not bias. Wondering why he was picked. What's this? Oh, is that the fellow that? Oh my goodness. Okay. See all the great stuff out there? Okay. Academic feminist. Talking feminism and masculinities with Tristan Bridges. Oh, there he is. Welcome back, academic feminists. Today's conversation features Tristan Bridges, lecturer with the Department of Sociology, University of Virginia, recently appointed to the College at Brock Point, SUNY. I wonder how much of a future some of this has. I really do. I don't know. Here's the link to that. dissertation on problematic way men divided into two groups, sexist and anti-sexist. He couldn't really seem to answer very many questions, though. Didn't know very much about Canada. Didn't seem like the MCC had done their homework on any of that either. What are you doing down there? Come here. Come here. He needs books for props. So there's a lot of great questions that were come about. I would like to know if Lisa knew Paul Clayfield. Well, that's a given. How well did she know him? Who is Paul Clayfield? Thank you for following me. I appreciate that. That's very nice. I don't like to stump. It's not really my way, but I will always try and say thank you. I'm trying to be better at saying thank you. Graciously receiving. Makes me feel very awkward. What's this here? He needs books for props. Ha ha ha. Okay, so what did you say here? I'm currently trying to contact Privy Council to see how I can turn in my man card. You want some immerse or something? Now, let's see if we've got any. Oh yes, remove my content. Fine. YouTube, go ahead. Very bothered by that. Whatever. I'm not even going to get there. So this afternoon, what do we have here? Are they going to, is that? What are we going to go on about? Have they filed the report yet? I know they can do the mass shootings and masculinity. Have they filed the hearsay report that they're referring to? Anybody? What were you up to? 2184, I believe. Let's see where we're at. Oh, no. Oh, yes. Okay. And aside, I bounce all over the place, right? This was an interesting thing I noted. I plead ignorance. So if you go to the documents part, most people just always focus on the foundational. I did, at least I did. I'll say that way. I have always focused on the foundational stuff. But you know, the research and commissioned reports, this one, right? The documents part that I'm on right now here, has lots of interesting things. You know, it's easily discountable because, I mean, it's a rhombus chair or whatever they want to call it. But there is a lot of really neat stuff in here that I've come across. I would suggest having a boo, checking out some of this stuff because, you know, some of it's obviously just goo nowhere else, but there's things in here like, you know, what was the one that I was looking at here? Yeah, I don't want to go too far off into other stuff. But there's interesting things in here. When I was reading one interview there, this is with ambulance M86, which was the McDonald ambulance. I haven't read the interview fully, but definitely have not read it fully. But there are pieces in there, very interesting. So these are the two drivers, Jesse Brine, male, and Emily McLeod. So they ask about kind of a little bit of background of what happened that night, specifically with Mr. McDonald. They don't name him, but you can tell who they're referring to. Now, I'll just read it to you because I thought some of it was a little bit interesting. Very short, Jesse Brine, because it was more like he said, quote, "We went down, we saw the fires, we went to check them out because they are our neighbors." And then he said, "I saw a car pull up. I assumed it was an RCMP. The guy came out and walked towards our vehicle. And then he said, when I saw the gun, that's when I forwarded the car in the gas. And that's when he shot him. And he got shot and he just kept driving. There was no indication. There was no mention of it was a cop car. It was he was dressed like an RCMP. It was nothing like that. So that's when I gave my little spiel.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Sorry.
And just a reminder to ensure your electronic devices are turned to silent mode.
That's when I gave my little spiel over our tactical channel. I don't know why is an ambulance got a tactical channel? That's kind of a bit unnerving, but anyway, I never mentioned, maybe they're doing something very tactical. I never mentioned anything like that because it wasn't relevant at the time. It was never like confirmed. The other paramedic also chimes in, Emily McLeod. It was never confirmed, like he never said it. Back to Jesse. It could be, I was like, there's a lot of white Tauruses, Ford Tauruses. And at night you could see, all you see is the headlights, and you have a tall figure walking towards you. Walking. I don't remember anything about walking. Do you? Help me if I've forgotten something here. And you're at a fire. You just assume it could be a police officer, right? And so to that point, did he say the perpetrator's name? No. He wasn't sure. He never told us any detail about it. He's like, he said that he talked to the RCMP, but he didn't give us any detail because he didn't want to indicate anybody. And that's where it stops. And we kept it medical after that. Saw the gun, ran off. Yeah. Okay. Not too sure what that's about. EMS TAC 2.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Ms. Hill?
Commissioners, we just had some exhibits to take care of before we move forward with the witness this afternoon. At this time, Madam Registrar, I'd like to mark a number of exhibits. They have been available to the participants, and a list was shared with them yesterday. The documents being shared today include a commissioned report and additional exhibits related to previous foundational documents. There are also emails the Commission recently received from the Department of Justice related to the April 28th RCMP meeting. As is our practice, these documents will be shared on our website in the coming days. Additionally, I'd like to make an oral correction to the report of Dr. R. Blake Brown. That report is called The History of Gun Control in Canada, and it is exhibit P-0011102. The report states at page 22 that a perpetrator in a different incident killed 4 people, including two police officers in Fredericton in 2017. The correct date for that mass casualty incident is in fact August 10th, 2018. So if those exhibits can be marked.
So exhibited.
I think that concludes the comments that I have.
Thank you so much. Ms. Natu?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. As our next witness, we would like to call Dr. Deborah Doherty.
Thank you.
I believe that's the lady whose law firm the previous Leaf lady works at. Interesting.
Take a moment to get comfortable, Dr. Doherty. And then I will ask Madam Registrar to affirm the witness, please.
Dr. Doherty, do you solemnly affirm the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm not hearing well.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. If at any point today you are not able to hear a question from me, from the commissioners, or from any of the council who may have questions for you later, please do not be shy about letting us know that. Okay. And so thank you for being here today, Dr. Doherty. I know you've flown in from the West Coast, but that you've spent the more than 30 years working in local maritime communities. And so we appreciate you being here with us today. I'm going to start by asking Madam Registrar, if you could mark Dr. Doherty's CV as an exhibit. It's COM number 59736.
It's exhibit 3358.
And commissioners, the participants have a copy of Dr. Doherty's CV, a can-say statement, as well as the summary, the basis upon we'll be asking you to qualify her as a witness, and that will be for her expertise in gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, and family violence, as well as on the risk factors associated with intimate partner violence in rural and farm communities in the Maritimes. So I'm going to spend some time walking Dr. Doherty through her experience and the different...
Jillian is the former chair of Leaf.
Qualify her sort of later in our discussions, but I just wanted to be clear up front that we're not going to walk through her CV. We're going to have a longer discussion of her experience and expertise.
Thank you.
Okay. So Dr. Doherty, I mean, let's start by a discussion of your qualifications and background. Beginning with the fact that I understand you received a PhD in social sciences from McGill University in 1986. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you went on to work as a senior policy analyst for the Women's Directorate in the province of New Brunswick. I believe you were there from 1985 to 1989. Could you tell us a little bit about what that role involved?
That involved a consideration of what was determined to be women's issues at the time, but anything from family law to legal aid to women with disabilities. So preparing briefing notes and making recommendations which the deputy minister would then take forward to various government departments.
I understand one of the first tasks you were asked to do at the Women's Directorate was to organize a conference. Can you remind us of the title of that conference?
Yeah, the only reason I mentioned it is because the conference was called Wife Battering. It was a 3-day just to show the evolution of the language into wife assault, domestic violence, intimate partner violence, and so on over the years.
And we'll return to that. But so to be clear, in 1985, you were asked to organize a conference on wife battering. And then in 1989, you became the founding executive director of the Public Legal Education and Information Service of New Brunswick, which I'll refer to as PLEAS. And could you tell us about what that role involved?
That involved creating access to the justice system for the public. And the way that we tend to do that is through the creation of plain language or easy to understand resources. And again, we try to look at who are the most vulnerable. Are there any special things we have to do to make access for abused women, for rural folk, for persons with disabilities? So there's always that caveat that it's not just the law and putting that in front of people. It's what are their lived realities and what barriers need to be removed in order for anyone to have access to justice.
And I believe you were in that role for 31 years and that you just retired earlier this spring. Is that
yes,
correct?
a few months ago, yeah.
Okay. And so in the development of these materials, you would sometimes do something called field testing with focus groups. Is that correct?
A technique to make sure that the materials that we were developing about the law were plain language and easy to understand. We would do field testing. So we'd have focus groups and we'd go over the materials with the appropriate target audience representatives to see if they understood it. For example, we were testing a sexual violence with teens. And one of the things we gave some statistics, like 3 in 6 teens have, in a secondary school, have experienced sexual touching or whatever. And so we were asking, does that make sense? Is that an important statistic? And the response was, what's a secondary school? So it was like, okay, let's take that out of the resource material and call it high school. So yes, we did a lot of field testing of our materials, and often when it was general, what do women with disabilities require, and so on, we would try to have women with disabilities come and tell us. We sort of like participatory action research. So in that sense, we were conducting qualitative research, and that's when I was invited to join the Family Violence on the Farm and in Rural Community research team, because we were putting so much effort into trying to understand the needs, the law information needs, the barriers, and how to reach rural women.
Mm-hmm. And so while you were engaging in these field testing participatory studies, were there sort of patterns of information that you started to identify that you had not necessarily been looking for, or that started to come through in different legal subject areas?
Yes, we didn't go in saying rural women experience this, tell us about what you experience. It was always what do you experience? What should we know? How can we help make a difference? What would improve your access? So hearing about domestic violence and some of the barriers that women faced, the fear of disclosure, the fact that there were firearms in rural homes, the extent to which people talked about addictions and serious drinking and things of that as exacerbating the situation. We didn't go in and say, does your partner drink a lot? No, I mean, we said, what is it about, your rural situation that maybe makes you more fearful?
Mhm.
And then we would hear things like, because the weekends is for drinking, and when he drinks it, he reaches a threshold, and when he reaches that threshold, he says he's going to commit suicide, and he might take me with him. So yes, it was, things began to emerge, and these patterns became quite solidified that, we should get some additional research funding and actually focus on those as research issues.
And so you mentioned that at some point you received an invitation from Dr. Jenny Hornetsy at UNB to be involved in a research study that she was planning. Did I hear that correctly a moment ago?
At that time, there were 5 domestic violence, they were calling them family violence research centers established by the federal government across Canada. And Jenny was the chair of the family violence on the farm and in rural communities team. And she was starting a team to do research. It was SH00T-funded research out of the Muriel McQueen Ferguson Center. And so she said, all of this research you're doing, it's so important, you should join our team and we can get more leverage for funding, for dissemination of findings and so on, if we work together. And so the team involved other people too. There was a police officer, an RCMP officer, myself, a farm woman, a social worker, and so a group reviewing the questions and having input into the development of the research framework.
And so just to make sure I've heard this correctly, Dr. Hornetsy,
Hornesty, yeah.
Hornesty, I apologize to Dr. Hornesty. Dr. Hornesty was asked, was one of 5 individuals who were across the country who was going to be.
The team, they had different names and different centers, but the Muriel McQueen Ferguson Center was the one here. I'm not in New Brunswick anymore. The one in the Atlantic.
Right.
Yes, she was the chair of that team, so she was charged with finding community people and research topical experts on different aspects of the research. And so that came together. And when we started holding our meetings, the type of research that we did initially was qualitative.
Okay.
So we went out and said, tell us your experience. And we did focus groups all over New Brunswick and some in PEI.
So she was the chair and she invited you to be part of the group, and you designed this qualitative research study.
Yes.
Is that correct? So could you tell us a little about how that study worked in the first incident? Actually, let me stop myself there for a moment. You said that this was something that was happening at that time, and I just wanted to confirm what time that would have been, approximately what year this
that we began doing that research.
Correct.
In the mid-90s.
Okay. And so tell us about how you designed that research and how it was carried out.
Well, and I've sort of mentioned this, so I hate to be redundant, but we had transition house staff and various frontline domestic violence workers involved as well. So they helped to determine questions that we could ask to bring out information about the experience of abuse in a rural setting. So we started holding focus groups, and I must say initially, nobody wanted to come to the focus groups. And we had different mechanisms, like a toll-free number with posters, and have you experienced domestic violence? Do you live in a rural community? We'd like to hear your stories or experience to help prevent other people, other women from going through this. And it would be like, okay, it's been 2 months and we have 2 people, what's wrong? And that's where we first kind of started learning some of the unique aspects about rural life. And
I linked that report there. It's an interesting one. Might want to grab it. It's got the current MCC council standing up there, who was the head of MCC, Kim Stanton, in there. Also, Emma Cunliffe, the Emma Show. She's in there. No contradictions at all going on in here. Oh yeah, Indo. Love the new website, by the way.
they had concerns and wouldn't leave because of their pets. If they did, he'd shoot the dog or beat the pony or do something of that nature. So, it took different strategies. You've got to go, hold a town hall meeting, do this, do that, other things that might encourage participation. And eventually we did, but all the way along, we learned to ask, what do we need to do? And not try to assume that the techniques that were used in larger urban centers would work with rural folks. And where we held it, don't hold it in a mental health facility. It has such a stigma because my partner constantly says, you're crazy. If you ever leave me, no judge would ever give you custody. So I don't want to be seen parked in front of the mental health center. So it was like, okay, well, how about we hold it at the community college or something? Yeah, so it was a learning curve for us. We didn't go in there. We did have some expectations that lack of transportation, lack of childcare, and certain things would act as barriers, and indeed they do. But we didn't start by, does he kill the dog? Does he do this? These are things that's brought up to us as a reason why somebody might stay and put their own life in jeopardy, their love of their animals who are as dear to them as their kids in some instances. Yeah.
So these were things you learned over time. It sounds that as you adjusted your techniques and your approaches, that you began to have focus groups where you would collect these qualitative information about those experiences. I understand that in 2008, you, along with Dr. Hornesty, published this, the results of your research in a longer...
There's a little break in between. Initially, the research we were doing was short-funded. Mm-hmm. And as we wrote papers and articles, Jenny and I traveled around Canada. We even went to Greece. That was a perk, to an international conference on domestic violence. So we started to go around and say, this is what we're finding. And it was groundbreaking at the time. There was very little, if any, research on domestic violence in a rural context. So really, as we went around, the Advisory Council on the Status of Women arranged for 4 or 5 of the presentations around New Brunswick to be in French, like French simultaneous translation. And there was a lot of recognition that this is new. And we were encouraged to look for funding to explore specifically the firearms. But when we approached the Canadian Firearms Prevention Center, I think it was called at the time. It's now it's now a program, but it was an independent center at the time. They said, we need this information. There is nothing available for us, primary data in Canada on domestic violence, firearms, victimizations, and misuse in a rural community. And so that's who funded the next portion, which became the paper that was published in 2008. And we threw in the animals. We wanted to look at the animals. They were, well, okay, look at the animals, but we want you to look at firearms specifically. And so it was called Family Violence on the Farm and in rural communities. And it was a look at firearms and pet abuse.
So it sounds like between when you began this research in the mid-1990s until the publication of this paper in 2008, there was multiple stages of the research and sort of multiple phases of the work that you did with Dr. Hornesty.
I wear hearing aids and there's some feedback, so I didn't catch that full question.
I was just confirming that as what I understand from what you've said is that between 1990 and 2008, when the paper was published, that there was multiple stages and phases of this research that you conducted.
Yes, and the paper that came out in 2008 was a 2-year contract to create this, to investigate, examine, and create this report, which also included sharing potential recommendations for how to eliminate domestic violence and prevent further occurrences and so on.
Thank you. Before we dive deeper into what you learned from this research, I want to sort of finish walking through some of your career experience and expertise. In addition to the role you played at Police for that 31 years, I understand there was also a 2-year secondment as executive director to the Muriel McQueen Ferguson Center for Family Violent Research. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And that was from 2001 to 2003?
Yes.
And during your time at the center, you were involved in putting together something called the Workplace Violence Toolkit.
One of many initiatives that there were multiple things going on, and I seem to be asked to sit on a lot of committees. So yes, that was one of them. Turning workplaces into resources for victims. It made a lot of sense, and I think perhaps my contribution was the emphasis on not only should a human resource officer be able to take an abused woman whose domestic violence is following them into the workforce and say, here's a fact sheet, here's the things that can help you define if what's happening to you is abuse. And here's how we can help you. We can walk you to your car if you stay past 5 o'clock at night or whatever. But also, I call it walk the walk and talk the talk. If a workplace is going to try to be a source of support and empowerment to abused women, it can't be abusing its own employees. So supervisors can't use techniques that are, to discipline someone, you humiliate them. Well, that's what he's doing at home. You don't do that at work. So that was part of it, being very careful to what kind of programs can be put in place to make sure that there's training for the supervisors and management and co-workers, and so that there's a respectful environment that is non-violent in nature.
Do I correctly understand that some of the concept behind that program is that a workplace is a potential location of intervention?
Absolutely, yeah. And myself particularly in the case of rural women, that may be one of the few places where he's not looking over her shoulder. So yes, getting information and support and potentially resources and so on was part of that initiative. And it still goes on to this day. I was saying a couple of years ago, it got a refresh because it was 10 years or so. So the look of the website and so on was refreshed and made a little more modern and responsive, but it's essentially the same program, just made easier to access on mobile devices and so on.
And in 2002, I understand you helped to found the New Brunswick Silent Witness Project. Could you tell us about that as well?
Yes, because it's really important to, my understanding of rural and the differences. The Charlotte County Domestic Violence Prevention Committee in southern New Brunswick, they went to a conference in Maine. So this committee members were invited and went to this conference. And at the conference were silhouettes, 30, 40 silhouettes, red, wooden, and they stand. And, can you imagine 40 red silhouettes? And each one of them was a woman who had lost her life to domestic violence. And on her chest was a shield that said briefly what had happened. And they borrowed the silhouettes for a conference in New Brunswick. And people were reading the silhouettes from Maine and saying, where are the Canadians? Where are the Canadian? We're saying, well, yes, you're right. There should be silhouettes for the Canadian women who've lost their lives to domestic violence. And so this committee formed, the New Brunswick Silent Witness Committee, and been doing research for nearly 20 years, had no idea. I said, my contribution will be the research. People would say, contact us and say, my loved one was killed by her partner. We want to do a silhouette. But then we would find out he was never charged or he wasn't convicted. So it had to be some of the parameters that it would be. There was a confirmed murder-suicide, or there was a conviction in the courts, or even, we had the discussion in the first 10 years, there were 3 that were not criminally responsible. Are we going to include them?
I just want to be clear, Dr. Doherty, when you say that you led the research for the Silent Witness Project, what was the purpose of that research? What were you researching?
Well, the purpose, I should say the purpose came out of the States, which had initiated in 1990 the domestic violence, or the Silent Witness Project, and then it spread across the U.S., and it was to remember the women who lost their lives, to honor the women who had lost their lives, and to create action to address, proactive strategies to change domestic violence. So those were yes, bring me back.
No, so do I correctly understand that you were researching who those women were? In order to create these memorials, you first needed to have a list of names to memorialize.
Yes, so I was looking back to 1990. We said we might as well go back to, we're a small province in Nova Scotia. There's not, or in New Brunswick. So, let's go back to 1990. And so, yes, I was doing the research. We were looking at court documents, going into archives. There weren't so many murder-suicides back in 1990. There's a lot now. But as I was gathering the information, I would look at the transcripts from the trial, victim impact statements, all the media stuff that was filed at the time, and so on. And as I gathered the information, it was, yes, there'll be a red wooden silhouette, and it'll be for this woman. And we name the names because the families participate with us. But as I began to say, we've now looked at 25 cases of women who lost their lives, and 56% of them were shot with hunting rifles or shotguns. And then the national data, which when Ontario published its data, it very much matched the national because the big population size, but it was like 20% were killed with shotguns and hunting rifles. And so the whole nature of intervention and what can we do, when the Death Review Committee came out in Ontario, 2003 to, I have it here with me, 2000, and it was an 8-year period. They talked about the risk factors. There's 32 risk factors. And here's a graph showing the top 10. And so that means all the women who were killed, what were the top 10 risk factors that were present or clustering around that death? And I look it over and I go, oh my God, the top 10 don't even include firearms. It's not that firearms isn't a risk, it wasn't the top 10. But in New Brunswick, when I looked at all the deaths and put what risk factors, the types of risk factors, the ones that clustered as the top 10 were different. So a risk factor is a risk factor, but it's the clustering of them that tells you something's going on. We can't treat, or try to find solutions and resources to deal with New Brunswick and rural communities that would work in large urban centers. The 70% of the New Brunswick women were killed in communities of less than 10,000. And in Ontario, 55% of the women were killed in communities of 55,000 to 1 million. As the women here would say, a hunting rifle is not the weapon of first choice to get at your wife in downtown Toronto. So that's when we began to know, from the analysis of the data collected from the women who had been killed in the Brunswick Silent Witness Program, that I thought I was on 2 tracks. I always say one was doing the intimate partner violence research and the other was doing the domestic homicide. And it was, no, those have to be on the same track because, it's not 2 different things. It's finding out about rural communities was important for the domestic homicide work as the domestic violence work.
So there's a couple things I want to come back to and make sure I correctly understood. You made passing reference to the Death Review Committee in Ontario. And could you just clarify what exactly that committee is and does?
Sorry, I didn't catch it.
The Death Review Committee in Ontario?
Yes.
And you mentioned it, but I just want to make sure that everybody knows what that committee is and what it does. And
these are committees that were set up. There's one, I certainly wouldn't say there's one in every province. They're more and more being set up in every province, but a lot of provinces do have review. So it could be, it's usually overseen by the coroner's office, and it's.
And are they reviewing particular kinds of deaths? What do those committees review?
These are domestic violence, homicide, or domestic violence fatalities that they would call them, but they tend to be the domestic deaths. It's not, and some of them have, like if children, they are called. Myself, in terms of the research, I always say I'm doing, femicide research. So my focus had been on women being killed, but some of the death reviews, of course, do look at and include a neighbor was killed, a grandmother was killed, the children were killed, a father-in-law was killed. So they will look, but and not necessarily do a comprehensive analysis of all the deaths, but they might choose 3 that seem rather exemplary of certain types of risks.
And so these provincial death review committees would sort of aggregate the risk factors identified in their reviews. And when you were seeing the risk factors that came out of Ontario and comparing them to what you were learning from your research for the Silent Witness Project, you were noticing, disparities in those risk factors between
and
urban and rural centers.
One of the number 1 risk factors in Ontario was that the deaths occurred at or after separation. And because that was so prevalent in everybody who was killed. The recommendation made around that finding was we have to do public education and create resources to promote emergency leaving and staying safe after you leave. That's the focus. Yet when we looked at the New Brunswick data, it was about 2/3 of the women were killed in intact relationships. So who knows what they said that night they were killed. Maybe they did say, I'm moving out tomorrow. We'll never know. But it seemed that for a rural context, we can't just promote leaving when women are saying strategically, I'm staying. It's safer for me to stay because I can read the look in his eyes. I can tell when he's had too much to drink. So yes, we don't go, like a lot of rural women will go for 3 days and then go back, and they'll do that when necessary. But there's a lot of victims who feel safer because they can read the situation. If they leave, what's he doing? Where is he? When will he come? Will he come in the dark with a rifle? It's scarier for some women to try to leave and take action like that. So we're saying, yes, women, 30-some% of the women in New Brunswick were killed at or after separation, and emergency leaving is important. But what happened is people would say, I was at a conference, and they'd say, everybody knows the most dangerous time is after separation. And it's, well, not necessarily, and we need resources to promote safer staying. Not that we want to promote staying, but if a woman chooses strategically to mitigate her risk and to do so, she stays in the situation, then we need some resources to support her. It shouldn't be leave or nothing, so that's how I came to start developing the safety planning resource called Staying Safer.
And is that what led to the development of the app? One of the last things I thought we would talk about before I officially asked the commissioners to qualify you as an expert on all of the things that we've talked about and all of the other parts of your career that we probably won't have time to talk about. I understand that in recent years, you oversaw the development of an app. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah. So the idea of doing, the safer, staying safer and like a guide seemed like just one possible way to help support rural women who weren't leaving. And victim services public legal aid approached me and said, we've heard you give presentations, and that's exactly what's happening with our victim services staff. We want them to help women where there's been charges laid, so victims of domestic violence who are in the criminal justice system. But so often, after the charges have been laid, and part of the no contact provision is stay away order, the women will approach victims. Please, could you ask the judge to drop that stay away order? He's apologized. We're getting back together. And if they did, there was nothing that victim services could do. They could help them create a safety plan to leave in an emergency, but they had no tools or resources to help those women who were staying. So we created first the handbook on leaving abuse, strategies for staying safer. And then the idea came that why not create an app that could be used on a mobile device and have an interactive service map with victims, with whatever, victim services, mental health, addiction services, and so on, that she could sign in confidentially, have ways to protect her safety and anonymity, and look at the services, because on the map, there'd be a little, some little mark that you'd open, and you could read about, oh, this is the service that Moncton's mental health does, and get in touch. Of course, you want people who are using apps and things.
So do you think she knows Leanne Fitch? I think maybe. When Leanne Fitch was doing victim services domestic violence? Okay.
Could walk women through and help them. Or it could be a self-directed tool. So the woman could do it on her own when she has the right time and place to look at the phone, and then save all the addresses or the emails and so on.
So but the crux of the tool is that it would be something available to women who remain in the home despite the violence, because as you say, it's a decision they've made to mitigate their risk at this point in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tool that could be used by anybody. And when we were disseminating it in New Brunswick to the service providers, I actually had an RCMP officer say, contact me and say, I can use this in victim services with a lot of our victims. It doesn't even necessarily have to be an abused woman. But we took, the death review had Ontario had 32 risk factors, and then they said these were the top 7. I looked at all of the different death reviews and articles in the States, and I chose 16 risk factors that I thought most exemplified things that a woman in a rural setting might want to address. And it wasn't just firearms, it was things like low self-esteem. You talk about women putting their ducks in a row. It's pretty hard to leave when I think I'm worthless. And so maybe counseling and
Sorry, just one moment here. Just thought I'd share that little report with you also. Here we go. Here she is, right? Deborah Doherty. Scroll down a little bit. Board of Directors, Leanne Fitch. Just thought I'd share that. Now back to regular programming.
Dr. Doherty as an expert in gender-based violence, intimate partner violence, family violence, and on the risk factors associated particularly with intimate partner violence in rural communities.
Yes, by all means. Dr. Doherty, I'm pleased on behalf of the commissioners to qualify you accordingly. Thank you.
So I want to come back to the risk factors that you've alluded to and mentioned a number of times in your testimony already, but I want to just start to clarify some of the terminology. One of the first things we talked about was the conference you put together for wife battering. We've also heard the terms domestic violence, intimate partner violence, family violence. I just wondered if you could speak to whether or not those concepts are interrelated. Is it an evolution of language, or what are we talking about here?
I heard earlier this morning the presenters were talking about gender-based violence, and they gave a definition, and they had additional definition that I think Carmen might have done for them. And it was a definition that was international in scope. So I don't want to throw in any, but the violence that is directed at an individual because of their gender was sort of the gist of it. And the only thing that I would add that they didn't come out and say specifically is that the vast majority of gender-based violence is against women and children. Not necessarily, but that's the focus. And I think over the years, there was wife battering, wife assault, family violence, domestic violence, intimate partner violence. And it's hard to keep up because those forms of those difference in language still exist. So that, there's the federal government might say, would you do a pamphlet on family violence in Aboriginal communities and protection orders? Well, the legislation was on protection orders in Aboriginal communities, and it was family violence order, whereas a lot of other legislation now has changed to intimate partner violence. And I think any of these forms of violence, let's throw the net, cast the net, and try to look as much as possible to understand what the risks are and how we might make a difference. The thing is, though, that Statistics Canada might have release a report. And the report in the early days when we were doing wife battering would talk about family violence. And it would be of men killing their spouses. So it wouldn't even be common law partners killing their common law, or boyfriends killing their girlfriends. It was very narrow. And another thing that I saw as a huge difference was the number of women who were killed in common law relationships. So I think it was in New Brunswick, about 69% were in common law relationships. And it's higher, and there's research across US and Canada that shows that women living in common law, especially at separation, the lethality threat is great. And 15 years ago, we wouldn't have even caught that because we wouldn't even be looking at common law spouses or
Because we would have been
partners.
focused on marital relationships, official marriages. Is that correct?
Yes, and now they've begun to change, and certainly the data seems to include both married and ex-spouses and common law and ex-common law.
And so, loosely termed, all of these terminologies refer in some way to violence between individuals who have some sort of personal or intimate relationship, and sometimes referred to as private violence. But, often it sounds like your research really focused on violence within homes or within families or within
the nature of the type of violence has also evolved and grown over time. So, emotional, physical, sexual, is it mental or is it emotional, or is it, some of that conversation has gone on. There would be chemical abuse, which typically meant misuse of medications, not allowing a person to have the medications they need or forcing them to take medications that would be harmful to them and stuff. Religious, spiritual. So the evolutions and the types of violence, our understanding has evolved over time. But in terms of what I've looked at, it's against women, with women as the victims.
And I think you anticipated there my next question, which was just to confirm that when we're talking about this intimate partner violence, we're not strictly talking about physical violence, but also all the other forms of abuse that you mentioned, and that there can be abuse within a relationship, even at times where there's not sort of acute instance of physical violence.
We've been talking about the signs of domestic, partner violence or family violence for so long. We sometimes, I think, tend to skip over what they are. But there's always people coming up who've not been involved in this area. So I think to give those definitions and define them, because even now, I know some of our research would be, do these things, psychological, emotional, have they happened to you, when we're doing individual? And a woman might say, no, I've not been sexually assaulted because I just gave in, and he, yeah, but I agreed to it, and I'm his wife, but I didn't want to, and he had been forcing me, so I'm not sexually assaulted. Not knowing that there's a thing called consent, and so it's a way to help promote greater awareness of what some of those risk factors look like. And people will kind of say, oh, that's not me, that's not me. And indeed, it could be.
Right. Okay, well, let's move on to a discussion of these specific risk factors that, or at least some of the specific risk factors that emerged and you identified through the research you did over all those years. And I'd like to start by discussing what's broadly defined as cultural responses to domestic violence or intimate partner violence in more rural communities. And actually, maybe before we even do that, could we talk about a definition of what rural means in this context? I think I heard you say earlier that it was communities of less than 10,000. But how did you understand and define that in your research over the years?
When we're doing rural and we're doing qualitative research, we were able to ask people to say, what does rural mean to you? What's your community? And people have an intuitive sense of whether they live in Toronto, so we wouldn't put parameters. Is your community less than 10,000 or whatever? I mean, when we were doing the quantitative research and people were filling in a survey, if they lived in Bathurst and the population was 14,000, then we'd say that they were in an urban community. And then I go to a conference in British Columbia and they'd say, a town of 14,000, you're calling that urban? We didn't want to limit. We wanted women to tell us what was rural to them. Typically, there's the whole cultural and social values that are associated with rural life, but fewer services, less access to things like transportation, childcare, employment training, things like that, which sound kind of negative. But I do have this long list that was sort of, here's the things that are wonderful about rural life. You can go outdoors and there's sunshine and fresh air, and your neighbors they wave at you if you can see them, but they do anything to support you and help you and whatever. So it's almost ironic because, you have, what do you like best about rural community? It's small, we understand each other, we support each other, we help each other. And then as a victim of abuse, what's one of the things you have to overcome? The busybody factor. That everybody knows your business and is telling other people, and I want help, but I don't want to be shamed and whatever. So yeah, there's no definitive answer, and it was easier to leave very broad for people to sort of self-define. Are you in a small town, rural area? When we were doing qualitative research.
Mm-hmm. That feels like a good segue into a discussion of the cultural responses I mentioned earlier. Could you articulate for us some of the issues in terms of attitudes towards gender-based violence or intimate partner violence that you identified through your research that you considered to be cultural responses or cultural barriers that served as a risk factor or a barrier of some sort?
I'm not sure I heard the
And
Well,
the cultural responses,
yes.
what you've called cultural responses.
Okay. Do you want me to include the firearms, the gun culture in that, or?
Perhaps we can start with a high-level discussion of some of the cultural responses.
Okay, I didn't when I mentioned the fresh air, and so I forgot about the social, the cultural norms and values, that those value systems are much more coherent and stronger in rural communities, partly because people do know one another and they adhere to a similar, if not same, value system. And that value system can be quite patriarchal, so that the role of women in the family in particular, where we're focusing, can be the women are subservient. Women's job is to create harmony in the household, to have meals ready and take care of children. And so there was a very sort of traditional social value consensus, not any kind of essentialism to rural life or rural women, but
What about the concept of don't ask, don't tell? It's something I've seen referenced in your research. Is that something that you identified as a cultural response?
Well, yes, I'm. Women would be, you have to keep the peace. I'm just trying to keep it, and that was their role. And I've interviewed women who they want to get 10 years of abuse and whatever, and finally they're going to leave, and they have to get legal advice about having custody of their children. And they might be told, my God, what you've experienced over the last 10 years, when we go to court, don't mention it, because what judge is going to think you are a good parent, or you, if you say for 10 years, I did this, I was abused in this way or that way, they may, just don't talk about it. So it's like the very things I did to be a good wife, a good mother, a good rural woman, now they're saying if you mention it in court, nobody's going to believe that you did, that you don't have mental health problems, that because he keeps saying I'm crazy, or, so yes, those social values would certainly impact on help seeking, on, the way one would present themselves, on their feeling of self-worth, because if things go wrong and you're not keeping harmony in the house, then you believe it's your fault. I mean, you're self-blame. You don't even have to wait for your community to blame you. You're self-blaming. Oh my God, I can't do what other women do because they tell me all men act like that on a Friday night. Like, why is it such a problem for you? So that those social norms and values and the types of, it can be to minimize or normalize behavior that is very harmful, and then blame and shame a victim who doesn't live up to the norms.
Did those social values often also reflect on how friends and neighbors would respond to intimate partner violence?
Yes, I believe they do. There was a provincial study commissioned by the New Brunswick government on domestic violence. And one of the questions, they were asking where people lived in a rural, urban setting and so on. And I guess the question was, if you heard your neighbor being beaten and screaming, would you call the police? And it's very counterintuitive. I would have thought that, in the rural area where I'm very close, and would do anything for my neighbors, I'd call the police. But it was just the opposite. In rural areas, they were less likely to involve the police. They're not going to call the police. And in an apartment in an urban area, that it would be much more likely to call the police. And after this report had come out in one of the focus groups, I was asking, why do you think that is that people would call in an urban area but not rural? And they said it's because who knows who's living next door to you in an apartment? I don't know, and they're screaming and stuff. I'll call the police. But no, on my buddy down the road who, I fish with, I hunt with, no, I'm not going to call the police and tell them his wife's being beaten up and screaming. So yes, it does affect the...
Okay, you've mentioned firearms many times in your testimony so far. So perhaps you could specifically address what you learned from your research in terms of guns as a risk factor in rural communities.
Yeah. When Jenny and I first started doing that research, there wasn't a question about firearms. It just emerged out of the research from people telling us in interviews that one of the reasons, I'm fearful of leaving is the firearms. I mean, when he says I don't even know if he'll kill me, but I think he'll kill himself. And then the kids will blame me and the whole community will blame me. So, best do you not commit suicide. So they started talking about the firearms in the homes, and these were all long guns. So this whole notion of, and with if I can bring in the domestic homicide research with 56% of the women being killed by firearms, long guns, it was critical, a feature that we needed to think about and do something. We made some suggestions in our report for ways to mitigate that risk, but.
And just hunting, is that part of the story of firearms?
In terms of, as we found out about it, there were women who were saying, I'm fearful, and I'm more fearful when there's serious drinking, and I'm more fearful when there's addictions and talk of suicide. But firearms in rural communities, as we were told, have a long-standing tradition of hunting, and they are thought of very positively to the extent that they're a legal gun, they're there for legal purposes, and that kind of legitimizes or normalizes the presence of firearms in the house. So if there isn't family violence, having firearms in the house is like having your baseball bat on top of the china cabinet. I mean, they were prevalent, but there was never any thought by a lot of people that they could be harmful. And certainly we started to hear about, well, that's the gun culture. The men like to go out in the fall and they go to the camp. And I mean, the only moose they see nowadays is in a 6-pack, but they still want to hunt, and hunting rifles are handed down over the generations to your grandson, so they have a lot of value, a lot of positive meaning. And so there's not a lot of sympathy for people who were saying, I'm fearful of that. Why would you be fearful? It's only, a hunting rifle or in PEI, a shotgun to kill birds or get rid of the crows who are going after the crops or something of that nature.
So women were telling you that they were fearful of the firearms in the home. Were they calling the police or other authorities to report those guns, given the fact that they were saying they were fearful?
One of the things we heard consistently, because was that don't report. Even it would take a long time for a intermediary, a service provider, for you to feel enough trust to tell them. They felt that the police and the justice system, they didn't have enough faith or trust in going the criminal justice route. If you told and the police came and there was a firearm, even a legal firearm, but it's not, you don't have a license, it's on top of a cabinet with the ammunition right beside it and a house full of kids. And there could be then charges. It might only be an administrative charge if you have the firearm without a license. But by telling, and if you were fearful and they didn't find them all, and that's what the women would say, they're never going to find them all. He's got some hidden out back. There's one on his boat. His grandpa would give him one. His best buddy down the road would give him one. It's really a fearful thing to tell the police if they come to a domestic, I'm fearful. Then he wouldn't know it was you that said you were fearful, even with the red flag legislation. Yeah, so it's very, you think, why doesn't she call the police and say there's a firearm? I can't speak to illegal firearms, but there's a sense that, if it's a legal firearm, it's there for legal purposes, and leave the poor duck hunters alone is what I was told at some presentations.
I've heard you mention alcohol a number of times now as well. So perhaps you could discuss what you learned about alcohol as a risk factor.
Serious addictions were mentioned in the court material. So when I was looking at 25 or so cases that went to court, and it was like, oh, it seems like a lot. And it was way more than Ontario. The addictions, yes, it figured in terms of the silent witnesses, the women who had lost their lives. That's become not as easy to get information since privacy laws tightened up a few years back. But definitely there would be 3/4 where some kind of serious addiction, whether it was alcohol or drugs, was in association with the abuse. So when women would say, what makes you most fearful? It would be the firearms in the house, the drinking, getting to a certain point, because sometimes as a coping strategy, many of the women would adopt self-harm strategy, so they might drink too. And in fact, I know with some of the murder-suicides and talking to family about whether they would want a silhouette for their loved one, they'd say, I don't know. If it comes out that they were both drinking, which is what the coroner's report said, they were both drinking at the time of the offense, she won't seem as a worthy victim. There may be criticism, well, that's what happens when people drink too much, rather than how sad and tragic. And, I know some of the court case trial materials that I would read. I'd often read the judge would say, this was a senseless killing. We'll never understand why he killed her. This is a senseless killing. And, if you can believe Peter Jaffe, nothing's more predictable than a domestic homicide. And we have to find ways to make sense of the senseless if we're going to come up with strategies to predict. It's not causal. You stop drinking or you drinking heavily, it doesn't cause you, but it certainly exacerbates this situation and makes it more likely that there'll be a lethal outcome. So the firearms, the drinking, suicide, thoughts of suicide. And I think, as I mentioned, it's not, women are the best judges of their safety and what they want to do or should do to stay safe. But on the other hand, a lot of them do minimize the risk that they're in. And certainly, you know, I know one woman said she was in a common law relationship. She had children from her previous, they were teens, 2 teens. And she said they would say, do something about the guns. He's, you know, when he gets sad about being unemployed and whatever, and takes out the guns and starts drinking, he talks about, I should end it all. He might kill you and we don't want to lose our mother. And in that instance, she called the RCMP and she said, I don't want him to know. And they came and they took the 2 rifles out of the basement and took them away. And it's a focus group. And that was 6 months ago and he hasn't even noticed they're gone. But I feel safer. And the police seem to be fearful as well. And there were a lot of mitigating actions that they would take. I'll just take the guns for a cooling down period. And give them back to you in a few months, you know, when you change yourself. And you know, one of them was an elderly couple who called the police because of a domestic. The police officer said, are there any firearms? And no firearms. And so he left. And 3 days later, she called and she said, okay, he's sobered up and he's sorry, he can come home, but would you come over here and get our 2 rifles first? And the officer in the focus group said, so I went and got the guns that weren't there, and then he went home. You know, so there's a lot of feeling that, you know, in rural situations, people are not forthcoming about the firearms that are in the home. A lot of women who might go to a transition house would fill in the intake form and would not say that there were firearms in the home. And sometimes they would say it's because, what are they going to do about it? You know, nothing will happen. And even, I know domestic violence specialist had said, it's an intake question. And we see, oh, there's a firearm in the home, but you know, they go hunting, he's a hunter. We don't think anything of it. And yet, when the police are involved and you go the criminal route, you know, as soon as that happens, as one officer said to me, you open a can of worms to all kinds of charges that could make it even worse for her when the guns are given back because it doesn't, their confiscation didn't pass judicial scrutiny or and so on. So I get off topic.
No, it's okay. I think it's hard to have done as much research and have conducted as many focus groups as you have. And you seem to have a wealth of stories and experiences. But I wondered if you could speak again on this notion that women are the best judge of their own safety. And that also what I heard you say emerged from your research was that many rural women choose to stay in a home with, you know, despite the presence of firearms and despite the family violence that they've experienced.
Yeah.
Can you help us understand that a little bit?
It's sometimes it is difficult to understand. And so I go back to what women told us. This is the whole participatory action. Things that, what makes me feel safe is not necessarily what my neighbor would need or want to stay safe. And so there's a whole notion that we can't expect a cookie cutter approach and it'll be the same and be a beneficial or be the right way. There is no right way. There's different ways that, whether it's a professional working with a client or whether it's a woman self-administering safety planning tool, really there, you can't say this is what would work. I think all we can do is say, you're the expert on your own life. What would make you feel safer? If you leave, what do you think would help other women who are still in this situation? And sometimes it's, I can't access the computer, and there's some things I'd like to look up. Maybe he won't let her, or so it's just, maybe I need to use somebody else's computer, or have a ride, or have a babysitter, or, like, what would help me feel safer isn't the police coming in. As somebody said in PEI, if you call the police and two come, you've got the whole force there. And then everybody will be blaming you for doing something that sort of undermines the cohesion of the community. But on the other hand, what she does need, it might be addiction services for herself. You can't make somebody else take addiction services, but as somebody said with firearms, not all of these men are demons. If you talk about the cavalier attitude to firearms storage and misuse and whatever in rural communities, you're not necessarily, I forget where I was going to go with that.
No, that's okay. I think you've shared a lot of your research and experience with us, Dr. Doherty. So just final question. As I believe you know, the commission is tasked with making recommendations in its final report. And so I wondered if you had any thoughts or recommendations to share with the commissioners.
I'm just kind of pull out. These are some recommendations, not all of them, but they were the more firearms related. Ensure the risk assessment tools include questions about the misuse and abuse of firearms, as well as pet abuse. And I don't think we got so much into pet abuse, but we have sort of seen that if you drill down deep enough in domestic violence situations with mass casualties, there's usually a connection. And the Latham Foundation in the US, which promotes research, legislation, and laws to recognize the link, and the link is the link between the abuse of animals and the abuse of people and domestic violence. And their latest newsletter, which I could send you if it would be helpful, talks about the more recent shootings in the US, that they've been able to demonstrate that at some point in the perpetrator's life, he killed animals or abused or whatever animals, and they are now trying to do research going back historically to see if they can pull that out of past data, that the animal abuse what was part of the whole constellation of factors. But they're saying right now from the data that they're looking at, that it appears that that interconnection, not just the abuse of animals, but in a domestic violence sense, could be related to mass casualties. So that's another interesting point. And they also say, we found that the abuse of pets and farm animals really played a role in the decision-making of the victim. So she might stay if she couldn't take the dog, or if she was threatened that it would be abused, or if the kids are saying he'll kill it if look what you've done, Mom. He'll kill the dog if we leave. So it's the intersectionality that they're promoting. If there's animal abuse, there's likely child abuse, and if there's child abuse, there's likely woman abuse. There's another term. You know, and that we have to see that intersection, and they have had in the US just in the last few years, I think it was 36 states now, have legislation to connect the with interconnections. And so their emergency protection orders allow for, and I think a lot of ours are starting to move in that direction too, to naming pets as, you know, he can't have her pets, he can't have this, she has access to the marital home and so on. So the stay away orders relate to pet. But I did think it was interesting. I hadn't really thought of the connection to mass shootings till I got my newsletter by email and went, oh my heavens, that's interesting.
Okay, well, thank you, Dr. Doherty. Those are my questions.
I was going to say.
Now, we will take a break. Lawyers for other parties here may have questions for you, and the commissioners themselves may have questions. Commissioner McDonald, I don't want to preempt you saying we're taking a break, but that is our process.
Well, yes, thank you so much. And thank you so much so far, Dr. Doherty. We'll take a break for 20 minutes.
Okay.
And then our council will meet with council for the various participants and work on potentially some further questions for you. So
Okay,
thank you so
wonderful.
much.
Thank you.
I'll have you back in 20 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume in 20 minutes.
You shouldn't say the word party, I don't think, around that. Wow. That might be a disaster. Yeah, the links there. I mean, beer time. I don't know what's going on over there. Like, honestly, I don't mean to belittle, but there seems to be, I've seen a lot of drunks in my life because, hell, I used to be one. So there seems to be something going on over there. Again, I'm not sure. There's a lot of substances, I think, going on. But there were some links I threw out there, some good ones. Once again, hopefully they're helpful. That got the appearance of Leanne Fitch with her. She spoke about, of course, New Brunswick. Leanne Fitch was heavily involved with the domestic violence stuff, I think in coordination with the RCMP at that point in time. And this lady was also involved. So very, you know, it's just all crossovers. And she likes her trips to Greece and British Columbia and possibly has a few road pops. Might have to cut out. I like how she shut it down. Like, she absolutely got the hook. She's like, sorry. I don't mean to preemptively, the lady who, Leaf, former head of Leaf. What was her name again? Jillian. I don't think I'm pronouncing her name right. Yeah, here, is it this lady? Okay, so they work at the same law firm, right? Jillian and Jillian used to be Leaf. And she acts as counsel, right? Very impartial, of course. And once again, as the former head of chair, Legal Education Action Fund. Consults on equality, diversity, legal profession, pro bono on matters involving Leaf. And so, of course, she's going to know, oops, why is that there? That banner, sorry. She, of course, is going to know Stanton. Maybe knows Halfpenny Macquarie. I mean, this circle is really small. You got Emma Cunliffe, you know, the Emma show. That's Emma Cunliffe. We also had, you know, the document I linked earlier. They're all together. They all know each other. This is all a real farce. They're pulling on people. And that lady, somebody, who was it? Julia asked a really great question. Why does she keep looking at the audience? I really honestly, and I'm not kidding, believe in my heart, she's looking at the audience because she knows in her heart what she's doing is terrible, absolutely horrific. She's looking for some kind of penance, some kind of, please absolve me of what I'm doing. Please accept. I'm so sorry. I am apologizing for what I'm doing to you right now. And of course, she's not getting any from the audience. PTSD oncoming. Watch for it. I mean, she doesn't want to talk about, they never want to talk about all the cases of code of conducts within the RCMP, right? That's why they picked Linda and Jean. Non-state torture, anything that's not involving the state. And yet you can go through the code of conducts. It's horrific how many members, both men and women, are beating up on their spouses. So this is not, drunk hillbillies, very insulting to women. And I pointed that out, and then I noticed that the lawyer, Jillian Leaf, oh, sorry, that doesn't narrow it down if I say Leaf, because that's basically all of them. Because she's in the same firm, right? They're the same firm. Here we go. Here's Laura Snowden, who was there this morning, right? Okay. So, I mean, it's all one and the same, of course, and you can see even how diverse this firm is, right? You've got Jillian, Anna, Maria, Kelsey, Laura, Samantha, Molly, and Kelly. Misandry. Anybody know what misandry is? I didn't know that word until a few years ago when I actually read a study from a female professor who was studied misandry. And she was like, oh, it's alive and well. I was like, it was on CBC. I was very surprised. Not that I listened to CBC terribly much, but I was out at the ranch. I couldn't get a signal for anything. And I was a little bored, I think, that night. I wanted to relax. And I flipped on the radio. I think my mom had it on CBC. Anyway, how curious, Leaf hasn't come up while going over her CV. I'm not sure if that other lady is associated with Leaf. That's just why it's really worth digging into these people. Lots of estrogen at the firm. Don't say that. That's sexist. And I know that's coming from a female. So nosy. Don't do that. That's bad. So Leaf helped Lisa, and they're all connected to it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Leaf is heavily tied into this. The legal edge. What is it? I forget what Leaf. Why is it eluding me right now? Pro bono, women's studies. I mean, oh my God, it's all the same. Women's Ruth Biney Fellow. Here we go. What is this Snowden? Different spelling than I'm used to, but here we go with this one. Where was that? Right here. Specializing in intimate partner sexual violence. She had some award. Here. The Women's Ruth Biney Fellow. What is that? I don't know. Maybe you get a free trip to Switzerland like Jean and Linda. They all take these trips and go everywhere. She's talking about BC over there and OPA and smash after you have the shot. Okay. Yeah. Very red. Well, hopefully everything is going well. Nova Scotia Home Economics Association. Oh my Lord, you shouldn't be doing that. Home economics. I don't understand what's so wrong. I'm not, all the women in my family, all of them are professionals, multi degrees. And so I have a lot of appreciation, but there's nothing wrong, I think, with a woman who likes to stay home and take care of her family. Seem to be more harmony think maybe when that happened, but I don't know. I know my mom said to me one of the things that she regretted in her life was that she had to work. Didn't have to work, but did. She chose to work a lot more than she did because she wasn't home with the kids. She was a single parent. My parents got divorced. 2 lawyers getting divorced, never a bad thing when I was very young. But, there is something, it's okay. It's okay to stay at home. There's nothing wrong with that if you want to. I think it's perfectly fine. Children end up, well cared for. A lot of moms feel that way. In later life, you mean? Regretting the fact that they don't get to spend time with their kids. And it's tragedy that society has forced that upon women. Because you should have the opportunity to do whatever the hell you want, right? Pretty much a man will usually always work and take care of his family, hopefully, if they're a good man. But women should have the option to stay at home if they want to. I think our society would be all the better for it if Emma, I didn't say that. I didn't say her last name was that. No, I think it's Emma. Isn't it Emma Cunliffe? Emma Cunliffe. Emily Hill is also connected to Leaf. These are all Leaf. Leaf. And that's all women. You see, my grandmother was never part of Leaf. My mother certainly wasn't part of Leaf. I don't think you need to be part of anything like that. I think there was one other law graduate in my grandmother's class, I believe. When the hell did she graduate? 1930 something, probably. There were no women lawyers really then. But you know what? She was able to do it. Kind of kicked men's ass. I did look and had a run the other direction. Now it's easier. It's part of the truth we seek. Remember when you encouraged us to look into this stuff? Oh, no. Did you? You had to run because you looked? I'm sorry. I don't want to. I can be a downer. My girlfriend can probably attest to that. But it's just reality I try and bring. Cunliffe. Yes, Cunliffe, is it not? Emotional abuse, psychological abuse, financial abuse, verbal abuse, so many, and not gender specific. No. People who want to be nasty. Lisa is referred to as quote unquote hating pets. Okay. So, the introduction of this pet stuff, we're all getting really snowed here. Really snowed. Look intelligence's direction. They all built it out right away. What was the femicide observatory? They were heavy. That's all police, pretty much. Right away. After the Brad Hunter. I'd like to know Brad Hunter's history. He pops out a few interesting articles. And I'm not a big person who follows. Hello. Very insulting to women. That lady was. Yo, nice. Yes, we're going to go for a walk. Look at how nice and sunny it is. Maybe we can go out to the ranch this weekend and run around. We can be bumpkins. Those poor rural people. Single parent of 3 from a young age. It's sad to look back. There were lots of great times too, though. Yes. And what greater role is there in this world, I think, than a mother raising children. Holy Toledo. That's the biggest thing you'll ever leave behind. And women generally carry all that weight, so men owe big debts of gratitude for that one. We are not snowed by someone. Some are anyone. Sorry, we are not snowed. Some are anyone who follows your channel are not getting snowed unless they want to be. Well, I hope not. And of course, you guys are all really smart. Not saying that these people are not smart, just maybe down the wrong path. It is. God love moms, eh? And men just don't think quite the same. It's interesting how we think so differently. I used to have great conversations with my grandma about that. So different. Wonder if Leaf was on Nova Scotia Legacy grift. Nova Scotia Legacy came up when I was reading through some documents. Lots of panels. Remember those videos I did a long time ago where I read through some of their documents? Spooky stuff. Another word I came across, coven. So we've heard the name cult, the word cult, right? From somebody totally different mentioned coven. I don't know what's going on over there on, I don't know, and I'm not labeling obviously anybody or all or anything, but there seems to be something strange maybe going on down in the villas. Abuse is abuse no matter what. Yep. No matter the gender, no matter the method. Nobody should be abused by anyone, by any means. You have a horrible mom. Oh no. Dads can be great too. Yes, dads can be really, and it's a different role. Usually it's a different role. I think if we're, at least biologically, it's usually a different role. Going through the real way the world works outside of humans, who seem to have the hubris to think that they know everything. When anybody tells you that, they certainly know nothing. Babble. So we're on a break here again? Is that what's happening? How long of the break are we going for? We'll be back shortly. Well, this has been an awfully long break. Maybe the beverage cart was broken down or there's crayon coloring contests going on. Leaf cocktail hour. I don't want to belittle alcohol is a terrible thing. Terrible thing. Can be, anyways, for certain people. I know. It's supposed to be 20 minutes. 20 minutes. How long are we on? Julia. So glad to have Julia back. And I'm sorry that your mom wasn't so great. There's such a, and it makes such a drastic difference in a person's life, right? Certain things. You have great mom, pretty good dad. I think that's usually reaching, but most men can try and aspire to be a good dad. So it's a difficult role to be a parent, right? Great teacher. If you can get a great teacher, and if university was probably got its head out of its ass one of these days. I loved going to university once upon a time. But if you get a great professor, wow, they can just, these people, or a great, great mentor here and there, really just adds so much to your life. You learn so much. 17 minutes so far. No problem. I'm sorry. They're lost. There you go. There you go. And that's the thing, you know, we learn from these things generationally, hopefully. That's the whole goal. It's just like evolution in animal kingdom. If something didn't work before, maybe we can make a difference the next generation around. The pendulum swings. Much respect, much respect. My mom's favorite politician is Hillary Clinton. Love hurts. Well, I'm not a big political person. It's all goo. Perhaps some more of that may come out as we go through this one. Very sad. If they're so concerned about animal abuse, will Lisa be questioned about her hatred towards animals at some point by the police? Was they? Well, you know? Lots of great times. I'm just thinking of my girlfriend talking to me about, bully your kids as gently as you cuddle them. See, there's a guy's attitude. It's not well, you know, he's just joking, but you have to be. I think you have to have a bit of. That's the man's kind of role generally. Is just being disciplinarian to a certain extent. Deeper voice. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. Parents are not kids' friend. That will happen when the children are adults. That's true. That is so true. You know, parents who want to be, I think, children's friend doesn't really work. Moms are good. Moms are good at it, but dads usually, yeah. I used to deal with a lot of elderly couples, and it's interesting. I used to love to listen to their stories and their outlooks on life because they just have so much wisdom. And dads were usually like, you know, my kids really didn't like me too terribly much. You know, I would have problems with them and stuff, and they didn't quite see me as their friend or anything, but I know later in life, they certainly loved it. They would come to me usually and say, thank you. So many doors have been open. 2 questions, but what's all the point of all the questions being put through that have to be put through Commission Council? They aren't going to ask Lisa anything of substance. That, I suppose, is yet to be unfold, but I suspect, yes, you're true. That's true. However, anything, you know, people sometimes can make an utterance. I suspect all of this will be very carefully orchestrated, would probably be a word. Moms can only be their kids' friends if the dad is at home, so someone can set rules or to enforce the rules. Right? Mom sometimes needs help. Sometimes dad needs help because that's the way it works. 21 minutes now. We all need help. Hello. You're loving your dog? We could talk about dogs or cats. Like an emotional support pet, but sisters. I wonder if Lisa will have pet rocks. Pet rocks. I'm wondering if Lisa's going to wear a mask. How many people think she's going to wear a mask? Not because of the COVID, but because to obscure her identity. I'm getting a headache from all this goo. I think it's all this radiation, this garbage puts off too. What's you guys' weather down there like today? It's nice here today. Not too hot though. Well, it says it's 20, but I think it's way warmer than that. Temperatures to rise tomorrow. Tomorrow's 30. I got a nice week. What's the weekend like? I'm hoping ranch weather. It's gonna be dry. Gotta get some work done one of these days. 20 on the rock. Nice today. In Newfoundland, it's 20 degrees. Might be the smokes and no eats. That's true. It is. I haven't eaten. I don't eat sometimes. And when I smoke and drink coffee, it's not good here. Jamie's 28 degrees. Wow. I think it's warmer down there than today here. Beautiful. She will be wearing a mask. Betting on that. Oh, no. You have to hide your face, right? Still can't meet with the families. Wow. That's a problem. Yeah, so you might want to check out that other section in the roundtable stuff, because there is some good.
Excuse me, everyone. The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Oh, I don't know why her microphone is so loud. It's terrible. I like the theater guy. Where's the theater guy? He was good. If she can wear sunglasses, I think she will wear them as well. Maybe she's hanging out with Paul Clayfield. Sunny, nice breeze. I'm not even sure she will show up. That would be not good. Who's betting drunk expert will not return after the break? Oh. I don't want to be judgmental, but there seems to be something. I think it's okay to share an observation. I think, yeah, there seems to be something going on over there. Drugs or drinking something. Looks like drinking. Do you think she will be wearing a mask? Okay. Blue Nose says mask. Anybody for no mask? No mask. Wish there was like a poll thing. I don't think she converted, did she? Did she convert to a different religion? Not sure about that. Don't think so, but I don't know what her religious affiliations are. If she wore a hijab, that would be highly inappropriate. I would think so. Isn't that, what do you call that? The name is, the term is eluding me. Mask, okay. Jeannie says mask will be worn. Nobody's for the no mask? Some emergency. Oh, Lily Bomb, you also think that there's going to be a no-show? I don't think she will. Okay, MU doesn't think so. I can't see the MCC. Well, they had experts on, right? 2 days now of experts where there were some were wearing masks. Balaclavas. Can you see this? Yeah, I don't know. Prediction. She will have academic glasses.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you. Ms. Natiu?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. There are two participants who have additional questions for Dr. Doherty, and I would like to invite Erin Breen for one of the coalitions, have the witness come back first and turn the microphone over to her.
Thank you. And perhaps both our participant counsel could explain the retainer to the witness each time. Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Doherty. Two counsel will have questions for you.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Erin Breen, and I am counsel for the Participant Coalition of Avalon Sexual Assault Center, LEAF, and Wellness Within. Thank you. Dr. Doherty, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Doherty, I wanted to start with, you had mentioned in your testimony that a cookie cutter approach to intimate partner violence or domestic violence is not ideal. And I just wanted to explore that a little bit with you. One question I have for you is that currently in Nova Scotia, there is a pro-arrest, pro-charge, pro-prosecution policy in place with respect to when police become involved. And I wanted to know, in your experience and in your research, have you had this cited to you as a barrier for women to call the police, knowing that there is a pro-arrest, pro-charge, pro-prosecution policy in place?
It's a little more complicated than yes or no. I think with the pro-arrest, pro-charge, what I used to see was that's an improvement over looking at the woman and saying, do you want to charge him? And so the onus was on the woman to charge. With the pro-arrest and pro-charge, what I came to understand is they can arrest at any time. So, you know, if that's a good signal that the initiative is, or whatever has happened, has been taken seriously, then that's fine. But the pro-arrest, you still need the cooperation, or the pro-charge, you still need the cooperation of a victim and the likelihood that you'd have a conviction in order to proceed. So it's much less likely if the woman says, you know, no, I'm not going to make a statement and I'm getting back with him to do the charging part of it, unless they have independent evidence to corroborate that some kind of crime was committed. So, you know, and I think if she doesn't act as a reluctant witness, then she may be seen to support the charge, which again could put her in jeopardy with the partner for doing so.
I understand. And I guess one of the questions I had was, though, has it ever been cited to you that I don't call the police because what I'm looking for is help? I'm looking for the violence to stop. I don't want to go through the court system. And I know if I call the police and tell my story.
All the time. Yeah. Women will say that I don't want to go into the criminal justice system because the slightest, I'm calling the police. The police come, he's already taken off and he's gone over to his buddies. I just go home now, leave us alone, because you know, I want to help seek, I want to look for services, and you can't help me. But that isn't always the case.
Right. And I'm wondering, do you see that as a barrier or as a problem in that a woman who calls for help or to have the violence stopped in the moment, when there is no discretion, there has to be a charge. There has to be a court process. Do you see that as a problem?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It's very much dependent on the situation. But I think if there was a more collaborative approach to domestics, I mean, obviously they can be the most dangerous. The police will tell you, and that's when our radar goes up. We take extra care looking at our back because they're dangerous calls. Yet, if doing something escalates, what I've been told is just the very act of saying that there's going to be a charge, and it might only be for not having your firearm locked away, and it's going to be given back to you, if it was compensated. But it can create a real rage if hunting season's coming up, and then, as the officers would tell me, that you've opened a can of worms. You've opened a can of worms, and things will get really bad. So she knows it. And she may want the police help initially, but then it's like, okay, I'm fine now, go away so I can protect myself.
And for women, you've talked a lot today about, particularly in rural areas, that there are women who wish to stay in the relationship. And oftentimes we see that there's a real focus on, wanting women to leave the relationship. For women who do want to stay in the relationship, what are you aware of, non-carceral approaches or alternatives for them in terms of trying to get the violence to stop, but without going to police or without going through the criminal justice system?
Well, the safety planning tool that we created at Public Legal Education was intended to help promote help seeking so that women could identify potential strategies that could mitigate their risk if they stayed or didn't want to go or went and came back. So, I mean, that's the answer, and that's maybe goes back to your cookie cutter approach question. It's not, if you stay and you use this guide, you'll be safe.
Right.
It's, use your intuition. All of these safety planning tools and strategies that can be put forward, they may or may not work. The shibboleth in safety planning is do no harm. So, you want to support her to empower her, I guess, to make a decision. Hopefully that there'll be no harm.
Doctor, are you aware of community-based programming, though? For example, there is a program that I understand will be some evidence before the commission on called the Bridges program operating in Truro, which I understand people can access on a voluntary basis without having to go to the police or without having to be ordered by probation or child protection or, formal systems. Are you aware of those programs that exist in Atlantic Canada for people involved in intimate partner violence who are looking for, assistance outside of the criminal justice system?
There are a few that I know of, and in New Brunswick, I know they have the DV outreach offices used to be the DV outreach coordinator, and now they are more coordinated with victim services, mental health, and so on, so that it's more of a one-stop shop when you go to that particular location to get help. But there's still a lot of, if you go to a transition house and you have children, and there's any sense that those children witnessed violence, child protection will be called. You go to the hospital, and child protection could be called. So I know women do a lot of dodging. I'm not going to that hospital. They have screening questions. That little rural hospital might be the better place to go. And it sounds like you may be making an unwise decision for your child, but again, that whole sense that women are the experts on their own well-being, and they're going to make a decision that'll keep them and their children as safe as possible.
And so in your experience, in terms of hearing the stories of women in rural communities who wish to stay in the relationship, and I know when children become involved, things become even more complicated. But for women who wish to stay in the relationship, who don't want to involve the police for whatever reason, don't want the criminal justice system's help, do you see that there is a need for more resources for non-carceral or restorative approaches where people can voluntarily go to get assistance? And you know, in the same question, I'm talking more about male intervention programs, counseling basically, and professional assistance for both people who wish to stay in the relationship, but to want, when the woman wants the violence to stop.
Well, I can only say, yes, of course, I wish there were more resources to support those types of broader initiatives, because if we think that the answer to this is the criminal justice system, then think again. It's one part of, but it certainly isn't the solution. And I think a lot of victims have already seen that it's a road that maybe not safe for them to go down, and the road that will take them to safety in a nonviolent and respectful future might be through one of these services that does counseling, addiction services, and other things to support them in a transition.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I wanted also to ask you a few questions about your phone app that you had developed. It's Evo, is that correct?
Evo, yeah.
So I'm just wondering about the results of your development of the app. Whether you can tell us, you know, was there a good uptake on the app? Were the services actually accessed?
Yeah, let me tell you, COVID-19 did us no favors. I do have the hard copy. You know, we started off with, oh, it's in there somewhere, with the guide. You know, it was a hard copy booklet. And the next step was the app, and we worked with the New Brunswick Community College to develop, because they had the expertise for the programming. And we started that, we just launched it, and then COVID hit. And our next step after the first year was to do an evaluation of who's using it, how many usage, you know, the whole bit. But, and it hasn't gone back on track yet. Okay. So I don't have any.
So you don't have the results, you're not able to say how successful it was or how much usage?
Yes, I have just anecdotal input. Okay. So that when we did the dissemination of the booklet, and you could click and download it as an app. Victim Services, for example, who had commissioned us to do, it said, this is fabulous, because when we help a woman to do a safety plan at our office, they can't take the safety plan out of the office because he might find it, get upset or enraged and hurt her. So they leave it. And it's, what good is the safety plan if she doesn't have access to it? You know, and she's maybe written down numbers and stuff. So they were saying, this is fabulous. She might start it in the office and then say, I'm going to lock down the app. They have codes to lock it down. And when I have time, I'll finish it on my own, where I can think about how to do it. So there was the option of a self-directed, or you can only do safety planning if a professional helps you. And again, that's very not empowering. It's helpful if you want a professional involved, and the professional can sometimes, with the safety planning app, do the reality check. You know, you didn't think that could be a risk for further harm. Did you know that 70% of women, that it is a risk, but just, it may not be something that concerns you, but if you weren't aware, it could be something that could end up being harmful. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Thank you very much. It does. Dr. Doherty, we received a CANSE to prepare for your evidence today, because I understand you haven't authored a report. But one of the issues listed in your CANSE is about prevention piece for intimate partner violence, in particular education. And I understand you were active in public legal education for a number of years. My question relates more, though, to youth education and youth intervention. Because we know that, intimate relationships are starting at younger and younger ages. And even in junior high school, oftentimes we see that, this behavior starts. So I'm wondering if you can tell us whether you see that as a problem, in that we don't have the tools to educate our young people as we should at a very young age, consistently, starting right away in kindergarten, about the nature of these relationships for both males and females. Can you comment on that in terms of your experience?
well, I've not done any research specifically on that, but we have developed pamphlets for teens, Indigenous teens, and not on teen dating violence that tries to point out the types of factors that they should be aware of. Needing to review your cell phone to see who you're talking to. That's not something that is respectful. And so, we try to bring in information into the resources we developed. And I would be all for resources from birth, not just 5, to start to educate people young about what is equality, what is, and so on, because it's at the, one of the pivotal underlying things that seems to be missing in so much of the educational programming.
Yes, and I understood that in some of your data and focus groups, women actually said to you, I wish I had been educated as, for example, the meaning of consent at a very young age. So it's a need that you've heard from women, that they would like to have had education as young girls in relation to this issue?
Not quite like that, but similar. People will say, I stayed for the children, I left because of the children. I thought they should have a father in their life. And so I endured a lot of abuse and whatever, until my son suddenly told me I was blanking this. And I was like, oh my God, he's now starting. He used to protect me when he was 3 or 4 years old. Don't hit mommy. And now look he's calling me the same names. He's acting towards his sister the same way his father acts. I got to get out because my children are being so negatively affected. But yes, the women are seeing impacts on their children that certainly could be perhaps mitigated by very early training. I didn't have any women saying there should be a program or you should create these resources, but saying that the impact on the children is very negative.
And with respect to the issue of bystander intervention, so how a child or a young person would react to a situation if they become aware of it, do you see that as a need for further education, that we are providing education to young people at an early age on that issue as to how to react in these situations if you learn of this situation in your community?
The bystander component is really important, because it's sort of you're for us or you're against us. I mean, if you do nothing, you're doing something, and it's typically showing support for the perpetrator, whether it's at public legal education, and I know here in Nova Scotia, our counterparts, are doing sexual harassment in the work site, in the workplace materials. And they all include a component on bystander in the workplace. It could be your colleagues and whatever. You know, if they are not speaking out, not condoning or using microaggression to express rather than openly saying things, then again, they're part of the problem. So,
And I guess, so you agree that there is a need for that education for our children?
well, I would say personally, I'm retired. I'm no stakeholder in this. Yes, the earlier that there could be training and resources to try to stop this before it really starts.
And as a person and a researcher who's been involved in the development of technology in relation to these issues, is that a step we should be looking at, you know, in terms of educating our youth? Because so much today, we all know, comes on their iPhone. Do you see that as a progressive step and something that should be given more attention and focus and funding?
Well, I think technology, whenever it can be used in a positive, supportive way, is important, which is why we went with this app to try and give women the opportunity when they wanted to take it and if they wanted to take it to use, you know, a tool online. And I think anything you put for kids that is online and exciting and colorful and in their language, you know, the language level and so on, can only be a positive outcome.
Those are my questions for you. Thank you very much,
Thank
Dr.
you for
Doherty.
them.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Doherty, if I could, just before we jump to the next, you'd mentioned, and Ms. Breen had mentioned about your app, the EVO. Could you just spell that out for us, just for the record? I don't know if it was picked up or not.
It's called EVO, EVO, and it stands for Evolution to a Violent-Free Life. And it was based on the guide that was done that had 3 components. One was telling somebody, that was just telling, who could it be? A teacher, a friend, a neighbor, your sister, your minister, your doctor, who can you tell? It's somebody you trust, and so on. So that was the first, encouraging them to trust, and went over all the reasons why people don't, you know, all my friends are his friends too. And then it would be, well, here's the counter argument. So there was a whole thing around it. Then there were the 16 situations that could make you feel vulnerable or fearful, and then you would make a decision, you know, is alcohol a factor? Does it factor into situations that make you feel not judgmental? Oh my God, you're drinking on Friday night. It was, if you drink on Friday night, do you feel safe or not? You know, it was based more on a self-assessment of concern. And then the third part was a directory of services. And so you could, there was a index, and you could look up firearms, you could look up TV outreach, you could, and choose services that maybe you could email and make an appointment and so on.
Thank you. I just wanted to follow up on Ms. Breen's question before we moved on. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, Dr. Doherty. My name is Anastasia Merrigan, and I represent the Transition House Association of Nova Scotia, and we're in a coalition with Be the Peace Institute and Women's Shelters Canada. I just have a couple of questions to follow up on your testimony so far. The first question's around risk assessment tools. You mentioned those a few times.
Sorry, can you speak a little louder?
Okay. My first question is around risk assessment tools, and you mentioned those a few times in your testimony. And I wondered if you could explain a little bit about why risk assessment tools are important in the context of intimate partner or gender-based violence.
I think we've come to know that the more risk factors that are associated with someone who's being victimized, the more likely it is that there'll be a lethal or negative outcome. And so I know with the Ontario Domestic Homicide Review Committee, all of the deaths had at least, I think it was 10 known risk factors. There was more than 10 was the graphic they did on the top 10. But knowing that those, if there's one, it doesn't mean there couldn't be a fatality or there couldn't be a death. But the more there are, the more likely it is that something very seriously wrong is going to happen. They're not causal, but they are predictive. So, to say that the partner is drinking, that's a risk factor. It doesn't mean, and there's lots of people who drink and they do not harm or kill their spouse and children. And there's a lot of people who have mental health problems and they don't kill or they're not violent to anyone. So it's not a causal thing, but it's when you look at domestic violence, a history of abuse with this partner, the more risk factors that you see clustering around that person, the more they need to be protected and given resources to protect themselves.
Thank you. And do you think that the risk assessment tools are more important for the victims themselves, or are they more important for the people offering services?
More important than what?
More important for the victims themselves, or are they for really the people offering services, police officers or social workers or counselors?
I'm not sure I'm catching what you're saying.
All right, sorry, I will try to speak louder. I can hear myself quite loudly from here. Do you find that the risk assessment tools are more useful for the service providers, the people giving assistance, or are they designed to help the victims themselves?
A lot of risk assessment tools are designed to be delivered by professionals. So, the Jackie Campbell's risk assessment tool and so on. And I know with the victim services in New Brunswick, they all had training on how to use that tool. The tool demonstrated the likelihood that the offender would reoffend. And that information wasn't shared with the victim. It was something that was done for the victim. We're going to ask you these 20 questions. And then, they would go on. They might hear, you need strategies to stay safer. And so the emergency leaving and staying safe after leaving would come into effect.
Thank you. And it sounded like from some of your earlier testimony that you felt that there were some aspects of the risk assessment tools that perhaps weren't useful or that may need to be changed, and particularly around the way the tools are used in a rural setting versus an urban setting. Do you think there are some changes that need to be made to the risk assessment tools that are currently being used?
I think if you're doing safety planning in a urban context, the tool may be just right for you. And this is something that I keep saying, there's no right or wrong way. There's no, this is the best tool and everybody should use it. Some women should use it, and some of the training that is given to the frontline staff on how to use those tools might be very important in terms of explaining to the woman what the risk factor parameters are. Is sort of like, you may not feel you need this, but here's a little reality check in terms of what I can offer you is this information might affect your decision, and if it does, I'm here to help. So I think that I'm here to help, and I have a tool I think would be really useful for you, is important. But that tool may not work for all women, and you know, I think Jackie Campbell says you shouldn't expect everybody to have the same outcome from that one tool or safety planning initiative. That you have to do what's going to be most effective for the particular victim and that circumstances. That might mean a different safety planning tool for use in a rural area that recognizes and respects why she's staying, you know, why she's drinking with him, you know, if he's so dangerous when he drinks. Why is she doing this? Why? Some of these safety tools that would deal with a rural situation might not be as productive when used in an urban setting. But it may be the same risk factors, just the presentation and the understanding of, I mean, staying or after separation, I don't know, I'm trying to put this in. The whole safety planning around intact relationships and whether you leave. You don't use the same strategy. If you didn't leave, you don't need strategies about stalking behavior as much, because you're sitting down for supper together, and you know, and maybe you're at risk that night for some other reason, but not because you left. I don't know if that makes sense, but
it does make sense. Thank you for clarifying that. I also wanted to ask you about your recommendations. You mentioned that you made some recommendations, particularly around firearms, and I believe that's from a report that you wrote in 2008. Do you know if any of the recommendations you made were followed? And if so, have you been able to measure the success of those changes?
in a way, I'd have to say no. I mean, I know of some of them that were put into effect because Dr. Hornesty and I did this research purely as an academic exercise, so to speak. There were people involved in developing the research strategy from government, from DV outreach and transition houses and so on. But nobody had commissioned us to do this research, write this report, and we'll enact your recommendations. But we tried to make recommendations and present them. So we did go around and do presentations. And I know the domestic violence court in Moncton, they incorporated some of these recommendations into the court. And one was, in all instances of domestic violence, confiscate the guns. The guns weren't involved in that doesn't matter, confiscate them. It's a domestic violence situation and the person is convicted. They shouldn't have firearms. So, you know, we're saying you don't need a domestic violence court to do that in all instances, in all courts.
And were you able to see any change from 2008 until today, or is that something you were able to measure?
When you say see any change, I'm not sure that, I mean, we didn't do a follow-up study because the court was being introduced, and I think Carmen Gill at UNB did an evaluation of the domestic violence court. But it was almost simultaneous, so you know, I'm not sure if it reflected outcomes of that evaluation, the result of the findings of this report.
Thank you. And my final question, you mentioned when you were speaking about police officers going to retrieve firearms that weren't there, that anecdote that you told earlier. in any of your roles in your career, have you been involved with delivering training to police officers or other first responders around the issues of firearms and intimate partner violence?
We did public education sessions. So when this report was finished and came out, we did some that were community-based, some that we had police officers and RCMP involved in the, I don't know if I'd call it training, but the information sessions. And just the fact that you share what you find it's really important, or it's going to collect dust on a shelf somewhere. And I know that when we were going over the pet part, one of the officers who was taking part said, I've gone to so many domestics over the years where I'm taking her to the transition house and she's saying, but my dog. And it's, well, the dog's not coming. And that's now changed in New Brunswick. We developed a program, Safe for Pets too. And we had, do I say that? We had Leanne Fitch, who was chief of the Fredericton Police Force, acting as the first chair of the committee that was going to help create a program, free program, to shelter pets of abused women for up to 30 days or longer if they needed it. So, and that was one of the recommendations in the report. So that's still in place. And I must say, a few weeks ago, I was given an award at the Muriel McQueen Ferguson Center for Family Violence. But one of the neat things about the award was they were going to give $1,000 to the charitable organization of my choosing. And I chose Safe for Pets too. So that could help with that, but that's constant, that program gets requests from women who say, please help me, I have a cat and a dog. My little girl would be heartbroken if I gave up my pets permanently. Can you help me? And the program has a website now, but it's several times a month that we're being asked for help to facilitate leaving.
Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Thank you so much. Ms. Natchez?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. No further questions for Dr. Doherty today.
Thank you. Commissioner Fitch?
I don't have any questions, but do want to thank you very much for joining us. And I know Commissioner McDonald will bring thanks on behalf of the Commission. But I do want to say how much I appreciate the work that you've done and the fact that you chose Safe for Pets too and Transition with You for your charitable donation. And I think examples like that are really important to help people understand who may be watching or following our proceedings, when sometimes it's hard to figure out why we're spending so much time on academic research. How does this stitch into our mandate? Everybody understands when we're trying to figure out what happened. We look at that first 13 hours, but then the drilling down into the how and the why things happened and some of the context. These types of examples, such as what you're providing, are so important, I think, just to help people understand how complex all of these things in our mandate are. And to know that, for the example that you've just given, that somebody's pet could be a barrier to leaving abuse because they don't, as you said earlier, don't want the partner killing the pet, and then the person who's being abused feels responsible that the kids have lost their dog, for example. And I think when we can share those real life examples, I just can't help but to think that for the average person that is listening to our discussions and all the experts that are coming in, that it makes it more relatable and understandable to why we're spending time on all of these expert reports, bringing people like yourself in. So I just want to thank you very much for that.
That police officer did say, from now on, I'll be asking, is there violence, against the dog? And
Commissioner Stan?
Thanks very much. I think that you had some more recommendations for us that you didn't have an opportunity to share earlier.
did.
And I wonder if you might like to take the opportunity to share them
Yeah,
with us
and I
now.
won't talk about them. I'll just put them forward. And so one of them says, create a public education campaign about pets and animal abuse. I think I'll go back to the police though. Educate police, justice officials, and service providers on the nature and extent of firearms victimization in rural areas. And it may seem counterintuitive to say educate the police, but a lot of the findings and a lot of the strategies the women say they put in place to not tell the police that there's firearms in the home and it would be very helpful, I think, if the police were trained and understood why. Sometimes we'd hear, I don't know why they lie to us, and they're not. It's not that they're lying, it's just they don't have the trust in the criminal justice system to take that step to share that information until they're so sure that they won't be in danger, that somebody's going to act in a way that is not going to have all the firearms back in the home in a few months. Restrict firearms access on stay away and no contact orders and peace bonds in all domestics. So I think in New Brunswick anyways, the new Emergency Intervention Act permitted for putting pets and firearms and different things onto the orders. Ensure follow-up and
Pets and booze. That's all this lady is pets and booze.
protective orders. Enact legislation to compel professionals, mental health and doctors, for example, to report concerns about the stability of a gun owner. And so we're into that actually happening at the federal level, and there are this red flag and yellow flag provisions. But I'm now come to the point where I'm asking the question, is reporting that instability of a gun owner the right thing, or making it mandatory to report, or would it be making it mandatory to support the victim or support the perpetrator in getting mental health? So, it's not just, let's take the gun and this, now I've done my thing, because people don't know when you report what will happen. But if the mandatory aspect of it is for the the doctor to support the perpetrator to get mental health or whatever kind of information they need, or I think you know what I'm saying. It's just shifting from the onus is on the woman to say, I'm fearful, so that's a red flag, and he has mental health problems. I mean, you're still relying on the woman to say, I'm fearful, as part of the red flag, whereas maybe what the onus should be is that there's mental health problems and firearms. The doctor could make what treatment options and modalities are there that would make a difference. So that's what that create pro-removal and pro-confiscation of firearms, a policy similar to the pro-arrest and pro-charge. And I said to someone on break, maybe I would tell the robotic moose story. What do you mean by robotic moose? But well, this research was going on there was a court case in Nova Scotia of a man who had, he was just on a Friday night going to do his grocery shopping with his wife and his daughter with a loaded rifle underneath his seat. And he saw a moose and he stopped and he said, just, oh my God, there's a moose. And he shot at the moose. Well, it turned out it was like a sting. It wasn't a moose, it was a robotic moose that had been put there by the police or wildlife people too, because moose are an endangered species in Nova Scotia. Anyway, he had been found guilty and he got a lifetime confiscation of the firearms, and I think it was he lost his car for 10 years. And in this focus group, they had pointed out, did you see that decision of the court? Someone said, if they only treated abused women like robotic moose, we'd be all set. So that's my robotic moose story. But yes, pro-confiscation in any domestic situation. Now that was just a misuse, but I mean, the family was there, the loaded gun and so on. Public education, maybe it's from my background, I had a public legal education initiative, but I think it's a huge part, and I think the questions about the youth education and so on, but at all levels, public education and maybe a series of gun commercials targeted at rural communities and provinces on gun safety, because women would say, I know I'm saying he's doing all these horrible things, but he does love his kids. And if part of our campaign was do all these things to keep your kids safe so they don't crawl under the bed and accidentally shoot themselves, and so on. So there could be different aspects of this research that we shared with the public in a public education campaign. And we've been doing that in New Brunswick, and it's just, I would say, run its course. It's been about 10 years, and it could be refreshed, and technology could be used to make the uptake of the information more interesting. Safe haven. Anyway, I think those are the main things I wanted to share, that there's so much that could be done and said, and so many aspects of this research I haven't even touched on, but the report itself is on the Public Legal Education website under Safer Communities, Safer Homes, Safer Communities, I think. So, if you want to read the whole thing, it's there. And there's, a lot of places where I've written about the domestic homicide risk factors, articles and so on. And those are I think they'll be available through the commission as a list that I provided them with the connections, with the links.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Doherty, thank you so very much for sharing your important insights with us. You've had such a fascinating career, and you have been a pioneer and a groundbreaker for sure, and have made an enormous contribution to your province in New Brunswick, but also across the country, and you've left a wonderful legacy.
Thank you.
And so as a Canadian and a Nova Scotian, thank you for that, but thank you for your contribution this afternoon, more specifically for sharing your vast experience with us with such humility. You have such knowledge and such wisdom, and you've delivered it with such humility. I know I speak on behalf of the commissioners, appreciate that so much. I've written down that we have to find ways to make sense of the senseless. And that's just one pearl of wisdom that I've taken from today. So thank you so much.
Thank you for those kind words.
Thank you.
Apologies for the audio challenges that we're having today. Thanks for bearing with us on that. Thanks to all of the expert witnesses that we heard today, and to Council for your questions, and to Commission Council for sharing the foundational document focused on violence in the perpetrator's family. Of course, this week's work relates to the orders in Council, our mandate that require us to examine issues as they relate to the mass casualty, including contributing and contextual factors, including the role of gender-based and intimate partner violence, and access to firearms, and a number of other areas. So these aren't easy incidents and issues to hear about, but they're an important part of our growing understanding of how and why the mass casualty happened. We appreciate everyone's commitment and respectful engagement, and we encourage anyone who feels they may need help to reach out to our mental health team or to the support services available through the website. Tomorrow, Commission Council will be sharing a foundational document focused on the perpetrator's violence toward others. We'll also hear from former Portapique resident witness Brenda Forbes about her knowledge and experience of the perpetrator's violent behavior and the circumstances surrounding her complaint to the RCMP in 2013 with respect to the perpetrator. As you know, the Commission's 61 participants continue to assist us in our work by taking part in proceedings and making submissions. This past Friday was the deadline for participants and their counsel to make written submissions relating to our Phase 1 work, which is focused on understanding what happened on April 18th and 19th, 2020. We'll be posting these submissions on our website in the coming days. And once again, we do thank participants and their counsel for your engagement. And we'll see everyone here tomorrow at 9:30. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until July the 12th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
Oh my God, they're all drunk over there. He doesn't know what province. That lady's tripping over her tongue. Oh, no. And then they don't even know what month it is. Oh my Lord. I love Jamie's. Some of these things make me laugh. Those, those faces. I'm not a computer person, but the emojis. What was it? It's five O'Brien somewhere. Oh no, groundbreaker or hard drinker. Don't forget to pick up the booze. I've got booze on my mind. But she kept throwing in, the important things, subtly throwing in the red flags, which of course refers to the red flag laws, and the kids and the pets. Very important to have the pets and pet abuse. But of course, Lisa was the one that other people openly say, quote, hated pets. Lisa herself, I hate, Lisa McCulley's dog. No motive. That doesn't sound like anything. I don't know, meh. But hey, if you testify over on this clown show, you get probably open bar and trips to Greece. Like Melinda and Jean, they get to go to the UN over in Switzerland, and book deals and drinky drinks. Then all you have to do is, draw in crayons and pretend that. But of course, we all know, right? Where do I have a marker here? You can do like a graph. There you go. This is good. Okay, if you can do those, and then you can stand there and you can not answer questions about anything, you get free booze. Clown show. They all need mental help. They need something. There's something. Cheers. I'm surprised they didn't end it with cheers. She's going to go hang out with Leanne because Leanne and her are probably drinking buddies. I don't know. I'm not saying actually anything about Leanne. I don't know anything, but that other lady definitely sounds like she's got a big problem. Which is, I really honestly, I don't mean to laugh at that because I know how difficult a problem that is. And, but it's embarrassing. And certainly glad I don't drink anymore. Wings and nachos served tomorrow, so they have some food to wash down the drinks. Yes, probably better to not do the empty stomach thing anymore. That doesn't work well. Need access to information on booze bill, MCC Daily. You saw Trudeau's former on the flight how much his booze bills are, right? Somebody did an access to information very high on the private jet. Very expensive. Was that Krista? Was it Krista Freeland? No. Who is it in the background there? She's always twitching. Whoa, that one's a problem. Again, I don't have political favoritism, but there's very serious problems over there too. Get booze at the corner store. They play Pass the Flask during the breaks. Thank you, Jamie, for the funny faces. The funny faces. What are you doing over there? What are you doing? Is that your toy? What's this? Okay. So Brenda tomorrow. Is it Krista Freeland that's always tweaking? Yeah, there's something going on. I think that's a drug problem with her. Past, did Trudeau make any time for families past weekend? What was that again? Remarkable coincidence. Oops. This is a remarkable coincidence. Maybe Brenda will get a cocktail with an umbrella. Oh, yeah, Brenda. Brenda, I think, has some issues. I like the picture of her with George in the bar in the background. Perhaps they're all hanging out there. I don't know. Lisa's bar. That's, of course, what an abusive guy would call his on again, off again girlfriend. As Mr. Harlan calls her, on again, off again. Doesn't refer to her by name, though. It just says on again, off again girlfriend. Okay. There were some families who got to speak to him. Was there? Oh, wow. Strange. I was wondering if there was something strange about that. Some locals were yelling at him. Were they asking him about the information that he knew on the 24th and lied? Had Blair lie? Blair, who, I wonder if Blair's going to come. He could have some drinky drinks. It's 5 O'Brien somewhere. I like that. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to borrow that saying. Whoever invented that. Thank you. Thank you. Making apps so you can track it, can't track how successful it was because COVID. She makes apps. Rawr. Rawr. That's a nose problem? Oh, is there something else going on there? Yeah, sure. I like that. Yeah, no. All these great sayings and funny things. And it's good. Keep things. It's not. I don't know. I feel badly, but I also don't in the same respect, because if you want to pull this garbage, that's what happens. I think it drives people to abuse substances and things because they don't know how to deal with the stress and the trauma of having to be part of this lying and shenanigans. And if you have a profession that you're not proud of, and you're really just duping people and getting free trips and stuff like that, then you don't have a lot of self-worth, I don't think. There's not even a cloud in the sky. We have to laugh when we can. Yep. Trudeau Goon Squad, heavily vetted family members allowed to meet with Trudy. No, you don't. Oh, well, it'll all come to pass, as it should. God has his hand in things. Anyway, so good to have all of you. We're lucky to have each other. You like your steak bone? It's bigger than you. So Brenda will be good. Let's see. I got a couple of messages here just quickly. So again, look at that. The leaf thing is just coming out terribly, right? You have Avalon with Avalon Leaf, which is asking the same questions as the Leaf, former head council. They're both sides playing, but they play for the same team. They're obviously holding hands. You've got Stanton sitting up there who's Leaf. It's all Leaf. Not good. Weighing justice outer today is going to pull battered wife syndrome. Okay. PBR victims ignoring pleas for help. And the PBR victims ignored her pleas for help. Okay. That's an interesting strategy. Okay. And she had no choice but to supply him with ammo and the police cars. She will give props to Brenda for attempting to help, but the hot potato blame will be passed from the RCMP to the 23. Foul. What is this one? Gender equity, intimate. Here we go with the IPV and the GBV and the BLT, the who's and the yeah. Okay, so here we go. Here's a whole bunch of goo that the government has studied up on. Between drinks and all kinds of other stuff. Thank you, Todd, for sharing that. These people, I don't even know how they feel good at night. Okay. And oh my Lord, you've sent a lot of stuff here. Deborah Doherty. Did I link that one? Canadian Domestic Homicide Prevention Initiative. Positive Space. Oh, it's Positive Space. Okay. So let's see here. There we go. Deborah Doherty. What are you warning me about now? So, domestic homicide. I think this applies if you're in the country, if you're a bumpkin, you're drunk. I don't know. She's got studies coming out, and she needs some more studies. And here, at least, it correctly identifies it. Perhaps McDonald can brush up on where she's from, or just ask Leanne, because Leanne and her are friends. So that would be good. Funds for memorial to 22 victims. Shift to municipal leadership. That's right. Moved out from Colchester. Gosh knows where all that money went. The legacy. Okay. With all their weird programming. Very, very strange, the papers they were writing. Kind of almost brings some legitimacy to the Coven cult thing going down. Just saying, seriously, those papers, I read through them on air, and they were shocking. I still have them, because of course they nerfed their website and stuff after they got outed. Thank you, Nikki, for this. I think I can't see it because this whole process has made me half blind. So let's see. We'll save it here. Maybe we'll save it under Leaf. How's that? Got a Leaf file. A bunch of things in it. Hello. So I think that was from the document that I linked earlier, was it? Not sure. So she's gone through and... Oh, you're making a mess of all the paper. The scripts. I'm throwing the scripts down and you're stepping all over them. Pro bono lawyers over at the Leafs. Okay, so you've got Emily Hill, Jillian. Okay, great. And we've got Emma and... Oh, I'm sure there's a bunch of them in here. Nasha. Oh, there's Nasha. Todd likes Nasha. Okay. And then right up above that, of course, you've got other people. I think, was this the report that had... oh, gosh. Anyway, there's some great links I've thrown in there. It's too bad. I wish I had them off the top of my head, and then I'd throw them in the below, but I guess I have to watch it to see everything. I once held hands. I woke up against a pregnant. Oops. I woke up pregnant. Oops. Sorry, too much MCC goo. Leaf Technology Facilitated Violence, the TVF project. I don't know anything about that. Is that associated with the women's legal goo? Leaf, the Women's Legal Education Action Fund. Who was that threw out the... That was another one that was making me laugh. It's just the emoji of the leaf. Sad that that's gotten misappropriated. Ooh, scary. Misappropriated. Canada's Feminist International Assistance Policy, the FAPE, like a FAP. Wow, sad. Don't be a robot moose. You see, they slip the moose in there too, right? Moose. And the moose, remember how I read about the moose? The moose has significance elsewhere. Remember how I read that story the other day about the moose, which was obviously true and very tragic. But moose plays roles, and that's what it's supposed to ping upon. I'm drunk country bumpkin living in the city, identified as a toxic male. So who's helping? I'll help you. You can give me a call. I'll try and help you out. Do you want to go outside? You go walking? Oh yes, very excited. Walking? Do you hear? She's all over the paper. So you noticed about the booze. Okay, so tomorrow we've got Brenda. So have a little read. I can't even remember all the videos I went through and kind of ripped that all apart. Gonna see. Let's be interesting to see. And I wonder if we will have any mention of the property and the purchase. Was it in fact the Zal's, or did it go through Wortman first? I don't know. Be interesting. Anyways, thank you very much for joining me today. God bless you all. And of course, God bless the 23. See you tomorrow.